on? Are we off?
Hello. Okay.
What do you think?
I don't know, man. I have no idea what's going on.
Barbara is having technical problems, and I am trying to get to the opening song right now. Okay, here we go. We're playing the opening song.
Can you
This is the America Happens News on the America Happens Network. I am so grateful to have all of you all out there in the show today. The show is going to be jam-packed with really incredible news and really incredible people. It is Monday, May 6th, 2024. We are 6 months away from the November election. What is going to happen in your town, in your city, in your county? Who will be the next president of the United States of America? Who will be the Speaker of the House? I mean, this is the first time that I can really say we have no idea what's about to happen in the future, and America's in duress. We don't know which direction we're going to go in, but all of us really need to stay healthy and brave and strong. So I'm bringing in my first guest today for the America Happens News. This is Ann Kraft Tatus, and she's going to talk to us about something really deep. She's in the great state of Virginia, and we're going to talk about trafficking. How are you, Ann?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Oh, good. Our sound
Good?
works. We were
All
having
right, great.
technical problems, so we started a little bit late today, but I love doing raw and real news like this, so I'm grateful to have you.
Yes, thank you so much for having me on, talking about this issue that is so much bigger than Epstein. It is, it amazes me daily how ignored it is. But it's atrocious. And in the state of Virginia, especially because we are the main stopping point on 95 from Miami to Canada. Right there at the Fredericksburg Spotsylvania interchange is the number one, because you can be on and off in less than 2 minutes, and that's where they exchange the kids.
Wait, where do they exchange the kids? We got to go slower.
On 95.
Okay.
There's a big Spotsylvania, Fredericksburg. There's that really crazy, but you can be on, like, get off 95, be at 18 gas stations, and be back on 95. There's no you don't have to veer. I mean, there's 18 places, there's 5 shopping malls, and within 2 minutes you can be back on 95 and they're gone. And I can't tell you how many people that I've said that to, and they're like, oh yeah, I mean, God, that's terrible. And it's like, these are like children. And that's how I started, as a professional researcher, was doing recovery, and that's scary department. Fighting education in the swamp here is nothing compared to watching your phone be hacked because you're researching, federal judges. And
do you research federal judges?
That we had a very dirty case that involved a Commonwealth attorney here and a judge, and a father was trafficking his children out of his red barn in his backyard. And
in Virginia?
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. Wow. So American fathers, or are they migrants?
No, these were American fathers.
An American father was trafficking his own children in Virginia?
Yes. And so the mother, because the courts would do nothing about it, is the mother took her children, which is any mother would do, is if the courts would not intervene, and I would take my kids and run and hope for the best. So, I mean, they ended up 6 months, 7 months later. She ended up in prison. It was one of Project Veritas' first cases years ago. She ended up going to prison, and he got the kids. And that's how twisted. It's not. It's just. I mean, it's. And now that people don't understand. Now that there's social workers in our schools, and
okay,
and the social workers, if they ever show up at your door, they're not there to help you. Do not ever hand your children to a social worker unless you can be polite about shut the door, because I don't know if you live I don't know how DC, but in Virginia, we have an anonymous tip line. So your catty next door neighbor, your sister-in-law who hates you, all they have to do is call an anonymous. So what about confronting your accuser, right? You never know, and they'll never tell you who reported you. Is that there's this automatic assumption of guilt, and is that if you call CPS on somebody, they will investigate you. Last year in Virginia, it was like 36,000 cases and 2,000 were founded. That means 34,000 parents were children, families, had their entire lives ripped apart, investigated. A lot of them, they'll take the kids. You don't know if you're going to get them back. And of those 2,000 founded, only 17% were abuse. 83% were this, quote, neglect. And that's what I try to get people to understand that think that they're Democrats, is that poverty is considered, they criminalize that, that's considered neglect. And so when you talk about 2,000 out of 36,000, that if you're now in the system, you're in the CPS system and you don't ever come out. So now social workers, that's the people that get funded. This would be Bill and Hillary, as I call her, the 1994 Clinton Safe Family Adoption Act, which gave states they incentivized adopting children out to non-family members in under a year. It's $4,500 to $10,000 per child for CPS bonuses. Not the social. I get in this argument. It's not the actual social worker who gets the benefit, but the institution, the social work, like CPS, gets bonuses. People go read the Clinton Safe Family Adopt. They're incentivizing stealing our children. And there's cases in every state of, so they lie. They will keep a stack of pre-signed judge forms. So it looks like the judge has read over whatever was reported on. They just keep them stacked up and they'll fill out whatever they want. They're not law enforcement. So if one shows up at your door, do not hand your, it's like, it sounds crazy to say this to people. Do not hand your children over.
Okay, if a child protective service worker shows up at your door, do not give them your children.
They are not law enforcement. Shut the door politely and say, I'm going to call an attorney. I'm going to call the police if I have to. I'm going to find out what in the world is going on. But you do not hand your children over. They are not law enforcement.
Okay, because my mother used to torture me and call Child Protective Services whenever she was mad at me when I raised my daughter in Aspen, Colorado. So I'm used to dealing with them. I'd have them come over. I really enjoyed them, actually. They'd come in, they'd talk to the school. It was really good for me because it really showed to my mother that everything was fine. I had babysitters, I had nannies, I had maids, I had everything. The bottom line is that people are misusing Child Protective Services.
Correct. Because I know people that have called with legitimate cases. Like in my neighborhood, we had one where these children were roaming around. They were dirty. And it's like that we could not get them to come out and take care of the actually like children that were harmed. So social workers are in schools now. They're like, you have counselors, you have paraprofessionals, you have psychologists, and you have social workers. And so they're asking your children all the time, these intrusive questions like, do you have safe, supportive parents? These questions that you as a parent have no idea what is going on inside these schools. And that's what continues to astonish me, is the blind belief that this country, bless you, is as crazy as it is right now. But our most innocent, vulnerable children that we put them on a bus and they send them into a building where we have no idea what's going on inside of them every single day.
So when did this start? What year did this start? Like, when did the tide start turning? Because I remember there was no one to help me. I hated my parents growing up in Santa Monica, California, and I had no one that would help me. I went home. I was a latchkey kid. I had no food. I had nothing. I had no after-school activities. No one would help me. So now you're saying that they help the children in this day.
Well, help is relative. So, is again, I don't know. So like in the late 90s is when the incentivizing of the theft of children really ramped up. And that's what it is CPS figured out that if we can get these children out, and then, I mean, the amount of money that they pump in from the federal government to the states for foster care essentially is atrocious. I mean, when I say atrocious, I mean it's like $71 billion for 2,000 children who don't get that, versus like 36,000 children that their family, instead of building the family back up and giving, ways for parents to get jobs, trying to keep the family together, it is 100% about tearing the family apart. I went on a recovery case, and there were 36 girls that we recovered. 33 of them were in foster care. 26 had never been reported missing, and they were still collecting checks on them. And I was sitting there going, is this the reality? Like, is this really happening? Because I was encouraged with the nonprofits I was working with as a research, because I would find everything. I mean, I tell people, I can tell you 848 days ago approximately what time you had lunch and what you had, because that's just the type of researcher that I am. And they said, you really need to come on a recovery mission. And I was like, I don't know about this. And I had a 1-year-old and an 8-year-old at the time, girls. And that was like my first waking up moment. Like, the world is what people say it is. And and I've had a couple of those moments. And so now I'm fully eyes wide open, which is really the problem that I run into every single day, is that people refuse to see the gravity of the nation. The American experiment is crashing. It is about to come to a grinding halt. And it's going to be our own doing. You can blame the left for their lunacy, but they are united in their lunacy.
We're not. Our side's not united, and we all infight, and we don't help each other.
Well, I tell people, read Federalist Paper 10. James Madison talks about factions, and he talks about factions within a political party is the antithesis of liberty, and it is a form of tyranny. So don't blame the left. They are unified in their mission, even if they hate each other. I look at, what's going on in Congress, and, like MJT or, McCarthy going to find somebody like to run against Gates. Like, who does, like, in the state that, like, I look at Republicans and I'm like, because you can only blame them so much before you look to the right and you say, why do you not understand how this nation works? Like Joe Biden with Title IX. Okay, he doesn't interpret the law, and he doesn't create it either. Congress, that's your job. Article 1, Section 1 of the Constitution. That's what you do. So how do you checks and balances on the president? Like, why am I explaining this to you? But is that it's people have no idea how this country works. And, I live in a state where you put a red vest on a trash can, and it's still the same trash can that used to wear a blue vest, but because it has a red vest on it, all of a sudden people are like, it's amazing. And I'm going, so you have Tim Kaine and Congress as a senator doing the same thing as the governor who ran on Parents Matter. Okay, birth, thrive to 5. Like, okay, but that sounds like what are you, Lenin? And like, as soon as the baby's off the boob, give it to the governor? I mean, give it to the government?
What do we do to clean up Virginia?
People have to start, like, people look at me, as Republicans look at me and they're like, oh, what are you, a liberal? No, I'm an American. The liberals look at me and they're like, she's really a problem, because I'm not just some like book banning mom. I'm going to tell you the origins of it and how to get rid of it. And I'm going to go back to the Constitution, is that people have to stand up. And it's like, I was born a natural rebel. Like those of us that were born high defiant nonconformists, like I just at 40 found my mission and my purpose for all the passion and the intellect that I have is that the heroes of this story will be the people who overcome their fear, and the people that already sit at home and they know, but they're too afraid to do something. Those will be the heroes of this story. Not that, like, I would find another avenue for this if America was still like, waving its flags, and how this would be fueled somewhere else. Like, I'm just a natural rebel and like a revolutionary, I guess, in some kind of, but really an activist in its own right, like fighting for those who have no voice, the most innocent, is that, and parents need to wake up. I don't care whether, I call them Mayberry counties in Virginia, is we don't have that here. Well, come speak. And I've tried 44 of our 121 divisions I worked in, and I show them literally what they have, and they get mad at me. Not the school board or the superintendent who's lied to them. It's everywhere. And that comes from whether it's Goals 2000, which was Clinton, or No Child Left Behind, or Every Student Succeeds under Obama, which is the hell we're all living under now, is that and then the COVID money coming from Biden, it's in every school division and probably 85% of private schools now. And that would be another portion of the COVID money is that if your political party, if your allegiance to the Republican Party is worth more to you than your children or your nation, because that's really what it is do you pledge allegiance to the GOP or the RPV or your governor, or is it to the freedom of this country? Because I could in an hour or two break down like how the Clinton Bush love affair, like that's, and then Tony Blair comes into the picture. I mean, that's what we're dealing with, is that, I mean, going back sorry, Reagan betrayed us too, is that people get so, and it's like, I'm sorry that Reagan made education deals with Mikhail Gorbachev and brought the education system in from Russia, but that is the truth. And until we confront the truth, I love the man, 1964, like Barry Goldwater, that, love that speech. But what happens when you have a bad Secretary of Education is you sell out your country. And that's why I've been like, people are like, oh, Trump, Trump, Trump. And I'm like, yeah, but Trump can't do in education what he did the first time around, which was listen to bad people. Like I think, when he wins this election, he will be fully, after everything he's been through, he has to get rid of the entire thing and go be like, you know what, I'm going to hire a grassroots mom to do Secretary of Education, and I'm going to burn it down, and then I'm going to teach localities how to run it themselves, which is how we, back in the 1700s when we were learning at home, with the community, we had 100% literacy rate. But not only that, but that's what's constitutional. Like the state, it's not constitutional what they're doing now. But Trump cannot go in and for us, we the people, to be like, oh, yay, Trump's here, peace out. It's got to be from now, like whatever influence, I know he's going through hell, but is whatever we can do to drive these points home so that it's not 2 years later and we're trying to play catch up on the only 2 years we have left. Because these kids don't have 5 years. And that means because you can only continue the American experiment through replication. And we are perfect examples that, in a constitutional republic, which has never been done before, with an elected democratic form of government, we can barely hold on to enough logic to keep it going. So I don't fight for me. I fight for my children, because I think if the next generation doesn't believe in America and cannot sustain it, there's not enough children that we've managed to keep sane who can fight the other 90%. And therefore, the freedoms that I took for granted, our children will literally not have. When you have liberals writing stuff about parental licensing coming out of like Columbia Law Review, Harvard Law Review, homeschooling as like parental, we want to homeschool them because we're abusing them. Like those are law reviews coming out of like Columbia, Yale, you have to pay attention to what these people are saying, because we are approximately 2 years behind Canada.
Okay. What does that mean?
So watch what's going on with Canada right now, Jordan Peterson, and he has to go to a re-educate. It is estimated that we are 2 years behind. And so it's like, because if you think, these bills in Virginia that we've had come forward, like
where are they coming from? Where are they coming from?
Well, they're Republican bills. It's this, ALEC. It's a Republican rhino bill mill. a lot of ours came from our governor. Is a Republican wrote legislation to criminalize parents for education neglect. Yes, not a Democrat. That would be Todd Pillion in Abingdon wrote a bill. Our children are not going to school, not because every parent across the state and the nation got on a telephone and was like, hey, you want to start becoming a crappy parent? Okay, yeah, me too. No, it is the captured environment that we sent our kids into for far too long, trusting what was going on. How else do you get an entire nation of children behaving the exact same way? Is people they're like, oh yeah, okay, yeah, he said that. Okay, cool. It's the hive mentality, is that nobody has any idea what they're talking about when the one person who does know what they're talking about and has spent the last 5 years researching it and knowing it inside and out, oh, well, that just doesn't fit into my narrative. I don't have any idea what you're talking about, but because the hive says that that's not the way it is, then but congratulations, look at your child and be like, yeah, I was too stupid to care. I mean, is that that's really how you have to be, is that the choice is whether, because like Reagan said, you can have peace at any moment. It's called surrender, is that, and that's what we keep moving the needle to the left. It happened here in Virginia as people keep talking about, oh, we have to compromise. Do you think you can compromise with those people? You cannot compromise with those people. Do they ever move the needle to the right? No. Is that we keep moving the needle to the left. They keep going to the left. The right is what we're seeing is gone. That's like compromise through attrition, is that it's like a black hole. You cannot feed a black hole. It gets bigger. And you feed it enough, like through compromise. Okay, well, we'll just give them this transgender policy and then maybe they'll be happy. Nope. Because then they're going to come back and they're going to want more. And then they're going to want more. And then before you know it, we are living in a new age of eugenics, is that before you know it, we will have compromised our safety. And things that most people vote on legislation, they talk about policy, they've never even read them. And is that get involved, get into, another president, get in the arena. And when I say get in the arena in one form or another, it doesn't always mean running for office. But then another thing is, don't talk about something unless you know what you're talking about. Like I run into that all the time, is don't keep contributing to a lie because you think is that you have to know what you're talking about. If you don't want to know what you're talking, just keep your mouth shut, please.
Okay, so what should we do specifically to save the children in Virginia, to save the children in all of the United States of America? Because the parents are fighting at these school board meetings. So what do we do?
Well, one, it is an illusion of local control. It is that it doesn't matter. People say, we took our school board over. Congratulations. 6 months later, why are you still sitting the same exact way? Is that these people have to learn how, if they go, we took it over, is that no school board is actually being run by the elected officials. Okay, you go, they're all voting based on what the superintendent says or some committee. They've all promulgated their authority away. Is that you have to learn like federal law, like the Protection of People Rights Amendment. You are federally required that you can see your child's curriculum and the teacher training material. So I give them like a checklist. Do this tomorrow. And then in your state code, it's going to say that you can opt your all counseling, because they're counseling these children into oblivion. That includes the social workers. So if your 7-year-old says, oh, no, my mommy's terrible, she's the worst mommy ever because you took her iPad that morning, you're now going to be, the social workers are pull up your DFS system. Like it tells you how many parents were called. And like 80% of my entire, I'm the 4th biggest Chesterfield in the state, is that like 900 out of the 2,000 in this county came from the public school system when like 2% were founded. And the school's going to lie to you and they're going to, well, your child needs this. No, I had an 11-year-old that came home after COVID, after having the mask come off 2 years ago in 6th grade, telling me that she had generalized anxiety disorder in those specific words and needed to see a therapist. Well, I started going, well, you're a 6th grade girl. You just had a mask come off. You were on lockdown. But parents are in this day and age of like, oh, the kids are mentally ill. Is they're like, oh, yeah. Okay, let me go. I said, where did you get that language from? And that's really when I got into this battle, is I started looking and being like, where did she get this language? If your children are coming home with ridiculous, crazy language that you don't speak in your home, generalized anxiety, talking about how, toxic relationships in 5th grade, like, you need to get a parent portal. You need to get involved. And because then if they come back, is that I kicked the door down, I filed bar complaints on my school board attorney. You can go file civil rights 1983 for deprivation of rights and under the color of law. You can, is that there's a million things that you can do, but you have to do something. Is that sitting there and crossing your fingers hoping it's going to get better is not going to work. But up there, so that Parent Team 6, that's my email and my website. I'm kind of a lone horse now. But anybody,
please come back, because you have so much to say, and I feel like I want to hear you talk about everything. So please come back.
Yeah, well,
Today's
have me back.
And
maybe the next one I'll do like a blueprint of like
tell us exactly what we need to do.
What your rights are as parents, because you have them and they are constitutionally protected, and then if you've had them taken from you from your school division, what you should be doing.
Yes.
Like Maryland, what they're doing with telling, and in the freest nation in the world that you're legally required to send your children, that's compulsory education. To think that we live in a nation where you have to send your children and then you can't opt them out of any kind of LGBTQ, trans, flip-flop, CRT.
And all the protests at the college campuses because they brainwash kids. It's a mess. Right.
But parents have been brainwashed too. All right, you guys take care.
You're awesome.
All right.
God
Thank you so much.
You.
Have a good one.
That was Ann Tatus, and she is a mother from Virginia. Today, I have another mother coming on right now. I want to bring in Barbara Turpin. Barbara, can you hear us?
Yes, honey, I can hear you. How are you? Thank you for having me.
Of course, I'm so grateful to have you. Whenever you want to talk. This is Barbara. Her son, Dominic Pozzolo, is in federal prison because of what did not happen on January 6th. So tell us everything, Barbara. Talk uncensored.
Well, my son Dominic was at the Capitol on January 6th, and to protect the crowd, he's one of the 5 Proud Boys that went to trial together with Enrique and Joe Biggs and the other young, wonderful guys.
Did you know that he was a Proud Boy? Did you know that he was actually a Proud Boy?
No, I didn't. He was only a Proud Boy for 30 days before January 6th. So I didn't know. I had no idea. And I saw what happened on TV, and, my heart just sunk, and because I had just walked in the door from work, and I called my daughter-in-law and we talked and everything, and I found out. And then my son turned himself in on January 15th. So
January 15th, 2021?
Yes. So my son, was lucky he wasn't one of the ones that had the FBI bust down their door and scare my granddaughters and stuff. So that part was good. My son turned himself in, and he's considered a terrorist, and I don't think terrorists turn themselves in, for one thing. My son had no weapons. He was there peacefully protesting when the police officers started shooting, the flashbang grenades, the rubber bullets. My son was standing right near Joshua Black, who got shot right in the cheek. And I saw the video. I was at the trial, and I saw the video of them shooting and my son ducking so he wouldn't get hit with those bullets.
You were at the trial. That trial took how many months?
The trial took over 4 months. It was the longest trial. And I've never seen or heard anything in my life. The defense attorneys were pretty much, their mouths were taped shut and they couldn't present any evidence. And even when the evidence that they were allowed to present was shown, the prosecutors would shut it down. Judge Kelly, who, I'm sorry, these are my words, he's an evil, corrupt judge, which every J6er is. There's something to this. I don't think it's just because they're in DC. I think that it's a little deeper than that. And he he was just like another prosecutor. He should have been sitting at the table with the prosecutors because he agreed with every single thing they said and was against everything that the defense attorney said. My son was never allowed to see one shred of his discovery until he was sitting at the table in trial with a computer, and he had to go through and find his own discovery. It's just nothing about this is justice. Nothing.
Why did his lawyer allow that to happen?
Honestly, my son has two attorneys, and it's not allowing, attorneys have never been through any cases like this before. I mean, even their rights are denied as an attorney. Now we see it with President Trump. And my son and all the other J6ers have said for over 3 years, this isn't just going to be us. It's going to be everybody. And, they are after Trump. They're lying about Trump. They're not giving him his due process and everything else, just like the J6ers. And when in this country have you ever been incarcerated for almost 3 years before you even go to trial? It's insane. And my son, he got a sentence of 10 years. And for 5 years before my son turned himself in, he was being treated for an illness called Barrett's esophagus, or BE. And he was on a very high dose medication to keep his esophagus from turning into cancer, because it starts with like acid reflux. And he was getting an upper GI scope every 2 years. He was almost due for one at the time that he was, turned himself in. And to this day, my son has never gotten the medication he's supposed to be on. He's never gotten an upper GI scope. And not even 2 weeks ago, August 25th, he got the notice that he has cancer. And I'm heartbroken. And I'm going to do everything I can to help my son and make sure that he gets the treatment that he needs. They told him they're not even going to take him to the hospital to find out exactly what type of cancer, what stage, and what treatment. And he's an FCI Butner 2 medium, and it's in North Carolina, and it's supposed to be a medical facility. So I've reached out to Matt Gates and his staffer. Today I reached out to Clay Higgins. I'm going to reach out to Laudermilk. I'm doing everything I can to try and get some. I've called the VA because my son's a Marine veteran. I'm doing everything I can in my power to help my son. I mean, it went from bad to worse now, and I don't trust them to give my son the medical attention he needs when they're the cause of his cancer.
I mean, you're an incredible mother. The fact that you're standing up for your son while he's in prison for what did not happen on January 6th. Does he have any children?
He has two grown daughters, but they still live home with mom. Great girls, great girls. They're both in college. They both work, and it's just terrible what they've done to tear my son away from his family and his daughters and and his girlfriend that he's been with for over 22 years. And my son had his own business, flooring business. He's lost everything. And I mean, we've all been hoping and praying to God that Trump gets back in office and our loved ones all get pardoned, come home. But now with this cancer diagnosis, it's just like a stab in the heart for me. And I feel like it's a death by 1,000 cuts for my son. And I do feel my son is being targeted because the day he was sentenced to 10 years, he turned to his attorney and he said, "Can I say what I want now?" And his attorney said, "Sure, you just got your sentencing." So my son turned around and he fist pumped and he said, "Trump won and everyone knows it." Well, after that, they targeted my son and they threw him in one of the worst facilities in the United States.
Which facility is that?
He's in the FCI Butner Medium 2 in North Carolina. And that facility has so much structural damage. It was supposed to have been shut down years ago. They've been granted millions and millions of dollars, and it's still going. That's my boy. That's my boy.
He's
I love
gorgeous.
him.
He's
I love
beautiful.
him. He is inside now.
Have you
Inside.
been allowed to visit him?
I'm going to visit. I'm planning on visiting the beginning of June, and I'm getting that all straightened out, and I'm going to go. That'll be the first time I've seen him since last September 1st. And his birthday is June 25th. He'll be 47. So I can't wait to see him. It's going to be super emotional. You know, I love him so much. He's the oldest. I have 3 children, 2 boys and a girl, and he's my oldest. And he's such a good guy. But my concern is, like I said, is his health now, because cancer doesn't sit and wait until you decide to take him for testing. And I have been struggling with every facility my son has been in, because every time they move you, you don't get your medicine, you don't get your food. My son had an allergy to soy, and that's all they feed you in the jails in
Is
DC.
soy?
Soy, soy burgers, soy everything. And my son finally got tested and found out that he was deathly allergic to soy. So they finally took him off of the soy. I mean, he was sick, stomach aches, throwing up, really, really sick. And everything is such a battle for these J6ers. It's insane. But
How
I'm
many
not
more
giving up.
years? How many more years?
He was sentenced to 10 years, and he's been in 3 years and 3 months. Yep. And the facility he's in now, there's no classes, there's no jobs. My son is just bored out of his mind. And he's an avid he loves to exercise. So he spends as much time exercising as he can. And he's just, reading and communicating with me. I send him articles. We try to talk every day unless they lock him down. And I'm just trying to get someone in Congress to physically go there and look at that facility. The J6 community had a call to action for my son last week after they discovered he had cancer. And they actually got the health department to come in there and check that facility. And the day before, they were scrambling, trying to scrape the black mold off. They were even giving tools to the guards to try and get them to fix things inside that facility. And the water, my concern is the water. The guards even told my son, if I were you, I wouldn't drink the water. They are so close to Camp Lejeune, and the water is tainted. I've seen video, I've heard testimonial of people living in that area they're all getting cancer from that water. So I'm desperate. I'm desperate for help from my son. I will do anything and everything I can to get the word out and get someone to help my son.
Thank God you care. I mean, Barbara, thank God you care. I've heard for years now how much you care about your son.
This is my mission, honey. My mission. I mean, now it's not just trying to get my son out of prison. Now it's trying to save my son's life.
Have you contacted Trump direct?
I don't have the means. I don't know how.
I mean, we're all one phone call away from Trump. What about, has your son been receiving money for his commissary? That's a huge issue.
Well, he does have a Give, Send, Go. It's help Dom, and or you can just type in Dominic Pezzola, Pezzola, and there are 3 different ones set up for him. There's one for him and his family. There's one for his legal fees, so you can, pick and choose, or just send a prayer. Anything is appreciated at this point. Make calls for my son to the health department, and he's in Granville, North Carolina. Whatever you do, don't call the prison itself, because We did have a Twitter space, and people called the prison, and they retaliated, and they threw my son in the hole for 45 days. So
Whoa.
that's what they're doing. Yeah. So, you know, and my son is so afraid of being thrown in the hole because at least now they're giving him over the counter medication like Pepsid, which is ridiculous. It's after the fact, you know, after the cancer diagnosis. So yeah, I'm just, Corinne, thank you so much for having me on. I'm just going to keep plugging away and working and doing whatever I can to help my son. And I'll reach out to anybody, you know, that is, any little bit of help is great. I've even got calls into the VA down in North Carolina because of him being a veteran, a Marine veteran. And I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing.
And he was only a Proud Boy for 30 days.
30 days.
And he didn't even know, there's no conspiracy. He didn't conspire with anyone to go there January 6th.
Dominic never even met Enrique Terrio, Zach Reel, Joe Biggs, or Ethan Nardine until the trial started. He
Whoa.
never even met him, never even knew him.
And Dominic has no violence in his background.
None. He's never been in jail before. No. It's just insane. I mean, this whole thing, for even now, I still wake up and say, Lord, please tell me this is just a nightmare, you know, but it's reality. This country, you know, we need Trump. If people don't see that by now, they'll never see. And people need to back him. And I'm heartbroken by what's happening at the college, but I'm proud for the young men who are standing up and singing the national anthem and taking down the other flag and raising the American flag. It's just, this is what the Americans have to do, but on a larger scale. I mean, I was so crushed that, you know, all the J6 trials that I was there, because I was there for 45 days, and no supporters out front of that courthouse. None.
How did you afford to be in DC for 45 days? Most J6ers can't even afford to have their families come to the courthouse for even 1 or 2 days.
You know what, honey? I was very fortunate because Roger Roots, who is one of Dominic's attorneys, I stayed with him and Emily.
Thank God.
The paralegal.
Thank you, God.
They're wonderful people, wonderful people. And we would walk back and forth every day, 3 blocks. And those blocks aren't short in DC.
They're huge. Yeah.
But I got great exercise. And yeah. And you know, we had Antifa in the courtroom.
Yes.
Harassing my son while my son took the stand and he spoke in his own defense. And there was one black male in the crowd that was, you know, pointing at my son and putting his fist up like he was going to, you know, get my son. And my son just kind of chuckled and just kept talking, you know, in his own defense. And my son is completely honest. You know, he admitted to breaking the window, which was already broken, by the way. He just finished it off. And, you know, my son, he got on the stand and he admitted everything. And what's happening to the people on the right, like the J6ers, and now even pro-life people or religious people, is insanity, because look what's happening with the people on the left, and they don't see a day in jail. Not a day. I watched the news the other night, and they showed side-by-side screen of one of the kids at the Hamilton Hall smashing a window, and then alongside that was my son hitting the window. And the difference is one is in prison and one is back on the streets. It's insane, you know.
It's insane.
It is. So
I mean, I've been covering all of these court trials since March of 2022, and they are picking on Christian men of fighting age and anyone who supports President Donald Trump, and especially anyone who says the 2020 election was corrupted. So your son is a hostage.
Absolutely.
Of the corrupt Biden regime. And I'm so grateful that there are American mothers out there like you that are standing up for the truth, because a lot of mothers, including Roseanne Boylan's own mother, is humiliated and she won't do anything. And her daughter was murdered on January 6th by the Washington, D.C. police.
I know.
And you are a brave woman because you are stuck in the middle of a war that has nothing to do with you.
I will die for my son. Let them come and get me. Let them do whatever they want with me. I pray and I ask God to take that cancer out of my son and put it in me. I don't want to lose my son. I don't. And I will do whatever I can do. You know, my greatest accomplishment in my life was being a mom, being a mother. And I need my son, and my son needs me to get through this. He was once my baby, and it sounds stupid, but he'll always be my baby. He'll always be my child. I don't care how old he is. You know, I just turned 19 when I had him, so we're not that far in age. And I love him to death. He's a good man. He unfortunately was at the wrong place at the wrong time. They all were, because who knew it was a setup? But it was. It's absolutely a setup. And the truth takes so long to come out, but it's coming out. And I can't wait for all of it to come out and justice to be served and retribution to be served, because God is good, and this is a war of good and evil. And the good people got to get stronger and got to stand up. This is no joke. We're going to lose this country if we don't.
Weren't you shocked? Weren't you shocked when you were watching in federal court how they don't allow evidence? Weren't you shocked?
I mean, I'm surprised I didn't get thrown out of the courtroom, because I was just like, my mouth would just drop open, or I would say, oh my God, or I can't believe this, or here we go again. I mean, if looks could kill, there'd be a judge that wasn't breathing right now, because it was so wrong. I mean, I've never heard so many lies coming from the mouths of prosecutors, and the judge would shake his head yes and yes and yes every time a prosecutor was talking. And it was sickening. So many days I would walk out of there with just feeling ill from all the propaganda, the lies. I actually saw one of the I can tell you this. I was at a water fountain during break one of the days of the trial, and I turned around and one of the prosecutors was standing there, and I walked right up to him. I looked him in his face and I said, are you proud of yourself? All the lying you're doing and destroying people's lives. Are you proud? Shame on you. And I walked away, and he just acted like it didn't bother him at all. It's
I
the
mean, these people are disgusting.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they're wearing suits, because if they took their suits off, you really would see their horns. That's how evil they are. It's no joke. When I went to DC, I just felt like I had this heavy burden on my shoulders. I felt like negativity. I just felt like I was in the belly of the beast when I was in DC. It's evil. It's evil there.
I live in Washington, D.C. I'm live right now in Washington, D.C., and it is evil. And I have to,
It shouldn't be that way.
high level Christians have to help. Has your pastor helped you?
I've reached out to a rabbi that is going to actually trying to help Dominic. I'm pretty much, everything that's happened with my son has been such a huge change in my life. I've lost his sister, my daughter, and her 3 children. I haven't seen them since this happened, because unfortunately my daughter's a liberal. And I lost my job a year and a half ago. I lost my best friend of over 50 years. I live alone with my 2 little Yorkies, who I love with everything I have. My sister died from the COVID shot 2 years ago.
Whoa.
it's been a rough road, but you know what? It's true what they say. Whatever doesn't kill you makes you stronger, because I truly believe this has made me strong. And I have to be my son's voice. I have to be his advocate, because he can't even speak for himself. He can't. He'd get in trouble if he tried to speak out.
I mean, he's not even allowed to call me on the phone and talk to me. He can't talk to journalists.
No. And he sure can't connect with another J6er. And all, he's got friends that are now out of jail, back home, or in a halfway house, and they're so upset about Dominic having cancer, and they want to reach out to him, but they can't, so they have to do it through me. You're not allowed to talk to another one. So
I mean, I would like to schedule another time when you could actually have him call you on the phone and talk to him, because we need to keep track of these people. 10 years is out of control. So I
that's
did
why
hear.
I'm praying Trump gets back in. So it won't be 10 years.
I'm really advocating for J6ers because I am a journalist and I was really liberal. But after watching these trials, it's totally corrupt. And the judges are the problem.
Absolutely. And I think that's where most of my son's anger lies, is with the judge, because it was just so one-sided. And I could see the discouragement. And I mean, with 5 clients, there was a lot of attorneys in there. And there was, 2 for Joe Biggs, 2 for Dominic, and 1 for each of the other defendants, and a lot of paralegals. I mean, it was a busy courtroom. But I could see, and staying with Roger, they felt like their hands were tied, and now with me trying to help my son keep his sanity and keep him healthy and everything, I feel like I'm handcuffed. But I'm going to break these handcuffs, and I'm going to do everything and anything I can. And if there's a way that I can get a hold of Trump or anyone close to him, please let me know.
Well, I think you should start with the congressman, because Trump can't do anything for you right now unless he actually gets back in the White House.
Absolutely. Yeah.
But note, we are all cheering for you. And I actually want to find time when you can come back and have your son call you live and tell us what's really happening to him. I posted on the X channel how to write him a letter and how to donate.
Thank you very much. Now I'm going to talk to my son tomorrow morning. Hopefully I'll talk to him. I'm going to ask him if he can do that, a 3-way call, because some places allow it, some places don't. And
But how could he not be allowed to talk to the public for 10 years?
This is how insane this all is. Look what they're doing to Trump. They're the gag order. It's just, this is communism. We're China 2.0 at this point. It's insane. But I wanted, excuse me.
I'm going to have you come back, Barbara.
Okay.
Okay. Right. Thank you so much. God bless you. And I'm going to text you because I have some people I'm going to refer you to.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Corinne. God bless, honey. Thank you.
God bless you. You're amazing. God bless you. That is the mother of Dominic Pezzola, and he is sitting in U.S. federal prison for 10 years for what didn't happen on January 6, 2021. I posted on my Instagram and on my X how to write him a letter. You can donate to him by typing his name into Give, Send, Go. I know it looks backwards when I show it to you like this, but there are mothers out there, and I'm going to have a father in 45 minutes who's going to talk to you about this. I want to bring in right now a really incredible man who I met a month ago in Washington, D.C., who started a magazine. His name is Eric Ricard. How are you, Eric?
I'm great, Corinne. How are you?
Did I say your last name right?
You did.
Perfect. Thank you so much for being in the show and helping. I love your magazine. It's called Andrew. Why did you name your magazine Andrew?
Well, we named it for 2 reasons. One was Andrew Jackson is Donald Trump's favorite president, number 1. And number 2, Andrew Jackson was our country's first common man president. All the presidents before him were privileged people who are landowners. And at the time that he was elected, it was the first time that you didn't have to be a landowner to vote.
I mean, how is this? I mean, I have so many questions for you, but this is just going to get really interesting because you just told me that you're going to do an article about the mothers of January 6th political prisoners. It's so out of control that the mainstream media and most magazines don't even talk about how they're actually mothers who have children in federal prison, and the federal prison isn't helping them, and these mothers are suffering.
Yeah.
So the articles that you're writing are really important. You gave me this magazine. Can you believe I still have it in perfect condition? And
That is our
gorgeous.
best-selling edition.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. So how do you buy, Andrew? What do you do?
You can go to andrewmagazine.com. You can subscribe there. We have print subscriptions and that also include a digital copy. We also just have a digital subscription that's a little less expensive, but you get the same content. So it's a great magazine. We're very proud of it because we modeled it after the premier magazines of our earlier time, like Life magazine and Time and those kinds of magazines that were really top quality products. And so we wanted something, and you can tell, Corinne, that magazine, when you hold it in your hand, you know you're holding something of quality. And then we hope that we please our readers by giving them something that when they read an article, they feel gratified that they spent a few minutes reading about, typically not about current events. We write about things that are not in the mainstream media. We write about, like, J6 moms. We write about spiritual warfare, which is the number one thing that's happening in the country. I mean, we can talk about all the bad things that are happening, but at its root, it's spiritual warfare. And people need to know that there are spirits in this world that work for good and for evil. That we believe in angels, and we also believe that counter angels, right? There are angels that are working against us. And so we have articles on that. We have articles on asymmetric warfare, but we also have articles on justice reform, because the J6 moms aren't the only people that have been abused by our legal system. There are many, particularly Black men, and the overabundance of people who are being prosecuted and wrongfully convicted. Just an overwhelming, and we're talking millions of people in the United States.
Just this next week in Washington, D.C., starting May 13th to the 17th, it's going to be the pro-life activists that are being charged with conspiracy for going into the Washington, D.C. abortion clinic about 2 years ago. They're getting charged with conspiracy. It's not just a FACE Act, it's conspiracy, which is 10 years in federal prison. And they've been sitting in that jail since August and September. So it's out of control. The political prisoner situation that's happening is out of control.
Absolutely right. And this is not a Democratic or Republican issue. This isn't even a Christian and an atheist issue. This is an issue where our government has done exactly what our founding fathers anticipated they would do, that they would overreach and take power and assume power, take it away from the citizens. And their insatiable grab for power to gain control over every aspect of our lives. So you're absolutely right.
I mean, you have a really interesting background that you kind of admitted to me. So I want you to tell us, what's your real background? Because it seems like you come from some type of intelligence.
Yeah, well, I do. I have kind of a strange background, but I mean, I have a degree in physics, which is kind of weird as an editor of a magazine. But I also spent about 43 years in the defense and intelligence business.
That's a long time.
That's a long time. And I worked for some of the top large contractors in the defense business. But in the middle of that, I took an appointment, a government appointment, to go work in the Office of the Director of National Intelligence for about 6 years. And during that time, I led what was at the time the largest counterterrorism research program that existed in the government. And so I kind of jokingly say that at the time I was one of the nation's leading experts in violating people's privacy.
Whoa. Is my privacy violated?
It shouldn't be. I was accused many times of violating the privacy of U.S. citizens. I proved time and time again that I was not doing that. I had no intention or no need to. But I will tell you that today, I knew then when I was what we were doing would one day be used against U.S. citizens. And when COVID occurred and contact tracing was turned on, that was the perfect excuse to spy on Americans, and it has never been turned off and will never be turned off.
So what do we do? What's your best guidance for us? Because you spent 43 years in intelligence. Give us your best of your best.
Well, frankly, the hands of all nations rests in the hands of mothers. If you look throughout history, whenever there's been an uprising, a revolution, a turning, a changing of a nation, it began with the mothers.
Whoa, okay.
Because they grew weary and tired and frustrated with their nation and the tyranny and the punishment of their husbands and their brothers and their sons. And so they began to stand up. They woke up one day, they stood up, they spoke up, and they started to vote. And look, as I mentioned, Andrew Jackson was the first president after they voted, they changed the Constitution so that you didn't have to be a landowner. So, so then, who got the ability to vote next? The blacks after the Civil War. But you know who was last? Women.
The mothers.
Right. And so they had to protest, right? And they protested vigorously. And they forced this country to change. And we still, as physically strong as the men are, the men at their root are providers. And they'll do whatever it takes to provide for and care for their family. But we all know that mothers are like the mama bears that we talk about, right? And when they get angry, they don't care about the food. They don't care about the house. They don't care about anything. They're going to defend their territory. And then they call on their men to join in behind them and stand up and fight. And so that really was at its root. That's what caused us to create Andrew Magazine.
That's really very deep. What has been your favorite article that you have personally written?
Well, I think one that almost brought me to tears was one about service and sacrifice. And it is a firsthand account that I have. I have on my desk a copy of the New York Tribune from August 14th, 1863.
Okay.
It was a firsthand account of the Second Battle of Fort Sumter that just preceded the beginning of the Civil War. And in that article, as a firsthand account, this young man who was on the Ironside ship, and it was the first time that our iron ship was going to be in a gun battle, this naval battle. And I thought to myself, these young men were essentially in a iron coffin, and they were facing certain death. When they fired their guns, they could fire about 6 tons of steel. And so the blast from firing those guns, after the first blast, they probably never heard another natural sound again in their life. They were probably deaf instantly. But they're in this dark, smelly iron coffin out in the Charleston Harbor, and they were hit over 200 times by the guns around Fort Sumter, and they survived. And I thought, that's an example of the courage and the service and sacrifice that our nation is known for, and that's what gives us the freedom we have today. And so it inspires me. I have 2 children that are in the Army. I'm very proud of them, and I know other people are too. But we, as a nation, we're beginning to fall away from the service and sacrifice and dedication that made us great. So
are you worried? Are you worried that we're headed towards World War III?
I'm more worried that we're heading towards a civil war.
Explain that.
That was the reason why we created Andrew Magazine, because the discord in our country is at such a fever pitch, and it's fed steadily by the media and by the politicians on Capitol Hill. And so they want everyone in the country to believe that we're divided. And we're actually not. We're actually more alike than we are different. It doesn't matter the color of our skin or our sex. When you really talk to people, you find out that we have the same cares and concerns. And when we started the magazine, our intent was not to call people names and not to belittle people and not to minimize them, but to open up a conversation. And that's why Andrew Magazine, we call it the people's voice, because we welcome people to come right with us and for us. We have some requirements. They can't use foul language or mean language. They can't talk and brag about themselves. They can't diminish people or, belittle people. We don't allow it. But what we are encouraging is to have a conversation. And again, I go back to mothers, because mothers are really the people in the family that facilitate these conversations. And the mothers tend to be a little softer and more kind-hearted than the men. Corinne, you and I both know that on the conservative side, we have a lot of people who are think that the way to wage the battle is to call the progressives foul names and to belittle them. That achieves nothing. It only creates a divide. And likewise, the progressives, like we were talking about, they will stop at nothing to persecute us, to put us in jail, to silence us, to not let us talk to our families. They'll do everything they can to destroy us. And we're not going to let that happen. We're taking this country back, and you can feel the shift, the tidal shift in our country. But should we fail, I do fear that there's a civil war in the making. That's my concern.
Where would Virginia be in that civil war? Like, how does that work out? And how do the lines get drawn?
Yeah, I think Virginia is right in the middle of it, right? So we know that Northern Virginia is very much a Democrat territory. So Loudoun County, Fairfax, Arlington. But we also know that the southern part of Virginia is very, very much conservative. And, it's getting harder and harder to tell what conservative is. So I think many of us feel like the Republican Party has abandoned us. And likewise, the Democrats have abandoned the Democrats. And so as a country, as a citizenry, we're collectively abandoned by our political parties. And it's time for us to kind of band together. Now, that doesn't mean get behind Robert Kennedy Jr. That means, like, we need to change our Constitution. I'm a big believer in the Constitutional Convention of States. I think that's a very important thing that's coming up. Everybody needs to get behind it.
When is it coming up, the Convention of States?
Well, it has to be ratified by, I think, 37 states. We've been making steady progress.
What's the deadline?
Oh, there is no deadline. It's just
Okay.
as soon as you can do it. Then once you have 37 states that agree, then you can hold the convention.
Do you think that we are going to have an election in November? What do you think is going to happen with this next election?
Yeah, no, I'm sure we'll have an election. I'm not sure that it will be fair. I'm not sure that it'll be, I don't think we've had
election corruption.
Yeah, I don't think I don't think I've ever known a fair election in my lifetime. I mean, every one of them has been stolen and manipulated in some way. It's the nature of the combatant, nature of elections. The issue of the 2020 was so blatantly obvious. I mean, it's just it's unmistakable. I mean, it just, there's no way that many votes got cast, period. So now the other important thing I would highlight for your audience that we wrote about is there is a move afoot by the Democrats, and it's I would say about 7/8 of the way there. So the Constitution provides for the Electoral College, and how electors are selected for the presidential election are determined by the legislators of the states. And the progressive Democrats have created an alliance of states. There are now 17 of them who have now, at the legislative level, agreed that no matter how the vote turns out in their state, they'll select their electors to match the majority vote of the nation. So what that means is, if Virginia were to vote the majority for a Republican, but the majority vote across the country, because of California and New York, maybe went to a Democrat, Virginia would agree that their electors would vote for a Democrat. What does that mean? That means that right now, the 17 states that have signed this compact, they agreed that they would do this. They've already amassed over 170 electoral votes of the 214 that are required to win. So what I'm saying is they've almost locked in the election before there ever was an election. So that's the ultimate in cheating. I mean, election fraud.
So who's going to clean up this mess?
Well, it's going to be taken to the courts. It's going to be challenged for sure.
The courts are denying it. The Supreme Court just denied Carrie Lake's and Mark Whittam's litigation. So,
well,
I mean,
so that's my point. So
I'm learning about the sheriffs, which I think is really important.
But when this happens, that's why I fear a civil war. That's exactly why I fear it. Because when you take lunacy to an extreme level and people feel like they have no choice, there's no alternative, the courts aren't there to defend the Constitution, that's when revolutions occur. That's when people stand up and say, I'm taking my government back. And actually, it says in the Constitution that we as citizens are required to do that. It wasn't an option. It said, when our government does not fulfill their obligations under the Constitution, it's the obligation of the citizenry to throw them out and take it back. And so I fear that we may be approaching that time in our lifetime.
I mean, do you think it'll happen before November or after November?
I think it would be after.
Do you have a year of food? Are you prepared? Are you stocked up?
I'm not. I'm not a prepper. I maybe should be, but again, I am completely resigned to the fact that my life, my existence is in my Lord's hands. I will do everything I can to provide for myself and my family. But I believe that God has put us all in our place at the right time for the right reasons.
What's the most exciting article that you are looking forward to publishing in your magazine? Do you publish monthly or bi-monthly?
We do bi-monthly. It's a huge undertaking to get that out every month. I think, coming up, we have some really great articles. I have a terrific article that's coming up for this coming edition about a man who, it's about 3 generations. So it's a man dating back to the Vietnam era war who became a helicopter pilot and was sent off to Vietnam and sat his 5-year-old son down to tell him that he was going away to this distant place, Vietnam, and that he as a 5-year-old needed to be the man of the house and look after his mother and his daughter or his sister. And that man was in many battles, but in a final battle, it was horrific, and he was shot many times. He rescued many people in his unit. He rearmed himself 2 or 3 times in the process, and he saved a lot of lives, but he got rescued with his men, but he died 3 days later. So his name is on the Vietnam Veterans Memorial Wall, and his son, named after him, also had a little boy, and they lived in Washington. And that son was taking the grandson to the traveling Vietnam Veterans Wall to tell him about his grandfather. And so he gets to the wall and he's telling his grandson about his grandfather, and he hears a conversation nearby, and it sounds like the story of his father. So he says to the person who's telling the story, "Who are you talking about?" And he said, "I'm talking about Robert Dowling." And he said, "Well, that's my father." And he said, "How do you know my father?" He said, "I was his instructor, his helicopter instructor. And he was one of the finest students I ever had. And I, maintained a lot of conversations." So they became friends. So the point is, the son got to hear stories about his father that he never knew. The grandson got to know a grandfather he never knew. And they got to know a man who, dedicated his life to serving his country. But more than that, through the story, the story conveys to the country a story of sacrifice that extends well beyond that family. There were generations of people who were not born because of his sacrifice. And so it had an effect on our country. And so to me, it's really a story about 3 generations of service and sacrifice and dedication, but that also includes our entire nation. And so we're writing that for Memorial Day and 4th of July.
That's beautiful. What is your X account? What's the name of your X account?
Andrew Magazine.
Andrew Magazine. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then people can go on andrewmagazine.com.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I want to circle back to this because this is what I thought was so interesting about you. You have 43 years of intelligence. I mean, once you're a Fed, you're always a Fed. How do we know you're not still a Fed?
Well, that's a great question, but I think, I guess I'd have to be incredibly crafty to decide to leave my 43 years of service and come out and speak so publicly about my disappointment in the government that I swore an allegiance to defend. So I'm not alone. You know that. I've seen your interviews. You've interviewed a lot of great people who are patriots, and we all took an oath to protect and defend the flag and our Constitution and our country. And so we feel like our country has betrayed us, and we have not betrayed our country. We love our country. We have not given up on our country. I hope now and to have another 43 years to continue to fight for my country, but in a different way.
I mean, that's really valid. What I'm looking on X right now. It says Andrew Magazine Evansville. Where do I find your X account?
You should find it. You should see it under Andrew. There is a person by the name of Andrew Magazine. So there is a person, but there is also the Andrew Magazine, the magazine itself.
It says Andrew Magazine Online.
Uh-huh.
Is that you?
That's it. Yeah.
Andrew Magazine Online. Okay, perfect. Okay, so I really want to go a little deeper though, because I know that you know things that you aren't like giving us you're not like, spilling the beans basically.
Yeah.
Spill some beans here. Like, what was the greatest reason that our country started going towards communism? How did Biden get in power when he can barely even speak a sentence? What's going on here? Is it the CIA?
This has been
is the deep state, Eric? That
Yeah.
is the question.
Well, Corinne,
Be
this has been
specific.
going on for decades.
Who's the deep state? Who is the deep state?
Oh, well, yeah, if anyone who's in the government at the senior level knows who it is. And to the
You know who it is.
but to the people who are not there, um, it is the senior, so the government created, I don't know how many years ago, but it was the Senior Executive Service,
Yes. The
right?
Senior Executive Service. Yes.
Right. So that was the senior executives within the government. And these are people, these are the so-called bureaucrats who remain in place as the president, administrations change. And so in my time, presidents issued orders that agencies had to do certain things, and of course they would not resist that order, but they didn't have to work at it diligently and get it done instantly. So they would just slow roll it to make sure that, yeah, we're working on it, and gee, it's really hard, and you have no idea how difficult it is. And so they come up with all these excuses. That's why the CDC, it's going to take them 15,000 years to redact all the pharmaceutical documentation they have. It's ridiculous, right? That's how they do that. So, so the deep state is really that senior executive level within the government who just slow rolls things. And then on the other hand, when their administration is in place, they can fast track things. And so they can accelerate stuff and do stuff where, it takes the courts 4 or 5 years to just get them in court to stop them. And they're already 4 or 5 years down the tracks. Look at, we're still talking about the 2020 election, and it's long gone, right? So, those things, we're every time we try to bring someone to court, we find out that the statute of limitations has expired. And yet, in the case of Donald Trump, it seems like there is no statute of limitations. It just it goes on in perpetuity, like anything they can find as far back as they can go, right? So that's the deep state, and it's not what our founding fathers envisioned. It needs to be ripped out. I'm sad to say, I never thought ever in my lifetime I would say this, but I feel at this point that we're going to need something on the order of a McCarthy hearing kind of era where we hunt down and hold accountable and literally take retribution on the people who have brought this heinous crime upon the country. And it's not just in one place. It's not elections. It's in every aspect of our nation. But I want to back up a little farther. You asked a great question. And I would tell everybody that the Chinese Communist Party has infiltrated every aspect of our society, not just our government. They're in Soros's organization. They're in Bill Gates, the Gates Foundation. They're in the government. They're in Pfizer. They're in Amazon and Google. You name it. They're everywhere. They're in our universities, right? They've created generations of socialists who are now the leaders in our country. So it's taken them decades to do this, but they've been very tenacious, very patient, just slowly chipping away. And I think I may have had this conversation with you in a prior time, but the Chinese have determined that there's really no reason why they should ever have to militarily confront America, because they believe that America has a desire to fall down like the walls of Jericho. And so what they mean by that is in the foundation of our country, that wall that forms the foundation of our country, it has fissures in that rock. And with the slightest application of power by the Chinese, that wall will crumble and fall down before them. And what are those fissures? those fissures they see as greed, selfishness, laziness, decadence. You know, the list goes on. These are all these are innate natures of Americans who have had, you know, prosperous lives, lived well, and they've grown lazy. And if you look through history, the great nations of the world have fallen well before the first shot was fired. And that's what's happening right now. That's why we have Andrew Magazine. That's what motivates us every day to get these great authors and these great stories out. Like I say,
So
we
wait,
don't talk about.
Yeah. If the CCP has infiltrated everything, then what is Putin doing?
You know, Putin really is a bit player. He looks like a big player, but he's really nothing more than a organized crime boss of a big country. He's a thug, and he can kill anybody who gets in his way, and he's got enormous resources and enormous reach. But he's a bit player, and he gets played by the Chinese. So, I mean, we can see in Ukraine, they can barely, I mean, they should have just walked right over Ukraine. They can't do it, right? So militarily, they're a paper tiger. So, yeah, they can inflict a lot of damage. But look, the only reason that they're still there is because America allowed him. They're still allowing him. America wants that war to continue. If we wanted to end that, we could do it tomorrow. And that's why.
Should TikTok be banned?
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. I say that with some reluctance because I don't like regulation and I don't like prohibiting free speech. But TikTok is a direct arm of the Chinese Communist Party, and it is deliberately polluting and contaminating the minds of our young people. I will tell anybody, any adult, it isn't just TikTok. If you have a child and you're letting them have a computer and a cell phone in their bedroom, you've invited things into their room that you would naturally want to protect them from. I have 43 years of high-tech computer experience, and schools would ask me to come advise them on creating curricula for their schools to bring technology to their kids. And I told them, don't do it. You don't need to teach kids how to use iPhones. It's pretty clear. They know how to they can use them better than the adults can. So they're technically savvy. You don't need to help them. But I can tell just about every parent, at least in my case, if I had any serious problem with my children, I can tell you it began with a text message.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, middle of the night. Where are you? What are you doing? Where are you going? Kids jumping out bedroom windows, going off to go party and drink, and go drive around in cars. And any parent, they know if they've got their kids, it'll always begin with some sort of text message. That's how they coordinate with each other. Your kids do not deserve any privacy. When they become adults, they get privacy.
This is going to be really interesting. What's the number one most important thing that we need to know about this next election cycle?
The biggest thing is the same thing that it was in 2020. It's all about the ballots. It's easy to print and overprint and reprint and print some more ballots. As much as I am positive that there's electronic malfeasance within the election system, it can only work if you have illegally registered voters and if you have those illegally registered voters voting. So the name of the game is to get control over those ballots. And the ballot boxes, the drop boxes that we had around the country were a nightmare. So, I mean, I have a lot of people that are determined, determined that, this is an electronic malfeasance, the election gets stolen electronically. It's part of it, but it is not the majority.
So in the end, each county is going to become so relevant. And that's what I want people to really understand. It's all about your county now, because the federal government overreach is out of control. And
Right.
even if President Donald Trump gets back into the White House by January of 2025, it will take a while to solve this nightmare. So in people's counties, the sheriff is the most powerful.
Absolutely right. Yeah, the sheriff is the most powerful law enforcement person in your county. It all happens in the counties. People need to be active as poll watchers. I started out as a poll watcher, then I became an election official in Loudoun County. I mean, I'll tell you, I really enjoy being an election official and a poll watcher. I get to work with some wonderful people, Democrats included. We all work together. I'm certain that what we did was up and beyond the letter of the law. But I would not tell you that I'm confident that the votes that got reported out of the county were accurate, right? There's always some level of malfeasance. And when you think about it, in most precincts, you only need to steal 3 to 5 votes per precinct to turn an election. That's all it takes. Usually their elections are so close that if you can just steal 3 to 5 per precinct, you can win the election. So it's hard to catch, but look, if you're diligent and you're watching, you've taken away one avenue for them to cheat. That's all you can do. So get involved is the most important thing. Participate. And actually it's fun. I mean, it's exhausting, but as I say, I'm a big advocate for service, sacrifice, dedication, right? Patriotism. If you want the system to change, jump in, participate.
What do you think about all the pro-Palestinian protesters across the college campuses? I had to hire a bodyguard to go to the George Washington University campus on Saturday because half of the people protesting are not even students. They're actually major activists who are comfortable being volatile.
Yeah.
And so it's a nightmare. How do you think that's how's that going to progress?
Well, I mean, I've been pretty public about that. I think the protesters that get arrested should get the January 6th treatment.
Whoa.
Period. Like whatever they did to the January 6th people, do it to them, because it's the same. They did the same thing. It's pretty simple.
Do you think it's going to get progressively worse? Because right now, as you and I talk, the pro-Palestinian protesters are trying to block the Met Gala in New York City because there's so much media and publicity there. And that's what they love. They love to go anywhere where they know there's going to be tons of media, tons of publicity and protest.
Yeah, well, look, we all know they're trying to get a repeat of the Summer of Love, right? That whole Antifa, Black Lives Matter, burn the cities down, destroy the federal property. That's what they're trying to do. We know that. It's not a secret. But I think that, look, the New York City Police Department is heavily engaged with the folks that are trying to invade the Met Gala right now. And I'm hoping some heads get cracked and some arms get broken, and that they start to it's comical because they're like, oh, yeah, you can't arrest me because I have to go finish my final exams. Like, you should have thought of that before, right? Too bad. So, but Corinne, what these universities will do is they'll say, oh, we're going to forgive you. We're going to give you a B for the exam that you didn't take, and we're going to give you a degree, and don't worry about it. And they'll come up with some excuse because they're just as liberal as the rest of them. So,
that's a really big problem. The colleges are so liberal.
Right. And but the important thing is, I think a lot of these professors are getting involved, and they're getting taken down and handcuffed and carted away, and they're learning a lesson, right? Like, you're going to get arrested. Now, will they prosecute them? Will Kamala Harris show up and put up money for their bail? Will AOC put up money for their bail? Like, you know that these are paid protesters. So you know there's money.
Paying them? Who's paying them?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've seen some reports, and it's not surprising. I mean, it leads its way back to some of the big money banks in Wall Street, very important people with deep pockets. Soros isn't at the bottom of everything, but it doesn't take much to fund these kinds of things. But when they're, handing them brand new hammers to break windows, when they're handing them fresh food through the fences and, have pallets of water standing by, I mean, it's pretty clear that that's not volunteers that are just, throwing money out of their pocket to get food for them.
So in the end, after 40 plus years of working in intelligence, what's the number one thing that you have discovered? What's the most important thing?
Well, the most important thing I discovered in my job was that the terrorist organizations around the world and they each have intelligence services within them. Hamas does, PLO, ISIS, all the various forms of ISIS, Al Qaeda, and so on. So they all have intelligence organizations. So what was kind of eye-opening to me was to realize that the CIA and our agencies know who they are. They know the people by name, and that you can think of them all as being like organized crime families. So if anyone, recalls like The Godfather, when the crime families had an issue across them, they would have a sit down and they would meet in some city and they'd hash it out, right? So these terrorist organizations, including our organizations, will sit down with them in Paris or Lausanne or Zurich or, even LA, right? And they'll sit down and they'll say, hey, your boys in Beirut are playing a little rough. They're getting out of line. You better get them back in line or, there's going to be trouble. And, so they hash it out. Well, it's a little bit eye-opening to the American public to realize that by necessity, we have to sometimes work with these terrorist organizations who are our enemy. And if you're inside, you would see that sometimes you just need bad people to work with you to get things done. But that you build allegiances and alliances that are kind of weird. It's just the way that the world has to work. And so that was probably the most eye-opening thing to me, is to realize, like, yeah, it all makes sense. I don't like it, but I can see why it would be necessary to do that. And so we just have to live it. That's the way the world is.
And when you look for writers for your magazine, what are you looking for?
We look for a variety of writers. We look for articles that are typically historic. They have some historical value, because we have found over and over again that history allows us to see the future. So we feel quite confident that we see the future because we've seen history. So we're looking for people who understand the connection between history and the future. We also like articles on travel and food, and we like articles like there's some very difficult articles like on sex trafficking and human trafficking and abortion, and so there are some really meaty topics, but we can't be a magazine that's just filled with meaty topics. It's too disheartening. So we have articles on fashion, we have articles on home decor, and so we need writers for those, and people who think that they have a good track record and a history of doing that. They should contact me.
Okay, that's so interesting. So out of all of the people that you've met that write, who do you love to read? Because on our side, on the conservative Christian side, there's really not many magazines that cater to us.
Yeah. Well, my favorite writer is Rob Natelson. He writes for the Epoch Times.
Okay.
And he writes on constitutional history. He's probably our nation's leading expert on the issues of the Constitution, its interpretation, what the founding fathers meant when they created it, what some of the history, how did they debate it, why was it worded the way it was. So I find Rob Natelson to be incredibly insightful.
Okay, I think that's really important. And then when you encourage people about what book to read, like what books do you like people to read? I want you to give us your complete summary of your guidance, because you have 43 years in intelligence.
Well, I have a long list of books that I refer people to, but off the top of my head, the ones that I tend to refer the most, one is Seeking Allah, Finding Jesus.
Whoa, okay. Are there sleeper cells? Are there Muslim sleeper cells across America?
Yeah. Well, so the other one to read with the Seeking Allah book, the one to read with it is Son of Hamas.
Okay.
Because that will help people understand terrorist organizations in general, but particularly ones that are founded in the Middle East, and how their honor code is different from ours and why their values are different from ours. And it helps, I think, Americans understand that we're not fighting with an enemy who thinks like us. There's another book that I can't quite remember the name of it, but I think Ames. His last name was Ames, not Aldrich Ames, but Richard Ames, I think it was.
Okay.
But
okay, well, Eric, thank you for everything. You're incredible, and everyone should buy Andrew magazine.
Well, thank you, Corinne. It's been a delight talking to you tonight. I want to thank you for your time, and I know I watch you all the time. You have a great audience. I see they're very active.
Okay, good. Yeah, I love my audience, and I love Andrew magazine. And one day I want to write an article for you guys, because
please.
To write, I just get overwhelmed. I write every Monday, but it takes a lot of work, and I feel like more people need to read.
Yeah. Well, look, you can just take, rough draft stuff, send it over to me.
Yeah.
And a lot of times I get back and say, hey, this is a great article. It'd be nice if you could take an angle like this. And they'd say, well, I'm not interested. And it's like, okay. But other times I go, yeah, I hadn't thought about that. So that'd be great.
Well, what I love is I can give you tons of people for your articles, because I know everyone.
I know you do.
God bless you. God bless you. Thank you.
Okay. Take care. Good night, all.
Everybody should be reading Andrew magazine. I'm going to bring in two of my favorite men in the world. Where are the real men? They're here at America Happens. This is Ned Lang and Boy Griffin. The real men are here. You have 30 minutes. Tell us everything. What are you guys doing together?
So let's start from the beginning. My son has been transferred back to MDC Brooklyn. It's his 15th prison as a free American. He should be a free American. He's been charged with a bunch of crimes. He's never been to trial. He's never been convicted of any crimes. He's a political hostage of the corrupt Biden regime. Every 3 to 4 months, they move him from one prison to another prison to another prison. And each time they do, they put him in solitary confinement. They're trying to break him. They don't want my son to go to trial. We are waiting for the U.S. Supreme Court to make a decision about the 1512 2C charge, which is the obstruction of Congress, which President Trump is also charged with 2 of those charges as well. And thankfully, the U.S. Supreme Court has picked up our petition for review, and it looks like that we're going to get a unanimous decision by the U.S. Supreme Court that nobody that was there on January 6th to go into Congress and take any of their records or anything like that. That's what Sarbanes actually was all about back in the Enron days in the 90s. And it's one count of the obstruction of Congress charge brings 20 years of prison. And now I understand that a bunch of J6 patriots have been released, and the corrupt DOJ and the Biden regime now want to charge them or supersede them with other charges to build back those horrible charges and all the time in prison. So my son is now in MDC Brooklyn. Again, he's suffering. He's in solitary confinement. They put him in solitary confinement about a month ago for 2 weeks, just shy of the 15-day limit, which the United Nations has proclaimed through the Mandela Act as torture. And also it's against New York state law and federal law. So he's back in solitary confinement. I mean, hard solitary. You don't know if it's day or night out. There's a light on in your cell. He has to eat his food with his hands. They won't give you any utensils. He's not allowed out of his cell. There's no contact with the outside world unless he has a attorney-client call, which we've been providing him. Thankfully, his attorneys are just wonderful people. But yeah, can you imagine that, being locked in a cell, not knowing if it's day, night, have no interactions with anybody from the outside world, just rotting in a cell, not as a criminal, as an American. They can take any one of us, your son, your daughter, myself, you, Corinne, everybody, Coy, anybody off the street, say that we the charges, whatever crime they want to charge us with, and then just beat us up in prison to hope that we plead so we don't have our day in court. And this is what the corrupt Biden regime has done and is doing to my son and other J6 patriots. My son, he's a leader, and he's raised a ton of money. We've helped out so many other J6 patriots and their families, helped them with their car payments, their house payments, their attorney's fees, their commissary throughout the nation. And, my son is doing a great job. He's on the Blessed Dudes Network, started that up, and that's doing wonderfully. So the corrupt
And
Biden
he fell in love. Your son fell in love.
Yes, and Rachel, we love Rachel. I've never met her. She's such a sweetheart. She has got my son's back. She's just an amazing young lady. We cannot wait to meet her. She's definitely accepted into our family. She's paid her dues, and we don't even know her yet. But
And she's on probation, so for J6, so she probably can't even meet you, right?
No, she's off probation now.
Okay.
She actually did go and see my son when he was down in D.C. one time, and then they ripped him out of D.C., put him out in Lewisburg. They wouldn't tell us where he was at for a week and a half, and then I went out there and demanded I know where he's at, and so they finally told me that he's there, and then they shipped him to MDC Brooklyn, and now he's suffering there. And then we have another bail. This is our third bail application, emergency bail application, because of the horrendous treatment my son is undergoing. And so that's being perfected and being filed. We also have the habeas corpus petition filed, detailing all the horrible things that the DOJ, the corrupt DOJ, the corrupt Biden administration has done to my son. He's been beaten. He's been maced. He's been put in solitary confinement in the bowels of the DC Gulag for 100 and some odd days. Now, this poor kid's been through hell, but he's strong. God bless. He's, like we say, he's lying strong. Very, very proud of him. But we're going to be out there on Wednesday in front of the MDC Brooklyn jail. I'm going to turn it over to Coy right now. He's going to tell you about what's going on there, and then we're going to be out protesting for President Trump on Thursday in front of the courthouse down in Manhattan, where President Trump is also being illegally and just horribly persecuted because they don't want him on the campaign trail. And New York State is so abhorrent and so just corrupt. So and Biden, you can believe the Biden administration is pulling all the strings back in Washington, making all this happen. So I'm going to turn it over to Coy right now.
Thank you.
Hi, Coy.
Hi, Corinne. How are you? We appreciate you allowing us to come on this evening. And I just echo everything Ned said. I just got here about 3 days ago, I believe. I drove over 2,000 miles out from New Mexico with my horse. I've been following Ned, and my heart's been breaking for Jake. And so I came out to support Ned, but more importantly, to give a voice to Jake whenever he's had his taken away from the confines of solitary confinement. And Corinne, I know what the place is like. I spent 3 weeks in the DC Gulag on a misdemeanor trespass charge. I didn't go into the Capitol. I did nothing disruptive, disorderly, or that I feel bad about on that day.
I stood within my rights to protest the election, and I suffered for it. And I know the politics behind the attacks that's going on right now. And what they've done to Jake should infuriate any American. You know, I mean, we should have a right to due process in our country. We should be innocent until proven guilty. And Jake should be out until the government proves the allegations that they've waged against him. So we're going to try to be a voice of that on Wednesday. We just encourage anybody from the area to please come out and stand with us, stand alongside us, and support Ned and Jake through this.
I mean, you guys are the bravest men, no matter what anyone says. You know, Ned, you've been through so much with your son, Jacob Lang, and you and your wife, you and your ex-wife, I apologize, have been through so much. And I've just been watching this since day one. And just, if this was me and it was my child, I would not even be able to handle what you've been through. So I think God chose you. Obviously, God chose you, Coy, because you've been through so much. I mean, now how many lawsuits are you in? Like, give us an update on everything that's happening with you, Coy.
You know, unfortunately, whenever I've been, you know, I was convicted of insurrection in the civil courtroom in New Mexico. After January 6th, I had a recall attempt made against me through my commission seat, and the recall attempt failed. And so since they couldn't get me out of office through the normal recall avenue, they used a civil lawsuit against me on grounds of insurrection, a bench trial before a liberal Democrat judge in a state district court. And they removed me from office. I filed a petition with Peter Tickton before the United States Supreme Court that the Supreme Court didn't review. And that was very disappointing. But I still have a very hot legal iron in the fire as far as my appeal from the trespass charge on January 6th. We've already filed the briefs. It's already been orally argued in the DC Court of Appeals, and right now we should hear a response back any day on the trespass conviction that I went through. So if I can get the trespass conviction overturned, I believe that it'll be a card in the house of cards that should bring the house down. So we're looking for a win there, and you know, it just seems like it's one legal battle after the other. You know, I mean, I feel like I can relate somewhat to what President Trump's been going through, because they've dang sure done it to me.
Did you guys know each other before this happened on January 6th?
Ned and I didn't know each other, but I'm very honored and grateful to say that I did meet Jake. I met Jake on January 6th, ironically, on the west side of the Capitol. And I can testify to Jake's heart on that day, because I spoke to him as I stood outside the Capitol. Jake came up to me. He had been in the process of trying to defend people in the front of the line, you know. A lot of what's not talked about, Corinne, is the aggression that the DC Capitol Police and the Metro Police had against the protesters that were there on that day. And Jake's a man's man, you know. I mean, Jake's a guy that's not going to stand by if he sees somebody innocent being abused. And thank God that he was there on that day, because he saved two people's lives. That have both signed sworn affidavits that the only reason why they're alive today is because of Jake Lang's efforts. And unfortunately, and the most heartbreaking part of it, is that Jake couldn't get to Roseanne Boylan in time before she was killed by the DC police. As we've seen on the videos, it's not an accusation, it's a fact. You can watch Lila Morris beating Roseanne Boylan as she laid unconscious in the tunnel of the Capitol. Now, was that the exact cause of death? I don't know. It might have been from her being suffocated or trampled or what, but the chaos on that day was without a doubt extreme to the point that it took Roseanne Boylan's life. And Jake was there trying to defend those lives, trying to defend those that were being abused by the police. And that's noble, that's honorable. And And, you know, apart from that, I don't know what other actions Jake had on that day because Jake hasn't been to trial yet. I'm not going to be swayed by a video that I've been gaslighted with, or by a photo that somebody says that Jake did. I'm going to wait for the courts to act. I'm going to wait for the facts to come out. And Jake Lang needs his day in court. And he needs to be let out of the horrific conditions that he's in until he has that day in court.
I mean, Ned, tell us how are you getting through this? Were you there January 6th? I'm even sorry to ask you this. Or did you just pay for buses for people to get there January 6th? Like, were you involved in January 6th at all?
So, I'm a big Trump supporter, and you know, we're so appreciative of what President Trump and his family have done for and given to this country. They made America great again. He did. He's an amazing man. And so I was there, not on January 6th. I was there when we marched up to the Supreme Court. I rented a charter bus and brought 40 some other patriots down there, and we stood by and listened. It was like I was in church. It was just so beautiful. We were there that summer when President Trump had another rally in D.C. Rented another charter bus and brought a bunch of patriots down there, and it was just beautiful. Fortunately for me, I was thinking about going on January 6th, but my business, we had a ton of work to do, and I just couldn't break away. And my wife was telling me, please don't go. So I heeded her call, and a bunch of people were like, you know, you renting a bus, and thank God I didn't, because the corrupt Biden regime, the DOJ, the FBI, they'd love to have me behind bars because we're raising a lot of hell out here, and the good kind of hell, because we're actually standing up for Americans' rights, my son's rights, my family's rights. You know, again, my son has been politically persecuted for 3 years and 4 months now. And the crazy part is this. So you see all these illegal immigrants coming across the borders and doing all this harm in this country. I see New York City, they're beating up cops. They're, you know, taking women's pocketbooks, just raising all kind of cane and creating all kind of illegal activities. And they go in to the, you know, get arrested, and they're out on the street within an hour. I see all these people, these so-called pro-Palestinian activists, and they're not they're antagonists. They're just agitators. And they went into the U.S. Senate and disrupted the U.S. Senate. I mean, they actually went in there and purposely disrupted the U.S. Senate this week. And did any
They're
of
at
those
the Met Gala right now disrupting it.
Yeah, did any of them get? I mean, you talk about obstruction of Congress. That's obstruction of Congress. This is what, and that's an 18, 20-year violation. It's a felony, and not one of them did, because the corrupt Biden regime is protecting them. And Kamala Harris is actually raising money for the Antifa folks. If you remember back when they burnt down those cities and burnt down federal buildings and stuff like that, and then 10 of them were arrested, and they raised money and they got them out. I think one person or two people of the Antifa group actually went to, you know, got any jail time. So it's so egregious. You know, if you don't have justice for one, you have justice for none.
That's correct.
And in this country, we have no longer can trust our legal system. We can no longer trust our court system. And listen, I'm a man who is, you know, I came out of the Coast Guard in 1983, and my parents had a small business, and I've done very well, and so been so blessed in business, and, you know, have one of the largest solid waste processing, sludge processing facilities in New York State, and I've been so blessed in my life. But I believed in what the court system. I believed in the justice system in this country. And now I have the DEC come against me and try to shut me down. I'm happy to take those suckers right to federal court. And I will cost them more money than I'll cost them billions of dollars, because I know exactly how they operate and all the things no harm that they've done and continue to do, because I live it every day. And
what's the DEC?
New York State Department of Environmental Conservation. And I told they sent me a cease and desist order after I've been in business since 1991, one of the largest solid waste processing facilities for sludge. We actually take it, convert it into a fertilizer, and land apply it, and save farmers in Pennsylvania. And I have a 400-acre farm out there myself, and save hundreds and thousands of, at this point, millions of dollars in fertilizer costs for people, farmers, small farmers in Pennsylvania, dairy farmers and cattle farmers. And so they want to move against me. That's just typical of them, because the DOJ told the DEC go after Ned Lang because he's helping all these people out and spend a lot of money helping these folks out. I'm ready to go to, you know, federal court with these guys, and I'll start a class action lawsuit because they're dirty. And
because
I know
you have Letitia James in New York.
Yes. And I'm like, let's go. So they gave me a cease and desist as of September 1st last year. And then a $250,000 fine. I said, no. I said, we're going to federal court, state court, federal court, and other venues as well. And I will cost them billions of dollars because they're harming so many people downstream in the Delaware River. And I got the goods on them, and they know it. And I can jam it right down their throats. Are they moving against me? No. And I can't wait for them to. I will become an EPA whistleblower that this state has never seen before. So anyway, so you have to stand up against these bums, this Letitia James, what they're doing to President Trump. They are the most corrupt. New York State's the most corrupt bunch of bums ever. And I've been doing business in New York State since 1991. And I don't care anymore. I love the fight, and I'll fight them, and I will cost them billions of dollars. And are they moving against me? No. And I dare them to come against me. And the only reason why they're doing that is because I stand up for my son, the J6 Patriots, and what's good and right in this world. And when these suckers come to my facility and they see all my Trump signs, whatever, they're all Twitter-pated and stuff like that. And I said, too bad. The New York State Liquor Authority came against my bar and restaurant and gave me a $4,000 fine. And I wrote on my liquor license, I said, "Dear Comrade Como, you can take this liquor license and wipe your butt with it. That's all it's worth in New York State." I won't say the rest of it, but anyway, he got the point. And so anyway, so we're fighters here, and we don't care. We're going to keep moving forward. And we have, this is what America, these federal authorities, these state authorities are just used to squashing people like they're trying to do to President Trump. Pray God, he gets out of there and he's exonerated, as he should be. So these folks that are trying to hurt this country, trying to shut people up because we stand up against them. I'm all about the fight. Coy's all about the fight. We're going to take it right to them, but we're going to do it the right way and legal way. And we're, the pen is much more powerful than the sword. And we're not stopping. We're going to raise as much hell and bring as much attention to the corrupt Biden regime and all their antics and all the harm they're doing to my son and so many other Americans.
That's so well. What do you have to say, Coy? That's really deep.
I
You're both getting attacked. You're getting attacked in New Mexico, and Ned's getting attacked in New York.
That's right. And when Ned said that New York is the most corrupt state in the union, I was sitting here going, well, I might argue with him a little bit in that, because New Mexico is extremely corrupt right now. I mean, just what happened to me out there, Corinne, they found me guilty of insurrection in a civil courtroom, and insurrection is an extremely egregious criminal matter and a federal issue. And if there was any evidence that I was guilty of insurrection, that should have taken place in my criminal proceeding in Washington, D.C. when I went before Judge Trevor McFadden. But
all you were doing was praying. We saw the video footage.
That's
You're
right.
just praying.
That's right. And I was acquitted of disruptive behavior during my criminal matter. They got me on the trespass charge, but even in that, Corinne, they failed because the government produced no evidence that I knew that area was restricted, because as God is my witness, I didn't know it was restricted. I didn't know I was walking into a restricted area. I'm a respecter of the law. And if I would have known that area was a restricted zone, I would have never entered in. But it was a trap. It was a setup. And they, a lot of us got caught in the crossfire of it, but none as bad as Jake has. The issue with Jake really needs to be focused on just due process. How can a man be held in jail for almost 3.5 years on allegations? There's nothing that has been proven. There's been a lot of strong allegations made against Jake, but nothing has been proven in the court of law. And that should infuriate any American, for him to be held in jail for as long as he has in the conditions that he's been in. Like I said, I've been inside. I know how much mental trauma you suffer in solitary confinement. And for Jake to have been in there as long as he has, it's terrifying and heartbreaking both at the same time.
So what do we do?
We don't back down. That's one thing we don't do. And that's what Ned and I aren't going to do on Wednesday. And we urge and encourage any other American that is willing to go out and stand with us and not back down as well to come out. If any of your listeners can't physically make it, we ask them to lift us up in prayer, because at the end of the day, This is a battle of good and evil, and it's a spiritual battle. I mean, we get so caught up in the politics, but the politics are only the manifestation of the spiritual. And so we need prayer warriors to lift us up. We need prayer warriors to be faithful in prayer. And by God's grace and through his power, we will get through this.
Do you think Trump can win 2024, Ned?
Oh, 100%. I think New York State's going to go. Listen, I'm down the city when Troy and I was just down the city, and I'm the driver. And so he goes out and does his thing, and I'm on the sidewalk talking to people. I was in Boston. My daughter lives in Boston with her family and stuff, and my wife and I are up there, and we go out to a bar restaurant, we're hanging out, and we talk to these young folks, and they're like, listen, there's so many people that do not like the Biden. They do not like the direction of the country. They do not like what's going on internationally. The whole world's melting down because this guy Biden doesn't even know what he has for breakfast, and these young people, they're aware. And Boston is very, very liberal. But the young people up there are like, no, 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 no. And so there's a huge, huge quiet rebellion, if you will. You're going to see the rebellion come election day if they don't try to steal it again. But anyway, everybody's going to be watching the elections and making sure that they do not steal it from us again. But I believe New York State's going to go red. A lot of people I talk to, and I'm down, when Coy and I go down, I'm right in the financial district and stuff. It's very, you would think it would be very liberal. And I got these great people coming up to me and shaking my hand, and on his side of his horse trailer, he's got, Cowboys for Trump. And you got some idiots, that like to talk and just, be nasty and rude, whatever. But there's a lot of good conversations down there, and people are pretty much fed up, and they see what's going on in this country. People, can't go to a grocery store and walk out of there with a cart full of groceries for less than $500. I mean, the gas is going up again. Stagflation is here. The Fed can't save Biden. They can't reduce the interest rates because you have persistent inflation, and now you have a recession economy because the GDP is now faltering for 2 straight quarters. So Biden, has taken a beautiful, wonderful, strong economy that President Trump handed him. It was doing amazing things, and he has managed to just destroy our this EV stuff and whatnot. It's way ahead of its time. We need natural gas. We are now reducing our carbon emissions by, I want to say 70%, because natural gas is the crossover energy, and eventually EV, these different renewables will be real. But you're talking 20, 30 years out. It's way too early for them. And so people are suffering, and the people that are really suffering are the people that vote for Biden. It's your people in fixed incomes, your municipal workers, your teachers, your folks that are on fixed incomes that are retired, your union workers. They're not getting 7, 6, 7, 8% increases in their checks every year because of inflation. They can't keep up with that. So Biden's core is actually suffering horribly because of his horrible economic policies.
I'm really worried because I've been tracking the political prisoner situation, as you both know, in Washington, D.C. since it started. And it's getting worse and worse. And what I'm really worried about now is the fact that, there's all these people now, like I had Greg call you, which I was so grateful you let him call you, Ned. I have J6ers calling me now. They're in the halfway house. They're coming out of the prison, and they have no job, no career, no life. Their father or mother died while they were in prison. Their whole lives were destroyed by the U.S. federal government. There's so many of them. This is happening so often. I don't know how we're going to heal from this, except with Jesus Christ. I mean, that's what Coy's going to say, but what do we really do to heal from?
Well, I have Brandon Fellows is coming out of prison. He's down in Philadelphia. He's coming out May 20th. He's coming to work for me. I told Jake was his name? Jake?
Greg, you told Greg.
Greg, I'm sorry, Greg.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. So if it doesn't work out for him, I mean, my wife and I just bought another bar and restaurant. We'll put these people to work. If they want to work, God bless, we'll work. I got a bunch of businesses going on. I'm a licensed master plumber. I can teach them a trade. I can, help them out. And we want good people to work for us. So anyway, if they want to work and they need a place to stay, and we've got a lot of opportunities, if you will, and places to stay here, some apartment houses and whatnot. So, we can help these folks out. We got their backs.
Thank you.
Yeah, but it is. I mean, I can testify, Corinne, to the fact of how hard it is for those that have been annihilated, if you will, through this January 6th deal in their own communities. You know, I mean, whenever you have your local papers and state media and national media that label you as insurrectionist, that label you as a fanatic, or, you know, the slander that comes through the media, it really does harm you in your community. I mean, I was in the food business. I've owned about 3 different barbecue restaurants before I got into politics. And when you're in a service type of industry and you have that type of slander, it really hurts your business. You know, it hurts your opportunities, and it makes it hard to even do such simple things like go to the grocery store or go out in the community. You know, I mean, I'm from a small community, so everybody has an opinion, you know, and you know, it's extremely hard, as you mentioned. How do you reverse that? I don't know if you can. You know, I mean, I don't know if those things can be reversed. They just have to be dealt with.
Well, I am so grateful to have you two men on the front line, especially in New York City, because I'm in DC and I'm terrified to even go to New York City. The Antifa are out of control in New York City. And so God bless you, peace. And I'm grateful that you gave me this time on my show. I appreciate it because I'm working really hard and I'm not going to stop either. So something's got to give, because we're all going to continue to keep going.
Thanks for having us on, Corinne. You keep up the hard work and the good work. I'm so glad that you're doing so well, and you know, that's heartwarming. So all the best, and we're here to support you and your listeners. And you know, there'll be a bunch of information out. There's already, you know, the flyer out and stuff, but also we'll be sending all kind of snaps and whatever else out when we're down there. We actually have a Japanese film crew doing a documentary on us now, and they're going to be down there with their crew. So Asia is all about what happened to that last election, why they're doing this to President Trump, and all of Asia is actually tuning in. So we have a lot of cool things going on around us. God bless.
Well, thank God, because I had to build my own news company because we get so banned and censored, but I am fighting and I'm not quitting. So thank you so much. God bless you.
And if I can plug before we get off here,
What?
to stay tuned in with what we're doing and where we're going, dial into j6truth.org. There's much more information on the website. We keep it up to date, and there's a lot of good information for patriots out there to stay dialed in on.
Okay, so you're j6truth.org.
That's correct.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. Because you guys are real, and this is like a marathon. This is like the long haul. Like, we didn't think after 3 years we'd still be at basically square one. This is shocking.
Yeah. So we're pushing back hard as best we can. God bless.
Yep.
God bless.
Thank you, Corinne.
Thank you, guys. Just inspire me. There are the real men. Those are real men. If you wonder where the real men are, it's Ned Lang, and his son is Jacob Lang, a J6 political prisoner, and Coy Griffin, the first J6 bench trial. Those are real men. I'm going to bring another real man in. This is Dr. Mark Sherwood. How are you, Dr. Sherwood? I'm so grateful on this show that I get to have real men update us, because you can see how intense this is now. We have to stay healthy. I mean, you just saw Jacob Lang's father, who basically owns a company. I'm not going to dox him, but he owns a company in upstate New York where, you know, he uses his hands. It's very physical. And now his son is being tortured in federal prison for more than 3 years. And then you just saw Coy Griffin, who definitely is one of the greatest guys ever. He's a cowboy for Trump. He stands for Jesus Christ. You know these guys. You've met them. We all need to stay healthy because the battle is just beginning. I mean, it's been 3 years and we're still in this nightmare. So get me back arounded and back to what's important about staying healthy, because I used to live my life all about like what I look like, you know, I don't know, the stupid, dumb stuff. And then, you know, for 3 years, I forgot about myself and I was falling apart, and you rescued me in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and you gave me the products that I need to stay healthy, because, you know, I am in the fight. I'm in the freedom fight, and I'm fighting hard in Washington, D.C., but I still need products like the Kingdom Fuel so that I don't become obese and I don't get a heart attack. I mean, you're saving my life basically. So
Well, I'm grateful, and it's good to be here and good to see you. You know, I could talk about stuff all day long as a former police officer and did that for 24 years. I won't go down that pathway unless you want to, but suffice it to say, in this country, um, if we want to get things right, in other words, if we want things to come back the way we all believe America should be, Corinne, which is a nation of diversity. It really is. It's a nation that is this known for the ability to disagree and still understand we're Americans. We're going to have to really think clearly about what we're doing and what we're saying, and we're going to be very careful about that. Overgeneralization can get us in trouble. Just because somebody's got a D after their name does not make them an enemy. Just because someone's got an R does not make them a hero. There's a lot of things to that. It's about people. It's about communication to people. It's about loving people, being kind to people, and listening to differences. And frankly, what I've learned over the course of the last 3 years is this battle that we've been fighting is the battle that's at the beginning of time. It will continue to go on, and it's going to go on past November 2024, no matter what, because it's a battle against good and evil in our heart. In our hearts, we all sort of have a compass, if you will, to know what's right and wrong, and that gets blurred sometimes. And one thing that I've known, running for political office and being an naturopathic doctor, Corinne, and not to go off on a tangent here, but I think it's very important to set the tone, is that you have to be healthy physically, emotionally, intellectually, and spiritually to find that balance there that doesn't get you completely off course in one direction or the other. Because remember, off course, one direction or the other is still off course. And 1 degree off course, one direction or the other, the longer you stay on that pathway, that trajectory gets farther away from where you need to be. And so I've always been one to kind of sit back and look at all angles. And I realize the best way to do that is to be healthy and not like overreact or not underreact, but to be healthy. And I was doing some studying of the brain this weekend, and it's fascinating. The brain has two, hemispheres, two sides. One side is more of a right or wrong, this kind of a task oriented side. The other side's about, planning and reason, the intellect and critical thinking. And they really work together. But when you separate them, they become conflicted. And there's a lot of people today that are conflicted because they're not eating well, sleeping well, moving well, and really handling stress well. And I think that's the thing that really my wife and I probably excel in is bringing that back to people's lives and bringing them a sense of peace and calm in the middle of a storm.
You are only as strong as how well you handle stress. I mean, that's what I'm beginning to realize.
Yep.
Like everything I was taught when I was little is stupid. You have to be able to handle stress because look at what we're handling today. We're handling the highest levels of stress. The next the only thing I could think of that could happen would be a war, a real war. But really, in Washington, D.C., and with the political prisoner situation, we are in a soft war because we have parents. I just had 2 parents on my show whose sons are in federal prison for going to a stupid rally. And Coy Griffin was just praying on the steps of the Capitol. He didn't even go inside. So we are in a war and we do have to stay healthy. And that's why before I started the show, obviously, I ate my Kingdom candy to make sure
So did I.
my stomach didn't gurgle in the middle of doing a 5-hour show. The bottom line is that, so I'm eating 1 Kingdom candy a day. And then of course I'm doing the Kingdom Fuel, which I love. And I put 3 scoops into a blender, which you don't sell the blender, but you sell the Kingdom Fuel.
Yep.
So I put it in this blender and then I drink it. And it totally nourishes you. And I just lose my hunger. And when I travel, I put it in plastic baggies. So this is my favorite thing to do now. And I feel like everyone needs to go and be part of this because this is an American Patriot-owned company. And so one of the most important things people need to know is that we have to build our own economic system for our own Patriot-owned companies. Most of the companies out there that sell products that are powders that help you get through your day are made in China, and we don't want to do that anymore.
We don't. And when we started into this endeavor to try to find answers to our health crisis, we did it, Corinne, with the idea of, twofold, like let's let's build, let's buy, let's do American. Not knocking anybody else, but let's just do our thing here to support our country, you know? And then we thought, well, what can we do to keep it at a decent price where we can actually save some money for people? Because we know the government is subsidizing, you know, poor food. And in that effect and in that alignment, they're also subsidizing poor health because they're also trying to push across lower drug prices. So if you're subsidizing poor food that creates poor health, that creates need for drugs, I think that that's part of the problem. I really do. And so I don't have much, you know, respect for any government that treats their citizens like that, because they make them sick and more dependent upon bigger government. And that's not a good thing. So we went into this thing to try to truly solve a problem. We all know there's a problem, no matter which side of that fence we're coming from. We all know there's a problem. And most of the common folk I talk to out there, and common folk, I'm not demeaning in that term. I'm talking about the common American person who just says, you know, I just want to be left alone, do my job, go to work, not be told what to do, and you know, pay my bills, pay my taxes, and move on. Leave me the heck alone, you know. And those common people are all over this wonderful, great land. They really are, millions and millions and millions. And those are the ones that just are the backbone of the American spirit. But we didn't have to serve them, to give them the idea that you can be healthy, you can sort of stand against that system, you can live independently of a system that's trying to make you dependent upon them. You know, it's the opposite. And so that was our whole mentality, Corinne, to do that. So Kingdom Fuel was birthed out of a vision to create a alternative food supply that was good for kids, that was good for parents, that was good for anybody, that was giving them real nutrition. Now, this is what we've dealt with. Just to let you know, we also have in that same space, there's a competition for other people that want to call themselves patriots. And I'm not going to talk about other companies, but they actually push processed foods as patriot foods. Now, that's dangerous to me, because here's the thing. We do not live on calories. You've heard me say this like almost every show. We live on nutrition. The body does not live and exist on calories. It lives on nutrition, nutrients. That's what drives the system and drives the body's functions to make our organism work in a great way, I might add. And so we went into this with the idea to just try to build something that people could afford. And to that point, you just held up Kingdom Fuel, and yeah, we did that. We sourced the materials ourselves. We did it ourselves. Okay. And I can tell you that that is a whole meal that has organic pea protein. We picked organic pea protein for a reason. People say, why didn't you use whey? Because I didn't want American-based whey, because I don't trust it. You know, bottom line, it's got heavy metals in it. So I didn't want that. I didn't want anything coming from this cattle industry, the way they've treated our animals. They've, you know, feed them antibiotics and hormones and steroids and just treat them like crap to get them fat fast and sell them on by the weight, not by health. And so I didn't want any part of that. Plus, it's less allergenic, and then it's got vitamins and minerals and greens and reds and fibers, and it's a whole meal. If you do 3 scoops, the meal costs about $5. True story. If you do 2 scoops, the meal costs probably $3.50. So you're actually being able to sort of get a whole meal that tastes awesome. It comes in chocolate and vanilla, and you can actually get 3 or 4 meals for the price of 1 lunch. And even the Midwest out there where you are, you're talking, it's probably 5 meals for the price of 1 lunch there. And so we want to save money and sort of be economically freeing from the bondage that is. And hopefully we're able to do that. We've got other stuff coming out. You know, we've got a Kingdom Detox coming out really soon. I just got final word on that today. We probably will have that by the end of the month. We've got some cereal coming up. Yeah, that's a pretty cool little device there.
This device is the best because what you do is you just fill it with any water you normally drink, and then you press the button, and then, do I say it hydrates? What's the technical word that I say?
Well, it infuses hydrogen gas
Okay.
into the H2O. Now, people need to know this doesn't make it H3O. It doesn't make a new compound. It's still H2O carrying this H2. It's much like water and carbon dioxide. You know, the carbonated sort of drink that we have that's got that fizzy to it. This doesn't have the fizzy, but in that scenario, carbon dioxide doesn't combine with water and make a new compound, nor does, in this case, hydrogen combine with water to make a new compound. Why is this important? Is because I just did a study on this today on PubMed. This is no kidding. And I pulled up the benefits of H2 infused water. That was what I did. Search on there. And I found so many studies that popped up that are current. There was 1,100 papers, not 900, 1,100. And it looked at 177 different disease conditions. That's nothing shabby. And it determined that, and it said something, hydrogen may be beneficial to all cause inflammation, oxidative stress, pain relief, recovery, mitigation of fatigue, brain energy, etc. And it went on and on. And so just hydrogen gas or hydrogen water, as it carried in the body, that hydrogen goes around the system, and it's sort of like God's genius, I guess you might say. It goes around and it takes a free radical that's bent on damage, and it converts it right back into water, thereby relieving the body of oxidative stress damage, which is aging, and also relieving the body of excess inflammation, which is part and parcel of every disease process. So you have in your hand right there something that everyone should have in their hands as well. And it's a way to do it. Now, there's some cheap models out there. There is, of course, Corinne, I deal with this all the time. You know, why would I pay that machine right there costs $200? It does, but it's got a titanium base that has a rechargeable battery that's charged with a USB port, and the ingredients within that base, the machinery is going to be titanium. I do not want heavy metals leaching into my water, and I want to make sure that water that is saturated now with hydrogen at the end of 5 minutes is going to be at least 1.6 parts per million. That's where the studies lie, right? That machine you got right there creates water that is 5 parts per million, 3 times more than the studies show, giving us 3 times more potential power. Now, I don't know if more is better, but it makes sense. See, you just did that so you could feel that the pressure there, right? And so as you can drink that, and we can see you getting younger before our very eyes. That's kind of how that works.
I'm getting younger, and
Yeah.
kids love this. Kids love this. And if you do this one time every hour, you don't crave any soda. You don't crave
No.
anything else. One time an hour, just while you're awake. Every hour you drink one of these. It's so easy. You just drink it. It's so simple.
I have watched, people like that don't drink a lot of water just because of the cool factor. I mean, let's face it, the thing, when you turn on the light, it turns blue and it's got these bubbles coming into it, and people think that's cool. So if it's got the cool factor, it gets attention. And I've watched people drink more water. I've had parents call me and say, "Hey, Mark, my kid is drinking more water now for the first time. My 2-year-old's starting to love water." And I'm like, awesome, man. And so I'm hopeful that will be a continuing feature and a continuing trend that we have, because it is sort of getting in the news more and more and more. It really is. But
This
that
is
machine
new
you have right there,
technology.
it's a big deal.
People don't know what this is. This
No,
is brand new technology. And the thing is that this is way different than drinking this. Okay. So usually people say, oh, to quench your thirst, you want to get this sparkling water.
right.
This gives me gas. It makes me hiccup. It gives me like a headache.
Mhm.
This makes me feel completely satisfied, and my thirst is quenched.
Yeah. See, it's interesting because when you drink carbonated water, really key point, we're drinking in those bubbles, the fizz, and when it gets in your belly, it can create a little bit of gas or sort of distension or belching or something like that. It can even change a little pH, I suppose, and make you more acidic potentially. Right? It wouldn't be like significant, but you could. I've also seen it, believe it or not, create more potential calcium stones, kidney stones, which makes sense. And so as that sort of goes in your belly, it's sort of an unnatural thing, because carbon dioxide we breathe out. We don't bring it in. Think about that just for a moment. I'm not saying carbonated water is not a bad thing, because I had one of those this evening because I wanted one. It was a little bit of a Zevia is what it was. That's what I had this evening. It just sounded good. But as far as the hydrogen goes, This is something that is in us, is made in us, and we're just bringing more inside of us. Hydrogen is the most smallest compound, boom, that's located on the periodic table. It's the far upper left corner. It's number one proton, one electron, one neutron. And because it's so small, it can cross into every single area, cell, organelle of the body, including our mitochondria. And when you talk about the way that people today have sort of suffered, I guess you might call, with this long haul COVID or whatever you want to call it, there's always been tied to that to mitochondrial dysfunction. Yeah, if people are out there listening, yeah, I've heard that before. Okay, guess what? The best thing to make sure your mitochondria is not dysfunctional is to ensure that the free radicals that are created there don't build up. There's only one thing that will do that I know of, and that's hydrogen. And so this is, to me, this is kind of this no-brainer sort of a concept that people should be doing.
It's so important to hydrate because in the end, you're right, you're only as healthy as how hydrated you are. And
Yeah.
so that's why this water is the key to everything in it. And the size of it is perfect because you can put it into your briefcase or your purse. You can carry it. It travels perfectly. It won't break. And it's just enough water where you can know every hour you just plug it in, you put it next to you wherever you are.
Yeah.
People need to really learn about this. This is brand new technology. So we're debuting something that most people don't have. So that's why it's so important that you use my code Sherwood.tv/Corinne USA and buy this today because this will change your life. Just this
Yeah.
one product will change your life forever. But then you have the Kingdom Candy for anybody who likes to eat candy. This stuff is phenomenal because you can take it with you anywhere
Mhm.
and you just throw it in your purse, in your bag. I mean, there's caramel, there is peanut butter and chocolate chip, and everyone I've ever given this to loves it. I've given this to bankers. Sorry to say they work at BlackRock. I've given this to, I know it's in a while, I gave it to a BlackRock banker who loves it. I gave it to the constitutional sheriffs love it. I gave one to Steve Bannon. I've given them to a lot of people. So these are only $3 each. And I think that people think, this is what people get confused about.
Yeah.
I used to go to grocery stores in Washington, D.C. for my first 3 years, 2021, 2022, 2023. Okay. The grocery stores are disgusting now. Okay. Not only are they cashless in Washington, D.C., where you go in and you have to give your palm print and then it charges your credit card, which creeps me out 100%. The point is that their food is old. The food is old in the big cities. And so slowly but surely, people need to realize that in the cities, the food caliber is not okay anymore. Even the vegetables, even the lettuce, it's disgusting. And so people need to realize that it's time to buy food. So now all of the food that I eat, I have shipped to me and I plan it out. So I know that I can have one of these a day, two if I really need food at the end of the day, but I just have one of these a day. And then I have obviously my Kingdom Fuel. I start my day with the Kingdom Fuel. I'm going to start my day with your cereal when you get it on the market.
About
And then
another
my
month we're looking
whole
at
day,
probably.
I'm so excited. And then my whole day I drink the water. And then wherever I go, of course, you've got to have coffee. So the Kingdom Cup coffee really makes me happy. You just buy the blender, you put it in your little coffee machine, and it has no mold. So tell us
No.
about the mold, because a lot of people are spending a lot of money on these designer coffee places. I'm not going to say their names because I don't want to get sued, but one of them is obviously I won't say that. One of them is Starbucks, whatever you want to say. But the bottom line is that I can't even drink their coffee anymore. After drinking this, I can't go into a designer coffee place and spend $10 plus on a coffee. There's just no way. And if you do that 2 times a day, like I used to do, once in the morning, once at night, that's $20, $25 a day that I'm saving. So having
Yeah.
Kingdom Cup saves you money.
Well, that bag of coffee you've got there is under $20. People need to know that. And it's got the beans. And so this is important. That is mold-free, pesticide-free, and organic certified. So, we really took a lot of stock in that because coffee is very cultural. It really is. I like coffee. I had about 2 cups today. Well, actually, I had 3 cups myself because it was a little bit of a weird day for me today. So I like it though. But many people don't understand that about 60%, and this is not my word, this is studies that I've looked at, about 60% of all coffee has mold in it. And mold has not just mold, but it's also got these toxins that come off of mold called mycotoxins. Mycotoxins and mold can disrupt brain chemistry, your neurology. It can interrupt your kidneys, your nephrology, your immune system. It can disrupt your GI system, and it can disrupt your inflammatory system. All of those things. Further, it can be carcinogenic. And we're seeing more and more and more mold today in people's bodies and lives. I see it all the time. And the majority of our mold is not coming from just these contaminated buildings that have sheetrock and all this stuff that's got wet over time, building materials, because, we're doing a better job of construction these days. But our food supply is not really analyzed anymore, especially not coffee. So when you go to particular coffee establishments and you do pay premium for that, remember that you may be consuming mold on one hand, you may be funding communism on the other hand. I want to fund America and I want to fund health. So, with that one, you can get a nice medium roast. It's got a little fruity tint to it. Very, very good coffee. And we're happy to have that available for people. Kingdom Cup is that whole mindset of kingdom. Just, everything is here that God wants us to have. It's just, you got to have discernment and wisdom to be able to figure out what is right from wrong and what is good from bad and what is healthy from unhealthy. So, we're trying to create opportunities out there for people. And so far, so good.
So many opportunities. And the thing is that it's so easy to travel with. You can get the plastic case and you just like shake it up and then you can drink it. So you have a whole system. And then if you eat like, 1 meal, 2 meals a day, your whole body changes. But
Yeah.
what's really important is that people actually need to get their blood tested and they need to figure out where their genealogy is. And so you love telling us about that. And if people really realize that they need to do that, because the way you eat is based on your genes, which you taught me. Your health is based on your genes. So I don't even know if I'm saying this right, but the bottom line is that they go on to Sherwood.tv/Corinne USA and sign up with Dr. Sherwood and his gorgeous wife and really learn how to take care of yourself. The second Tuesday of every month at 6:30 Central Standard Time, which will be, next Tuesday is the second Tuesday, I think, of May. Yeah, that is May 14th.
Yep.
6:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. You give people a completely free online session where they can ask you any questions they want about Kingdom Fuel and all the products that your Functional Medical Institute offers, which are incredible.
Yeah, we've done that for a number of years, and it sounds like a crazy business model, but hey, it's worked for us. We've been in this business for 15 years, and we get the opportunity to work with people from all around the world. I think probably not all 50 states, but really close. And of course, it's very important to understand that we believe that a person should be able to ask questions and sort of go through an interview process of someone before you hire them. And that kind of, for me, is like, if people want to hire me as a clinician or someone to help coach mold, teach them about a process that leads them to healing, and my wife as well, who, by the way, is much better looking than me and much more smart. I like to refer to her as not my spare rib, but my prime rib,
She's smart. She's
she
really
is
smart.
And I do that publicly because I want to honor her, of course. And but the thing is, when we do that, people can ask us those questions and we are going to give them answers. And then we have opportunities for them to actually schedule appointments if they want to. And those appointments are not out there like 2 years out. No, they're within like usually 30, 35 days or even closer than that. So we always plan these things out and do this under the idea of giving people an opportunity to work. And when they partner with us, the way I look at it, this is a simple analogy. It's like an empty light socket. Does no good until you plug into it. And so we're like plugging into those light sockets. And look, Corinne, for whatever reason, God has gifted us to do this. I didn't pick me, he picked me because I guess I was willing and believed him enough that he could use me in that. But people get better. And that's what I care about. Sometimes I know why they get better because they do certain things. And there are times where I don't know why they got better. And I'm okay with that. I really, really am. And it's fine, but people get better. And I want people to take advantage of that, and really, while we're here, if we want to really fight for what's right, we cannot do that if we don't have our heads about us and we don't have our heart and health within us. And that's a very key thing that we should remember.
That is so key because I know that after 3 years in Washington, D.C., this is my 4th year of really living in D.C., that if I didn't make the choice to really, care about my health, I wouldn't be able to fight the good fight anymore. And that's what people need to realize. If you're going to let your health go down the drain, then every part of your life is going to suffer. And you and your wife are such positive role models. When people go on to your online course on next Tuesday night at 6:30 Central Standard Time, they're going to realize how happy you guys are and how you work through all the ups and all the downs. And, I know a lot of people, I won't say anyone's names because it's really private, but I know a lot of your clients and everybody is thriving. Everyone you take on is thriving. I've never met anyone that you didn't help. And that's why these products are so important, Dr. Sherwood.
If people would just do the work, a lot of times this goes back to life in general, doesn't it? When we have something bad happens, the first thing we want to do is blame it on somebody else. They did it because of them. Something bad happens to me physically, or something bad happened to me emotionally, or something bad happens to me spiritually, I want to blame it on somebody else. But let us never be people that always look outwardly for excuses or outwardly for blame. Let us look inside of us to see what we can do better. Let us look in the mirror and say, is there something you can do better? Is there something you just screwed up on? You just boned up on? You did a bad job. I was talking to a group the other evening. I was in Oklahoma City, actually, and I was called down to be a keynote speaker at a grassroots event. And it was so funny because they were all fired up, and in that place. And I remember looking out at them in the middle of that talk, and I said, you know what? There's 3 words that you could say right now that could change the trajectory of this country. And I'll give you 2 variations of it. And they were like, what? You can see like this hush came over everything. Like, what is it? What is it? And I said, here you go. You ready? I am sorry. I was wrong. Who says those things anymore?
I do. I am sorry. I was wrong, but I'm trying.
Yeah. It's like we all are going to, in our trying effort, you're going to make mistakes. You're going to make errors in judgment. But if you'll just turn it around and say, you know what, I have the responsibility. It's on me. As you try, you're going to fail a few times. But success in health is found in failure. Success in life is found in failure. Success in politics in the world is found in failure. That's how our country's kind of grown. And that's how we can grow as people. So I always encourage people with their health to sort of not just embrace the failure, but learn from it. If you fall down, get back up again, man. Keep going away. One meal, one glass of hydrogen water at a time, one kingdom candy at a time, and keep stepping one step after the other. That's just the way you got to look at it.
That's so important. And that's why, people need to realize that there are brilliant doctors like you and your wife out there that are willing to help even after this whole COVID nightmare happened to us, after the pandemic, because there could be another pandemic. And you know what? That's when people are going to rush to you, Dr. Sherwood, is when there's another pandemic. And hopefully it's not too late by then, because this next pandemic is going to be stronger.
Well, I look at this in perhaps a little bit of a slight curveball way, I'll just say. I think the pandemic started about in the 1970s and 80s when the government started getting a hold of our food supply. We had the food pyramid. How many of you remember that? And it was planned by our government, but it was so wrong. It was so fundamentally flawed in every which way. Remember, fat was demonized, and well, we won't talk about sugar, but let's eat all those breads and grains that are subsidized now. And guess what? Let's create a crop that has an incredible amount of gluten in it. And let's just throw gluten at everybody. And let's make sure that, by the way, while we're at it, let's make sure we get plenty of pesticides on those fields, because we got a lot of grain to come up with. See, that's the pandemic. The pandemic was not just vaccines and all this. This is a continuation of the lack of leadership and direction we have. And it's a continuation probably in our own world, Corinne, of not paying attention to what's going on around us because we're not aware of it. We need to look around and realize that if somebody's trying to tell you how to eat, somebody's trying to tell you how to drink, and you're getting in a place where they take your choice away, they win. I can't stop anybody from eating French fries and chips and all that. I don't try. But all I can do is give people the information on either side. And so I think the pandemic started a long time ago. And I think there's a number of people now that are starting to see that, probably to a point, more so than they did 10 years ago, certainly 5 years ago. So I'm hoping the trend will continue to change, because we've got to do better at taking care of ourselves. And that's not just physically. No, it's financially, economically, emotionally, intellectually, and spiritually as well.
I mean, how could you say anything more eloquent than that? I where have you been all my life? I don't understand this. I had doctors my whole life who just never made it this clear and this easy and this simple. And so I think that everyone really needs to check out everything you're doing and join us next Tuesday at 6:30 p.m. Central Standard Time on Sherwood.tv. Well, I guess you go Sherwood.tv/Corinne USA to
Yep.
sign up, right?
Yeah, you can see it right there on that website. There's plenty of places people can go to sign up for a consult and sign up for the webinar, which can lead you to a consult if you want one. But you don't have anything to lose. You got everything to gain, and if nothing else, you choose not to work with us. We're glad we had you. It's all good, And the reason we're different is because a lot of people don't know this. I've said this on this show and others before. My wife, she's a trained osteopath, and she was kicked out of the system because too many people got too well. I mean, that's the way it was, and she wasn't making enough money. And it's flipped around where it's really about money, and that was the birth, really, because of her perceived failure and people trying to kick her out. That was the entry of Functional Medical Institute into the world. So where God chose to close one door, He opened a bigger door on the other side. And it really was a massive switch. And if people haven't seen her movie, I'll give a shout out to her movie out there. It's called The Prayer List. It's out there on PureFlix and some free places all around. I think you could even find it on Sherwood.tv. There's a link for that there. But The Prayer List, it's a very inspiring story. And so people wonder, what shaped us, what drove us, what got us to where we are today. I think that movie right there is really one that I would push to say that tells a good story.
That's really powerful. Well, I'm so grateful, Dr. Sherwood. I know that you're super busy and you have to go
Yeah.
on to your next appointment, but I can't wait to continue on down the road. And I really can't wait for new products, because when you really get into your products, you realize, that you could use them every single day like
Yeah.
I'm doing, and you don't get tired of them, and your body begins to crave them. If I don't have my one Kingdom candy a day, my body craves it. So
Yeah,
it's
the body
really
wants to be
good.
healthy. The
Yeah.
body has a desire to be healthy. We got to remember that. The body is not born to be sick. It's not born with medication deficiencies, but we create nutrient deficiencies because we eat food that is nutrient deficient. If you eat food that's nutrient efficient, the body will efficiently operate just like the magical engine it is. God's only creation that He's made in His own image. And I don't know how much more cool it gets than that.
That's beyond cool. And it's the most important thing. So everyone out there needs to prepare and needs to be ready, because Dr. Sherwood's actually showing you what kind of doctor he really is. And when the next thing that happens that's going to get thrown at us, we're all going to be running to Dr. Sherwood, but it's time to do it now.
Yeah.
Make sure that you're doing preventative care.
That's right. Don't do something then. Failing to prepare is planning to fail. It really is. And so that's one of the things that I always look at, learn it now so you don't have to learn it later. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, like Ben Franklin said as well. So I think there's a lot of things we can do right now. We need to start thinking like that. What can we do right now to create more health in our system?
And you're doing that, and you're giving us the products we need, and the products are so pure. The ingredients are so good. They're better than any products at a Whole Foods. They're better than any product at a Trader Joe's because we all take them. We're not selling something that we don't take
No.
every day. Dr. Sherwood takes it, I take it. We all take it every day, and look how great we look. I'm becoming vibrant. I'm like opening up like a blossoming flower.
Well, a lot of that goes into when you have one area of the body that's not healthy, physically, emotionally, spiritually, it will affect all parts of the body. And I'm one, and you're right. We will never, ever, ever recommend anything we are not doing ourselves, because I believe that's the epitome of hypocrisy. And if I'm going to be a leader out here, I better lead by example, right? Otherwise, I'm just going to become a politician. Think about that for a moment. That's a good little parting shot there at people that lead by lack of leadership and lead by force. No, I believe in exemplary leadership, and we really love people and want to help them.
So grateful to have you. Thank you so much.
You're
Everyone
welcome.
needs to go to Sherwood.tv/Corinne USA and buy everything you can possibly buy. But it's really important to just make the appointment, or just next Tuesday, May 13th, 6:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. We're all going to be there, and we join you. It's a really safe space to talk about your health.
Yeah, I can't wait. And I always appreciate you having me on, Corinne, very much. It means the world to me.
I love it. God bless you. Peace. Thank you, Dr. Sherwood. And I'll see you next Monday, if not before.
Sounds great.
Have a beautiful night. Thank you.
Thank you.
That is one of the world's most incredible doctors. Let me tell you something. I love doctors, and I'm a hypochondriac. And Dr. Sherwood has renewed my faith, because during COVID, all of my doctors fired me because I wouldn't take the vaccine. So this is really important. I'm just suggesting to you things, and I'm asking you to actually go on Sherwood.tv/Corinne USA and buy whatever you can afford to buy, because the Kingdom Fuel is saving my life right now. I live on this, and you can travel with it. And it's so easy, and your body just loses its hunger for anything else. Once you give your body the nutrients it really wants, and then you do the Kingdom Candy, the bars, it's amazing. And then he's got the coffee, and he's coming up with cereal, and I really want him to do a creamer. And of course, I really want him to do more, like, I want him to do salad dressings. So okay, so I want to talk about something else right now that's so important for the world to understand, and that's the concept of decentralization. So I'm going to bring on one of my newest favorite guests. This is Michael Proper, and we're going to talk about decentralization. How are you, Michael? Thank you for waiting. I've had a crazy tech day. I don't have a producer today, so I'm doing this all by myself.
You're doing great. No worries.
Thank you. You've been so kind. What do you think of the Kingdom stuff? Are you going to try it?
This sounds good. I'm one that I've actually limited. I don't do the 3 meals or the food paradigm or pyramid. I actually just eat 1 meal a day, and I feel really good. So body work.
So every day you only eat 1 meal a day.
Yeah. I've been doing that for a couple of years. Well, not about a year and a half.
In the morning or the night?
It's usually around this time of day. Yeah.
Okay, so, and you just eat whatever you want, 1 meal a day.
Yeah. I mean, I don't restrict. I've always eat a clean diet. I've no alcohol, no cigarettes, no caffeine, no soda pops. So it's, I don't know about eat whatever.
No chocolate.
No, I'll have chocolate. No, I'll have chocolate. I love chocolate. But no.
Okay, I love that. So this is what's really important, is that I'm really trying to understand the concept of decentralization. And that's what we're trying to learn with Michael today, because you spent more time than anyone I know, except maybe the CIA, studying decentralization and how important it is. I want to talk about the island countries, because we always skip over that. I want to go in for the kill here, since our time is so limited. What's really happening in the island countries with decentralization?
Let me see if I can share a screen here, and if I can. Let's see if this will allow me to do a window here. I think it will. let me go through first off kind of what the issue is, and then we'll jump into solutions to it.
Okay, I don't see a screen. Do you see a screen?
I think you may have to turn it on your side.
Okay, I don't know how.
I'm
Okay,
seeing-
there. Oh, it's
There you go.
there. Okay,
There
that's
you
so smart.
Yeah.
Whoa. Okay. All right.
So
Got it.
So I personally work with some companies that are the clear companies that help the digital world to be able to stand up. And this digital world is something that is all based around decentralization. As we all know, things are going digital. There's a combination of physical, biological, and digital ecosystems that are coming. And so this basically helps you to understand how we got to this place and where we are. And these are 3 slides that basically talk about, really, I think it sums up everything that you've talked about, whether it's something around control physically, big tech, big media, big health, big finance, and all of these secret combinations that have gone in to take over government. And now we call it big government, where it's kind of confining and taking over folks. But when you look at it, there's actually 2 parts to it. There's a private part and a public part. So the public part is that we all see with the 3 bodies of government, the legislation, the House, Congress, and they create money. Some of us say, well, we know how much it is. Some say we don't. This data is about 3 or 4 years old, but you can see how different countries have different currencies that created. And then you basically have project finance that comes from the IMF and the World Bank, and even ties back to our own financial system. And that's behind a lot of it. When I say own, I'm talking about the United States of America. And then how project finance not just comes from dollars on the right, but it actually comes back into these secret combinations in an indirect and direct way. And this private and public combination basically is what centralization is. So this is how they keep control. This is how they manage a monetary system. And like I've said before, I don't believe that this pandemic has been based around a virus. It's been based around the things we're talking about: financial control and a digital ecosystem, like a reset, so to speak. And the way to be able to get out of it is truly using decentralized systems to enable that. Now, that means that countries or people or cultures should have the ability to actually run their own systems. And when I say systems, I'm talking about things like commerce. So if you decentralize, like some of the people that you've had on here earlier today, when you grow food locally and you buy food locally and you use a local currency, a lot of these secret combinations and centralized systems have no effect. They literally have no effect. And so this is kind of the problem and solution statement. And what I'll do is I'll run through real fast the ecosystems within the Pacific. So for the last 18 months, I've spent literally, actually it's been over 20 months now, and I've been to over 20 countries, so about 21 countries. And within these countries, they specifically focus on the Pacific region. So over 25,000 islands, 40 billions of acres that are out there, and it's literally over half the earth. And when you look at some of these different countries, they're countries that actually want to stand up, whether they're nations or kingdoms or ecosystems that absolutely understand sovereignty. They understand decentralization. And to be honest with you, they have kept covenants within their culture and their people that are very important for humanity. And what I specifically mean by that is they understand the accountability side of things. They understand how to be independent. And granted, generations may have gone by and a couple hundred years may have gone by, but these things are very, very real. Just like you're seeing BRICS come together and other ecosystems, you'll see this part of the world actually materially combine. And it's not just the Pacific, but you can have other parts of the world that connect to one another. We'll talk a little bit about those in time. But imagine a banking system that is actually backed by elements from Earth. And we talk about that. Historically, humanity's used to gold and silver and other things like that. But there's so much more that humanity uses. But imagine a system that basically ties digital technologies to the fiat system, so to the different financial systems or foreign exchange systems, into this digital ecosystem, as well as to reward systems. And so that's basically what we're talking about, is how can we change the conversation? How can we change what is actually used in society. You know, you talk a lot about on your show how voting is actually done wrong. This is a system where everyone could vote in real time and have total transparency as to what occurred. Like, corruption does not occur within an ecosystem where individuals own their own identity. And if you look on this card, this is an example of a birth certificate. You can basically see a name. Imagine a name that is actually private to the individual, and they can share it, or whoever manages these individuals can actually share it as a process around records. So, and it's not just the individuals, but their assets or their businesses, or even financial systems, or even things that we take as common, such as a driver's license or a registration or a license plate. And it's not just within a particular ecosystem, but it can actually be spread across multiple different countries, kind of like what we're talking about here. So what I would urge you and your listeners to think about is there's actually been an example of this that has happened already in life, namely the European Union. They started out in the Second World War to help bring unity against 6 different countries. These countries today now represent 27 countries, as well as one currency, the euro. They also represent what we all talk about as far as GDRP. So remember, you know, sometimes you browse the internet and the next thing you know, you have this button that pops up and says, do you consent to these cookies? Well, they were honest about what technology was doing and how it tracked and profiled individuals. And with what's happening, they would go after these big companies that were profiling people that couldn't go after them on their own, namely Amazon, Facebook, Microsoft, Google, as well as physical companies like Marriott. When they would track records and trace records, they would give them notice that if they didn't do it in a certain way and train their team members to accept certain things a certain way, that they would go after their revenues, 5% of their revenues. And they continue to go after these organizations. But what happens if we actually change that to a point where it's a human right around privacy and the right to travel? And that's basically what this Pacific Union can and will do, is if organizations like Lyft and many others, they don't agree to these simple questions and have the willingness to actually accept the futuristic ID that is cryptographically guaranteed and secured. And it doesn't have to come from the European Union or the Pacific Union. It can literally come from these particular countries that actually want to participate within this ecosystem if they so choose. But the biggest question is, are these vendors willing to use a decentralized ID to identify and possibly receive payment? They don't have to use the payment system, even though it's better than the current system. It happens in real time with no fees, no governments, no banks, totally transparent and public. But the user's identity is masked. It's not there. So this is what decentralization is. And I know I may have gone way in depth for your listeners, but it's the ability for individuals to own their own identity, their own reputation, their own, not just physical identity, but digital identity, their own payment system, their own assets. And let's say that someone wants to view it. The people can actually view it by clicking on it and saying, I want to actually see how it works. I'll give you an example. I won't do it something that's close to home, like the Texan ecosystem. What I'll do it with is like the Hawaiian ecosystem.
Okay.
Both of the systems were actually taken in about the 1830s. They were both illegally annexed by the United States of America, and both countries for many years have actually been trying to stand up. And most don't understand this, but the Hawaiian ecosystem has actually been apologized to formally for 3 different presidencies, and they just have to get organized with technologies as well as applications and systems to allow the identity of their citizens to actually become very real. So again, this is a digital identity here. This is a physical identity, but they're all using cryptographic technologies to validate. And for those that are not aware, blockchain or cryptographic technologies were used way before they were used with Bitcoin in a financial transaction. They were used with a gentleman named Scott in the Bitcoin white paper was actually mentioned 4 times inside of it. And he actually did 14 years prior a transaction that was done with blockchain or validating technologies in the genealogical ecosystem. Genealogy being things like, is somebody born? Is somebody adopted? Is somebody married? Is somebody, has somebody died? All of these are genealogical events that are tracked, but how do you have multiple different entities that validate them? Historically, they would just put them in one newspaper and just say that's good. Well, nowadays you can have multiple systems. For instance, the world that we come out of, one of the businesses is called Clear Center, which actually partnered with Hewlett Packard Enterprise for a very long time. It took almost 4 years just to get the deal done. But what we did was we pre-installed software on all the servers that went out in the world. It was over 450,000 of them. Currently, there's about 263,000. It's been a good 17 years. But this operating system basically enabled a back-end ecosystem, and it works kind of like this. So you have a server back-end infrastructure that is connected to multiple devices on the front end, and all of us use these devices. So we all use some type of a phone, whether it's an Apple phone, a Google phone, or what we build these private phones called Clear phones that basically enable the user to connect into these ecosystems. And the reason that I bring all this up is because when you connect into these ecosystems, you can do things that you're already used to within governmental systems, such as payments and identity, businesses, land management, asset management. Maybe you've got a vehicle, maybe you want to register it, maybe you want to license it. Maybe you want to have a dispute, and a dispute that actually works in such a way that you're not waiting around and whoever has the most money actually wins. I'm going to show you specifically how this system works. So it doesn't use usernames and passwords. You basically get 12 words, you link those 12 words with their fingerprint, and then you basically combine that with an app. So these apps link to your identity digitally. And so when you actually log in, you're logging in with technology that allows you to actually see certain things that you normally wouldn't have the opportunity to see. For instance, can you see public records on birth certificates or on marriage certificates or on death certificates or maybe a license around your motorcycle? You don't see these providers, etc. But let's say you wanted to add a vehicle. I don't know if you've got a license plate from a particular state, but you could literally go through a process of licensing and validated and verified. And within this, let's go real time. It's the individual in control of their own identity. And so listen to the dots. It may be somewhat complicated, but when they start seeing these multiple different countries and ecosystems that start adopting these systems and deploying them within their jurisdiction, and namely the digital world has a jurisdiction that is the whole earth. So when we talk about physical, environments, again, the Pacific Ocean, when we look, it connects to many other oceanics environments around the world. So, and I don't know if I should even play this. This sums up some of the issues that we're talking about. What I'll do is maybe I'll play it from over here. Is this making sense to you?
I mean, this is so intense. I love this topic. This is like my new favorite topic because I feel like what's happening to us in the United States of America is not just happening in America. It's happening in Europe. It's happening in the Middle East. It's happening to all the countries. The globalists, the super rich old men are trying to control us.
Who was there before the super rich old men? Who was there before? Who was there before the rich old men?
The mothers.
The mothers.
The mothers were before the super rich old men.
I would even go a step further, and I would say,
okay, who?
The grandmothers.
Yes, the grandmothers, but it was really the mothers. And all of a sudden we have all this pressure to make all this money so that we could support our families because the men are just wandering around doing their own thing. Feminism ruined everything, but really it's the mothers. And so we're suffering because our children are getting arrested. Our children are getting persecuted and prosecuted. Our children are being told to take vaccines. We're getting poisoned, basically. So it's time for the mothers to decide what to do. And that's why this phone is so exciting to me because I didn't realize it all goes into your whole base, your whole theme of decentralization. So how many minutes is this video? Let's watch it.
So this video is from a gentleman named Phil Lane. And what I think is really important to not forget and to look at is how we got here. And when we look at things over time, there are cultures that have existed without the types of controls, but decentralized. They existed in different parts of the world. Namely, I'm in a very, very special part of the world today where for indigenous or native ancestors. And what I'd like you to do when you're listening to this is listen to two phrases. And by the way, this is Phil Lane Jr. This was not scripted. He is a hereditary chief. And he literally came out with two phrases that is the core. United as one world and one people with one heart in many bodies, we can do anything. And he talks about indigenously led technologies that will come forth. So this is less than 2 minutes. The headrest he has on, he actually passes from one generation to another generation, and he does not see skin color. We are all brothers and sisters, all on this earth. We're all here together. We don't need class distinction. We don't need control. But the ability to take away choices is something that is not a God-given right. It's the opposite. We're here to choose whether it's right or wrong, dark from light. So I hope you will appreciate this video as much as I did the first time I saw it.
Okay, let's watch it. Is the sound working for you? I don't know if the sound's working for me.
It is.
Oh, it is? Okay. Oh, it is? Okay. I don't think the sound's working. Okay. Oh, it is? Okay.
World and it's the future goal and issues like we have never even thought of. Think about programmable money that just disappears if you don't use it. Or if you don't agree to certain things, you can't travel or buy certain things. And if you do travel, your money doesn't work. These things are all laws that have already been passed in the United States of America, not in 2024, not in 2023, all the way back in 2022. This is happening. This is rolling out right in front of our eyes. And this simple model of decentralization is such a massive, important reality that must get realized. It must. And so what we're talking about and what you and I met on was a phone, but it is so much bigger than a phone. You know, it's
I can feel that. Decentralization is so much bigger than this phone. This is the 620 that Michael wants us all to buy. I love it. He gave me 2 of them. I'm so grateful. I'm going to hook these up to phone123.com, but the 620 phone is probably one of the most unique phones in the world now because it's all based on decentralization, and it's de-Googled, and it comes with everything you need. It has a case, it has a charger, and it has complete instructions. This is the future of the free world.
It really
Am I
is.
saying it right? It
You're
really
spot on.
is. I can
It really
feel
is.
it. Like, I don't understand you, but I'm telling you, I have a really good gut sense and I feel it. There are men out there like the former owner of BlackRock. I don't know if he still owns BlackRock, a man named Eric Prince, who's debuting a phone, and everyone's telling me, Corinne, wait for that phone. But I feel like, you know, since he worked with BlackRock, he could still be some type of weird high-level Fed. Why would I want to buy that phone when this phone is totally accessible and available now?
They're different animals. We're solving different issues. He cares about things that are just different. And what I just showed you is where nations can actually run systems. People can actually govern themselves. You know, why do we have to wake up and register a vehicle in a state ecosystem? For safety, for insurance, for financing. You know, there's lots of different things that we think we have to do, but if we really understand it, we're here free. And when we understand what America stood for, our forefathers literally decentralized the control down to the county level. And when you look at the Fourth Amendment, human rights to be able to have privacy and the ability to travel are given by our Creator. We shouldn't be here and locked into a particular ecosystem that we're just controlled by. And so this decentralization enables the individual to control the world. Now, when you open that box up, you'll see a place for 12 words, and you have to have the ability to be able to document those 12 words, keep the 12 words. We're working on some fun things around how your contacts in your family, or what we call your genealogy or whakapapa, yeah, that's actually where they're made. So these phones are procured out of New Zealand. You know, we did this all way before COVID. So literally before COVID broke things down, there are 13 different companies in 13 different countries that help to build, and it's not just this generation of phones, but a lot of different generations of phones that we're working on. So yeah, that spells out where they're located, what the names are, and what they actually do. So, and then if you
I'm
look,
so
there's actually a little.
excited about this. Yeah, I'm so excited about this because you buy this phone and then you hook it up to phone123.com. Phone123.com. It's time to get away from the iPhones. The iPhones are toxic and they're spying on us. So it's time to buy the 620 phone, and then you hook it up to phone123.com. And that's how you make sure the government isn't spying on you anymore. But I'm obsessed with the topic of decentralization. Can you come back in like an hour or two and tell us more?
Okay,
The sound is weird. Can you hear us? Can you hear us, Michael? Oh,
Yeah,
no,
I can hear great.
Okay, the sound is going in and out where you are.
Oh no, I can hear you great though.
Okay, because the sound on my side for you is coming in and out. But listen, please come back if you have time a little later. If you don't, come back on Monday, and we're going to go through this again and again and again because I'm obsessed with this now. I love the topic of decentralization. I love this. This sounds weird. Okay, come back. This is Michael, and this is the most important. You go to clear.store, and I guess you could use my code Corinne USA, and you get a discount on this. But this is the key to everything: is to buy the decentralized phone. Can you hear us? We can't hear you. We're having weird sound problems. Okay, come back later. Let's do this. Let's go. Come in and come out again, because I mean the sound's weird. Come back, Michael. Yeah, so that's Michael Proper, and he's one of my favorite people to have on right now to talk about decentralization. Whatever phone you buy, you make sure that it hooks up to phone123.com. I want to bring in an expert on phones. This is Chris Hoare. How are you, Chris?
I'm great, Corinne. Thanks for having me on tonight.
Yes, you are an expert on phones. I am a journalist in Washington, D.C., so I have to have 3 phones on me at all time. I have a phone where I can actually like do my personal stuff. Then I have a phone where I can talk to the public. And then I have a phone that I use to film, because phones are less intimidating than putting cameras in people's faces. So I always have a phone that I can film people in Congress, people in Senate. I do a lot of stuff in DC at the Supreme Court, at the White House, things like that. So I always have 3 phones. I'm converting all of my phones to the 620 phone that we were talking about before you came on, which is so important, because then you buy the 620 phone and then you hook it into phone 123. And you know everything about phone 123, correct?
Correct. Yeah, that's a new product that we have here at Connector. And it's, I'm sorry, I missed some of that conversation about decentralization. You're absolutely right. This is the key to everything. It's the key to our power grid and saving that. It's a key to how we store our data. It's a key to how we protect our privacy. So decentralization is a super important topic. And I'd love to hear more about what your guest there, Michael, was saying in the future. But no, at Phone 123, what we do is we focus on making sure that the calls you make and the files you upload and the messages you send are private and safe from prying eyes, which includes anyone in law enforcement. I mean, as a phone company, our job is not to be watching you. Our job, as far as we're concerned, is to make sure you can make calls in private and you can send and receive messages in private and upload files and share files in private. It's none of our business. We're not a law enforcement agency. We're a phone company. And so what we want to do is make sure that you're protected. And one of the ways we do that, Corinne, at phone123.com is by not archiving everything you're doing. It's like if you want to archive what you're doing, you can write down a log of who you called and who you texted and what you said. That's up to you, but it isn't up to us. All of the phone companies, the big name phone companies that most people use in this country and around the world, they store and they archive everything. Like if you do a search on a Google app, they're archiving that. Like, why are they doing that? Like, you didn't ask them to do that. They're doing it so that data can then be used against you or sold, for them to profit from.
And they can take all my pictures. The iPhone is out. I hope iPhone doesn't sue me, but the bottom line is I hate iPhone now because it tape records you and then it can text. I have the iPhone tape recording me and text it to people that I didn't even want to text or even talk to. The iPhone is so out of control. All the iPhone updates give me a massive headache and it's done. The iPhone's over. I never thought in my entire life I would say that, Chris. So the key is to find a decentralized phone. Now, the phone you get when you go with phone 123 is a really good phone. It's an Android phone, but I like to use my apps. You know what I mean? I like to use all the wild stuff that I have to use because I do have to have 3 phones at all time for the work that I do. So
Sure.
This is the phone 123 phone that I love, but it's way easier to get the 620 phone, the decentralized phone, and then use phone 123.
Yeah, so phone123.com, that'll take you to Connector Mobile and all our plans there. We are not just like any other phone company, again, because number one, we're not tracking where you are. We don't know where you are because we use a VPN on the phone that I think pretty much shows that you're in Miami, wherever you are in the world, right? It's like we all know that, and we've seen this on TV, if somebody is accused of a crime, the phone company and the authorities can go back and look at what they were doing a year ago, 6 months ago, yesterday, and they can only do that because your phone is recording and archiving your location, and the phone company is storing that data. Like, I don't know why they want to know how many times I go to the gas station or Starbucks or whatever it is, all the stupid places I go, but they do have access to that information because your phone is recording it and your carrier is archiving it. At phone123.com, we don't have any archives of anything. It's none of our business, right? We don't want mountains of data that's useless to us and none of our business, so we don't have it. So if we were to get a subpoena, we would comply with that and provide all the call records, which we don't have because we don't store them. We're not in the business of following you and watching you and looking at what you're doing. That's not our business. We're in the business of connecting you. So phone123.com, you can get a plan, a service, you can activate a service just like the ones used today, but it doesn't track anything. Right. And yes, we can provide you with a phone as well, but I love the one you're talking about there. That's a great phone, obviously. But we're not archiving your calls. We don't know where you went, where you're going, where you are, because why would we? Why we don't want to know that. That is your private business, and you're entitled to that privacy. Also, if you have two people on our service, then every call between you is going to be 100% encrypted to 256-bit mil-spec encryption. Right? So we don't know what you're saying, and no one else does. When your call is live or when you're sending and receiving a text, no one could get into that. And also, finally, if you lose your phone, then we can wipe it for you remotely. So it's completely killed and it's done. So it can't get into the wrong hands. So yeah, phone123.com. We're absolutely about privacy and security for you. And we're not about archiving and selling your data and using it against you.
I mean, I'm really concerned because in 2019, before COVID, I was somewhere in the desert of California with my godmother, who is a Vanderbilt. She's a lot older now, and she's in a senior citizen home right now. But someone got murdered in that area, and it's a really good neighborhood. It's a private golf course. All of a sudden, like a month ago, I get some phone call from a sheriff or a fed or someone, and I'm just like so stressed out because they say they have 885 of my text messages from 2019. And I was like, what are you talking about? Like, I don't even remember where I was yesterday because that's how busy I am as a journalist in 2019. Like, how am I even supposed to respond to that? So the government does have the right to do whatever they want with your text, with your phone, with your photos. And they can just say, oh, there was a murder like 50 miles away from you. You know what I mean? They can look into anything they want. And that's why it's so important to stop using the major phone services and take all of the phones that you have for yourself, your wife, your husband, your kids, your coworkers, and get decentralized and get onto phone123.com.
Yeah, no, that's a great example of what I was talking about. It's like you don't know where you were yesterday or 5 years ago, but they do, right? And just because you happen to be within 50 or 100 miles of a crime, like that, now you're a suspect. Like, oh, who was here, right? They can see who pinged every cell tower, and I understand, look, they've got a job to do. That's fine. But I don't think, to me, the Fourth Amendment protects us from unreasonable search and seizure. Right? We shouldn't be open to this. The Constitution is meant to protect us from this, but it seems to not matter anymore. So it's up to us as American citizens to make sure that we protect our own privacy and we protect our own data, because nobody's going to do it for us, Corinne. You know more about that than I do. Right?
Yes, and these text messages I don't even know if they're from me or not because I haven't had time to read through them. But the first couple I read were just text messages that no police should even have access to. They were just ridiculous about going out somewhere that was so stupid and dumb. But I also would not want my child to see these text messages. I'm not married, but I'm single, but I wouldn't want my husband to see them. I wouldn't want anyone to have access to my text messages. And it really feels like a violation. That's why phone123.com is the key to life now. Once you go through an experience where you have the federal government or even the sheriffs, the local government, or anyone can get access to your text messages, you realize how important it is to have your privacy.
Yeah, and you brought up a great point there. It's like most of your messages were about meeting someone for drinks or dinner or going to a party or club or whatever. What has that got to do with a crime, right? This is you just living your life. You're meant to be protected from this kind of intrusive invasion. And sure, yeah, when we buy a phone or send a plan, we check the, I agree to these 10,000 pages of nonsense, so, okay, nobody reads that, but still it's overreach in my mind that you can be watched and listened to and tracked, and your data can be sold and stored and archived. And all the big phone companies do that. But phone123.com, we don't have any service to store that data because we don't keep that data. Once you've ended that call never happened. As far as we're concerned, we don't know. That's your business. And I think that it's a very important point you make, and we are entitled to that privacy.
Yeah, that's really important. And that's why the satellite phone is also something that I'm really falling in love with. I just got introduced to this at the end of March, And sat123.com is the key to buy the satellite phone, because you can walk outside and you can push the antenna any direction you need to. It comes with an antenna that you can actually put on your car. But if anything happens, and an emergency is going to happen, obviously in your lifetime, we all know an emergency is going to happen, but especially with the November elections coming, and with, hurricane season that's happening, and earthquake season. I mean, anything could happen at any time. And you want to have a satellite phone for you, your wife, your husband, your children. Everyone needs to have the sat123.com phone.
That's correct. Yes, satellite phones are different from cell phones in one major way. They don't use cell towers to communicate. That sat phone you've got in your hand right there, the Iridium 9555, that when you make a call on that phone, that call goes directly up to a satellite and then back down to Earth from another satellite. No cell towers required. So this is the reason the U.S. military, FEMA, the first responders all use these phones, because when the worst case scenario happens, or when there's a tornado, flood, hurricane, terrorist attack, whatever it is, the power in the cell towers are out. That means you have no communication on your regular cell phone. But the sat phone will continue to work 100% of the time, just like it did in Katrina, just like it did in the fires in Lahaina recently, the terrible fires in Maui. They keep working because they don't rely on the ground-based relay stations known as cell towers. So that's why you want them. And Corinne, I don't know if you know this, but only 7% of the planet even has cell towers covering it. The rest of the country, the rest of the world has no cell service. And look, I live in Colorado, and we go up to the mountains, and you get a few yards off when you park your car, you're a few yards off the trail there, the bars start to go down to nothing. So what do you do in an emergency? Bring a sat phone with you, and you will be able to call for help, or receive incoming calls, or send and receive text messages, no matter where you are, as long as you can see the sky. So these really are life-saving devices.
This is so important to have sat123.com, because you have to be prepared for anything that could happen. But plus, it's such a great phone because you can throw this in your purse, in your briefcase. You can take it with you to Europe and your phone will work. People don't realize that. This can save you so much money if you travel, if you go anywhere, if you're in the middle of nowhere, if you're farming, if you're on vacation in Tahiti. I mean, I don't know what your lifestyle is like, but no matter what you do, this phone works when no other phone works. My phones barely work on the T-Mobile system. It's ridiculous. I barely get internet. This is the key, because everything will work. So Sat123 is the key to life now.
Yeah, look, I mean, and these phones were invented by billionaires back in the day at Motorola, and they used to cost 10, 20 grand a piece, and it used to be 10, 20, 30 bucks a minute. And what we've been in this business at sat123.com, we've been in this business over 20 years. And what we wanted to do was make sure that this kind of life-saving communication wasn't just the purview of the rich and the billionaires and the elites, right? We wanted to make it available to everyone. So what we've done is we've taken the price of this phone down to $0, free with activation. Anyone else in the country is going to charge you $1,500 to $2,000 for that phone. But at sat123.com, you can get a satellite phone for free when you activate. And activation, I know money is tight for a lot of people, but think about what you're getting here. You're getting life insurance, right? This phone saves lives every single day. You're paying about 80, 90 bucks a month. For that, you get 100 minutes, and you can use those to call anywhere in the world. And it's always the same price. It's just a minute price for any phone, any cell phone, any landline, or any other sat phone. And if you don't use those minutes, Corinne, they roll over. So, this is a life-saving device, folks. And right now it's free, but we're running low on phones. So I don't know how much longer we're going to keep the phones for free with activation.
I mean, that's incredible, because this phone is going to save people's lives. Everyone's predicting, obviously, that there's going to be a lot of drama and chaos before the November 2024 election, and maybe even after the election. We just don't know anymore. And that's why you need to buy this phone for every single family member that you care about, and for your car, for your RV, for whatever houses you have. Every location you go to, you really need to make this part of your emergency bag. But if you're traveling into locations where you actually need phone service, this will work anywhere, everywhere, because as Chris was saying, You know, there's only what 7% of cell towers anywhere, and
Yeah, the whole
accessory-
planet, only 7% of planet Earth is covered by any kind of cell phone service. And look, we've all seen those ads on TV with the dots, thousands of dots all over the map, right? It looks like the whole country is covered. That is a big exaggeration. They only put cell towers where they can make a profit from them, right? And that is only where there's a lot of people making calls. But look, any long distance trucker, anyone who's brave enough to have served in our great US military will tell you these are the phones that they use. Because look, if you're driving from Los Angeles to Las Vegas and you're going through Death Valley, you don't want to break down in 150-degree heat because you've only got a few minutes to get that engine started back up or to get help before you're going to cook. And we, you know, it's terrible. So truckers take these things. People, men and women who've served in the military will tell you this is the same kind of, this is the same exact communication service they use to communicate in the war theater and to call their families back home. Because these phones work in the middle of Iraq, in the middle of Afghanistan, middle of absolutely the ocean. As any fisherman will tell you, anyone who's got a yacht, they have a sat phone because only a sat phone will give you a connection.
That's so huge because, you know, just driving across the country, if you have to move or do anything, the sat phone comes with an antenna that you can actually put on your car. And so it has a huge cord. And so you put this side onto the sat phone like that, and then you put it on your car. So you can use it anywhere because everyone knows there's like 20-mile, 50-mile, 100-mile gaps where your cell phones don't even work.
Absolutely right. Yeah. So that's just one way to do it. We also install fixed antennas on buildings. We install antennas on top of factories and chemical plants, oil plants, utilities, because these are organizations and operations that cannot afford to be without communications like ever. Right. So if you have a company like that or a factory, warehouse, apartment building, office building, you can give us a call. We can get a bonded installer to install fixed communication, fixed antennas on the building so you can run those wires inside the building and always have a sat phone service to switch over to should the cell towers go down. And look, in the last couple of months, we've seen huge outages on the cell phone service networks. You know, AT&T had a big outage and they said it was a software upgrade, and maybe it was. But when I upgrade my software, my neighbor's computer doesn't go down. And we saw not just AT&T, but Verizon and T-Mobile going down too. It looked like a cyber attack to me. Again, that's just speculation, but it took out millions of phones and it took out 911 service. And if you had an emergency during that time and you did not have a sat phone, you were out of luck. So, you know, life insurance is great. That writes you a check once you're gone, but a sat phone can actually save your life before it's gone. So that's why we think it's so important that everyone should have one.
I mean, I think that that's the key to everything because if you have the sat phone, no matter what happens, you won't react because you'll know that you'll have communication. But that means that you shouldn't just buy one. You need to buy one for yourself, one for your children, one for your loved one, and you need to have it in your RV. You need to have it in your purse. You need to have it in your briefcase. You've got to have it everywhere you go. And then I just love the accessories that this phone comes with. It comes with, you know, an earpiece so you can use a speaker if you need to. It comes with so many incredible things. And that's why sat123.com is the key to everything that you need to be able to communicate in an emergency.
Yeah, and look, I know people have questions about this, and we do have US-based English-speaking customer service open 24 hours, and people can call us at 941-841-0844. That's 941-841-0844, and we will walk you through any questions you have. If you're looking for a family plan, we'll show you all the plans available, and we'll make sure you get the right equipment for you because everyone has different needs. So don't be afraid to give us a call. There are no stupid questions, and we'll make sure we get you exactly what you need.
I like this. Okay, the number is 941
841-0844.
941-841-0844.
Correct. And that's open 24 hours, Corinne.
Because that's a huge issue is that the customer service on most phones is horrific. I'm so sick of getting thrown to third world countries when I'm paying first world country prices. And so when you call 941-841-0844, you're going to get the best customer service that can be offered, because you're not going to get thrown into some foreign country where they don't even speak English.
Right. And you also get directly through to a person. We know if you're calling us, it's important. So you'll get right through to a live salesperson or operator, and they'll be able to assist you. Because a lot of times people call us, they are in a bad situation, something's going on, and we want to make sure they can call us from their sat phone or cell phone at any time, no matter where they are on planet Earth. So we are there to support you once you have fun. I know a lot of people outsource customer service. We don't believe in that. We take it seriously because this is a serious business, and communications are vital. And this kind of communications people have because they go to dangerous places or they're in bad situations. And we want to make sure that we take care of you when you need us the most.
That is so important. And you can use this phone anywhere in the world. So this is not just a United States of America phone. Any country you're in, you can buy this phone at sat123.com, SAT123.com. You can buy this phone right now. You can buy any of the phones on this service at SAT123.com. It's so important that people realize that this is totally accessible. You don't have to look anywhere else. You just go to sat123.com.
Yeah, and we're the only ones who give you a free phone with activation. Everyone else is going to charge you, and yeah, we take a bit of a hit for that, but we think it's better to get this phone into the hands of everyone, every working man and woman in this country, so they can be prepared. And we think it's worth it to give the free phone to help them. And of course, that helps us grow as a company as well. But, say these phones are affordable, and a lot of people will split the cost with neighbors for a sat phone, because look, if you're in a small community or you're, kind of in the sticks or off the grid, you can share a sat phone and split the cost of the monthly bill, and you can all use it, because it really is like a community situation when you're out there in the sticks, as a lot of people know who live off the grid. Right. And I think the other thing that is important to know is, yes, you can order from any country in the world. We've been sending a lot of phones out to the Middle East, to Israel, where especially now farmers and shepherds are buying these phones because they are not safe just farming, tending to their flock or farming their land out there in Israel. And they are using satellite phones to save lives.
Saving lives is the key as we enter into, very big like the hurricane season, the elections, the pro-Palestinian protesters that I have to deal with who get wild and crazy. The electricity could go down at any time and this phone will still work. That's what's incredible. So everyone needs to go to SAT123.com. It's so easy. It's SAT123.com and buy the phones that you need to protect your family, to protect yourself, to protect your business, to protect your children. I mean, this is just the most simple thing that you could do. And this makes a great birthday present. This makes a great Father's Day present. Father's Day is coming up. This makes a great present for anyone who cares about having communication in an emergency. And believe me, you will never regret it, because it just takes one emergency for you to realize how important it is to have phone service wherever you are in the world. You'll realize how grateful you are, because you can call 911 from this phone. You can call anyone you want from this phone.
That's correct. And Corinne, there was a gentleman in Lahaina who worked he was head of security, I think, for one of the big resorts in Lahaina on Maui when the fires broke out. And he was smart. He had a satellite phone. And because of that, he was able to relay information to the governor's office and turn around 14,000 vehicles from driving into what could have been most certainly their direct death, because he was able to get information out from Lahaina when the fires were active, when the towers were down across a lot of the country, and 911 was down across a lot of the island. He was able, with one sat phone, to save what looks like at least 14,000 lives. So hats off to him. But that shows you just the power of one person having one phone when no one else does.
That is so powerful. So sat123.com is key. And then phone123.com is key. You do sat123.com to get your satellite phone, and phone123.com. You just take all the phones you have right now and hook them up to phone123.com to make sure that you have your privacy, because the world is getting wild.
It certainly is. And this is a great time to do it. And these free sat phones, Corinne, they won't last forever. So please be prepared. You know, this is an essential part of any prep kit or any go bag. Go to sat123.com and get your phone today, or call 941-841-0844, and we will walk you through it, take your order, and ship out a phone to you immediately.
Thank you so much, Chris. Please come back. I love talking about this.
It was a real pleasure, Corinne. Thanks so much. Have a great night.
Have a beautiful night. Thank you, Chris. That is Chris Hoare from phone123.com and sat123.com. The phone number, I wrote it down. It goes backwards if I show it to you like that, but it's 941-841-0844. And basically you get this incredible satellite phone for free when you actually buy the satellite service. And then you get a box full of accessories that normal phones don't even have. You get an antenna that you can put on your car so that you can use your satellite phone when you're driving. And then, as Chris was saying, only 6 or 7% of the world is covered by satellite towers. By only 6 or 7% of the world is covered by cell phone towers. So you need the satellite towers because everything now is governed by satellites. So that's so important. You go to phone123.com and sat123.com. I want to bring someone in right now that really understands the financial crisis that we're headed towards. As I talk to you right now, I think it's really important that we figure out what to do with our money to make it work for us, for all of us, in the most successful way. I always thought it was gold. I don't even know. I have no idea what to do. But this is Joseph Lombardi. I'm so grateful to have you, Joseph. He's with Iron Hawk Financial, and he's going to tell us exactly what's going on with the financial systems right now in the United States of America and in the world. Hi, Joe. How are you?
Good. How are you, Corinne?
I'm so good. So what do we have to worry about this week? I mean, it just seems like gas is at $5.68 a gallon. I bought an apple from a Washington, D.C. Whole Foods market. It was like $7 for one apple. I was like, this is ridiculous. And then, I mean, everything's just getting so expensive. Southwest Airlines is like, I don't know, $800 for a one-way flight right now. I mean, this is out of control. So what do we do to protect our money? Because American patriots always get pushed into gold. We get pushed into all this other stuff. But I feel like, you know the right way to invest our money.
Yeah, I mean, I've been doing this for 22 years. I work with 3 Fortune 500 companies. I'm on all the DraftKings commercials. They put me on a bunch of covers of different magazines, like the top 40 advisors in the country under 40 years old. And, I've basically, I just do what the ultra wealthy do, similar to the Guppy strategy with wealthy. You just follow what she did a few years back and you're making 40% because they have insider information. So basically, it's all about strategy. It's all about IRS codes. It's all about leveraging what the wealthy people do, similar to when Hillary and Donald Trump were on stage. And Hillary says to Trump, hey, you pay no taxes. And Trump says, I just use the same IRS codes that your donors use. And that's basically what I found out. I dug very deep. I found out that the code they're referring to is section 7702 of the IRS, which you can feel free to Google it, and basically allows you to build your own tax-free pension bank account, which is one of the 3 books I've written called Being Your Own Bank on Amazon. But it just teaches you that whatever you think you need to invest in, whether it's a government pushing 401ks down your throat, or it's a gold and silver guys pushing gold and silver down your throat within the Patriot community, those strategies benefit the people that are selling it. And I'm not going to sit here and say, hey, I don't make any money. I make a ton of money, but it's actually doing the right thing for the client. It's allowing them to have a liquid, tax-free, sue-proof, divorce-proof in some states. You can't lose, been averaging 15%. Long-term care you're going to need, because when you can't take care of yourself, you don't want somebody making $15 an hour and charging you and 50 other people to take care of you, and you're thrown in what I call jail. If you look at long-term care nursing homes like my father is in with Parkinson's, it's disgusting. So it also gives you life to protect people you like, the people you love, and It's the best strategy on the market. I mean, we have 4 levers to worry about, Kareem. We have to worry about taxes going up. We owe $300 trillion if you go to usdebtclock.org. And we owe that through national debt. On the bottom right of usdebtclock.org, we owe $215 trillion in U.S. unfunded liabilities, $40 trillion in Medicare, $26 trillion in Social Security that they just stole from the Social Security fund. So you have to understand that like the system is a demonic system, and the whole you're gonna have a bunch of gold and silver when the market crashes, and you're gonna be shaving off your gold coins for loaves of bread is not realistic. Read the Bible, read history books. Nowhere does it says Fred had a bunch of gold and silver and he was totally safe when guys came to shoot his whole family. So you have to understand that the best thing for you is what this channel offers, which is, you know, food, satellite, phones, guns, ammo, a plan, a group of people, farms, animals. And then if you want the safest place to put your money historically, meaning it survived the Civil War, World War I, the Great Depression, World War II, look no further than the oldest insurance companies in the world. That's where all the wealthy people have their money, similar to like when Shohei Ohtani just got a $700 million contract. You think he puts that in the bank where only 250,000 of it's insured? No. All the wealthy people put their money here. It's $1 trillion industry, and the average Joe knows nothing about it. And why is that? Because they want, when I say they, the people in power don't want you to know about this strategy. We're not allowed to advertise it. Have you ever seen a commercial on an investment? No. But you ever seen a commercial on tobacco and alcohol? Of course, they don't mind if you have guns, tobacco, and alcohol, but if you're doing something smart with your money, then oh heck no, we have to be able to have Wall Street take half in fees, and we need to have the government take half in taxes. And it's the way the system is set up. It's set up for you to fail, and you just have to do what the winners do. Period.
The system is set up for you to fail.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's just basically we live in the United States corporation, right? If you don't believe me, how are they printing all of these federal notes in our debt, right? So if you understand that they're using our future income to print all this money that we don't have, we're slaves. We're slaves to the government in the form of taxation, and then we're slaves to all our loans, college loans, car payments, mortgages, credit cards. Why do you think they call it a master card? Isn't that a weird name for a credit card company?
Yes.
Company, a master card. So if you really understood, you know, there's spells in language, there's spells in what they teach us in the educational system. It's all based to get you smart enough to work for somebody else and pay taxes, but dumb enough to know you're being taken advantage of.
Whoa. So we're being taken advantage of.
Absolutely.
So what's the key? What do we do?
Well, you have to take a look at securing whatever qualified money you have from losses right now. I believe there's not trying to fearmonger here. I know that's big in the Patriot world. The world's falling. Everyone's dying. You know, come buy this, come buy that, because the world's dying and everyone's going to drop dead tomorrow. But when you take a look at inflation, you take a look at interest rates, you take a look at taxation, you take a look at the market right now. You know, there is wars going on. Gaza, Israel, Ukraine. We have the central digital currency coming out. You know, they're using crypto to pave the way, by the way. So if you have a bunch of money in crypto, good luck for when the government seizes that.
Okay, wait, you're talking so fast. You think the government will seize crypto? Because I have a friend, Ryan Mata, and he loves crypto. You think they could seize the Bitcoin and the crypto?
Do you think they could seize alcohol and tobacco when they wanted to because it suited them?
They can seize the gold, and they did try to seize the gold.
They had a buyback. People don't understand. They will never allow gold and silver to go where it should be. Silver should be $1,200 an ounce. At least that's one thing they are correct about when they're saying silver's $26, $28 an ounce. Yeah, it should be $1,200. But you know why it never will in our lifetime? Because what is a smart car made out of? Silver and gold. How about a cell phone? That pretty one you just showed. Silver and gold. Could you think they'll be able to give those away for free if silver's $1,200 an ounce and gold's $30,000 an ounce? Do you know how much a smart car would be? You're looking at about 400 grand. You know how much a cell phone would be? I don't know, about $35,000 a cell phone. How about a computer? How about an iPad? How about a PlayStation 5? You have to understand that how about a solar panel? When you take a look at gold and silver, it's in every bit of our technology, and that is how they are entrapping us. That is how they are putting us in solar debt with the Green Deal at 2.99%, or get yourself in a Tesla at 4.99 or now 8.99 because you got to save the environment, right? So if you understand what the game isn't for them to make money on the physical asset of gold and silver. They have to keep those prices low, and they actually bet against it every single day. They buy billions and billions. When I say they, I mean Wall Street. I mean the people that are in control of the stock market, where they manipulate it, similar to how the crypto market's manipulated. So if you understood how this works, by the way, I worked in Wall Street. I worked at 7 Hanover Square in Manhattan. I worked for MetLife right in Wall Street. The Wolf of Wall Street wasn't a false book I've seen, or a movie. I've seen a lot of it live. So you have to understand that if crypto was going to be an issue, right, they would just make it illegal. Wasn't that the big deal about 10 years ago, 8 years ago? That's why it wasn't expensive, because they thought regulation was just going to kill it. Do you think that risk disappeared? No, the government said, oh, well, if you guys are going to spend all your time and energy and run all these pods with all these computers running 24/7 and spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on infrastructure for the coin we're just going to steal and call it a CBDC coin, go ahead, pave the way for us. And if crypto is actually a threat to the currency, like they want you to believe, you really think they would allow it to stay open? I mean, if you're really looking at crypto, wasn't it developed by a CIA agent?
I mean, but wait, is crypto developed by a CIA agent? Because I actually know CIA agents who are involved in crypto. What's really going on here?
People think that they have this way against the government. The only way you get against the government is do what millionaires, billionaires, and trillionaires do to get away from the government. It's not by gold and silver, because if BlackRock, a $21 trillion company, really thought gold and silver was the way to go, don't you think they'd stop buying real estate and buy up all the gold and silver?
Yeah, can they kill Bitcoin? Can they just kill it?
Oh, easy. They all have to do is pass one law through Congress that says crypto is illegal. What's going to happen if we lose the U.S.? How much other territories? Oh, we have Europe, right? Who's all our allies, right? That's going to destroy. I mean, you might have BRICS that says, no, we're going to keep crypto. Crypto's great, but now you're losing a huge wave that's in there. I can't tell you how many of my clients just, do crypto. I do crypto. I look, it's my casino account. Instead of betting on the Knicks game, or the Timberwolves game that'll be on in 15 minutes, instead of throwing $5,000 on the game like I used to do, I'd rather just throw $5,000 on some random coin, see what happens. 9 out of 10 times I lose my what, but hey, I might hit one. It is like the casino on steroids, crypto. So it's exciting, it's fun, it hits your pulmonary gland, a little squirt in your brain to give you a nice little high. But at the end of the day, when it doesn't go that well, it costs a lot of money to get in, it costs a lot of money to get out. So you got to make 6% before you even make a penny on your money, because 3% in, 3% out. And then guess what? You got capital gains. So now you got to make 26% on your money before you even make a profit. And you really think you're going to be on the right side of picking the games or the coins or the teams? It's all the same thing. So it's one of those things where it's fun. It's a social thing to be like at the water cooler. Hey, I bought Ethereum at 1,000. Now it's 3,000. Look how great I am. Are you selling? No, I'm hodling. Break back down to 1,000. Oh, okay. You look at the Dogecoin millionaire, right? He had 60 cents. How's he doing? So you really have to take a look at it. The turtle always wins the race. The hare never really wins. And if you understand that, and then if you copy what the multimillionaires and billionaires do, you're going to be rich. You're going to be successful. You're going to be able to have a bunch of cash when the market crashes, when everybody else's money is in real estate, stock market, and crypto, which all are correlated. Your asset's not correlated. So when everyone loses, you don't. So now you can buy whatever you want, extreme discount, and double or triple your money within a year.
Okay, so what do? We take our IRA and we put it into what? Or we take what, like $500 a month, and we put it into what? Like, how do we protect our money?
Yeah, so social media is booming it with infinite banking, be your own bank. Rich Person's Roth has a couple good Forbes articles written by certified financial planners and certified public accountants. So the best strategy to do is take your existing IRA, put it in a fixed index annuity in an insurance company. Well, why would I do that? Well, there's no bank runs there. You don't have to worry about losing a penny. You're not investing in actual stocks or gold or bonds or anything like that. You're buying option contracts on low volatility mutual funds. So if they lose, you're fine. And if they win, you get, 355%, whatever it does. And then the money you were putting in your tax qualified money, whether it's in your IRA, 401k, SEP, simple pension, 403b, 457, you take those dollars, which are mostly unmatched, and you put those into your own bank. And that's been averaging about 15% tax free over the last 20 years, backed by a 178-year-old AAA rated mutual company.
But how do I get my own bank?
You get your own bank by using the IRS codes that are embedded inside of a correctly funded, correctly structured life insurance contract. So if the death benefit's legally tax-free, right? And people have a misconception with life insurance and death insurance. They commingle the two, which is wrong. So if you understood that, life insurance is actually there for you for your life. If you need the cash, it's liquid. You can leverage it. You can lean it. You can loan it. You can borrow it. You can cash it out. There's tons of flexibility like that. Instead of handcuffing your money for decades until you're 59 and a half, and then being whacked with half the money don't belong to you at today's tax rates, because you think it's just FICA, or federal taxes. Well, you got federal, you got state. If you don't live in the few states that don't have state tax, FICA, Medicare, unemployment, Social Security, the brokerage account, you have capital gains. So if you really understood how this stuff works, which I know is very exciting, but if you understood and you know how it works, you can really do your future self an insane favor by setting it up correctly.
So how do you do that?
Roll over your existing money in a fixed index annuity. Make sure it's the right one. Make sure it's averaging the highest returns. Make sure it's not, a bad company. I only represent AAA rated mutual companies. I own my own business. I don't work for any other carriers. I'm not going to come to you and say, oh, I have to sell you New York Life because I work there. I have to sell you a Mass Mutual because I work there. If they're not the best product that I own and my kids own and my family owns, I'm not offering it to you. So I only offer what I personally own. And so if I have 22 years in the business, if I'm on the cover of magazines, if I have 2,000 clients across the country and over $1 billion of protection and rollovers, I'm going to make sure that I've done my due diligence. Every single year, I take a look at every single investment option, every single insurance option. And I say, which is the best one for my clients this year? It's really that simple. So you roll over your IRA into an account where you can't lose. You take the money that you were funding, your qualified money, your qualified retirement accounts, you put those in a tax-free account. What about a Roth IRA? Well, a Roth IRA is the best strategy for government-sponsored accounts, but it's not the best strategy for the private sector. Well, why not? Well, a Roth IRA is a 59.5-year rule, 10% penalty, federal tax, state tax, has 12B1 fee, Class A share fund fee, money management fee, annual account fee, similar to an IRA or a 401k. So the government's still taking half in fees. Well, and then do you know the percentage of people that take out money from the Roth IRA before the 59.5? So now they're paying taxes and penalties on a tax-free account. So the better thing to do is have it fully liquid, have access to it, have no rules, no regulations, be your own bank, leverage your money whenever you need it for whatever you need it for with no restrictions, and get the highest returns, 15% tax-free that I can find in a safe investment where you cannot lose, because when the contract goes negative, it expires worthless. And then the insurance company has the opposite side of that bet, so they make the money, but you don't lose anything in a down market. So it's the perfect way for people that have fixed money that are sitting there in a CD earning 5%, even though you're really earning 3%, because the 5's taxable and inflation's running at 7%. So you're guaranteeing yourself a 4% purchasing power loss on your money and thinking you're doing a good job because you see your money going up, but it's not going up fast enough to afford that $7 apple. So you've really got to make sure you do those things and talk to somebody. If it's not me, somebody who knows what the heck they're talking about from a tax standpoint, knows what they're talking about from a foundational protection standpoint and a capital risk standpoint. And by diversifying those things, you're going to put yourself so far ahead, you won't even understand 5-10 years from now how better off you're going to be than just owning gold and silver, owning crypto, or owning IRAs.
I mean, do you think we have 5 or 10 years, or you think things are going to fall apart fast?
I think they're going to keep the economy up. I think they're going to put Trump in there. He's going to win the election, even though I don't think our votes matter. And then they're going to crash the market next year. And luckily for me, I have tons of money sitting in my life insurance, just waiting for a crash. My clients can't wait for a crash because they get to buy whatever they want at extreme discount, while everybody else is selling for 10, 20, 30% of the value. They'll be buying everything up at 10, 20, 30% of the value. You have to copy what successful people do, what BlackRock does, what Vanguard does. That's how this game is rigged. And if you're not going to play the game that's winning, then you're going to be playing the game that's losing. And that's usually what the average American does over their 40 years of investing.
Whoa. So you're saying that you think they're going to let Trump win and then they're
Absolutely.
going to crash us after Trump's back in the White House?
No doubt. Everything's going towards it. Well, why would they do that? Why would they put Trump in there? Because what are us Trumpers, us MAGA people, us patriots saying? Well, under Trump, gas was $1 a gallon. Under Trump, I was getting 20% in my 401k. Under Trump, the best thing to do to shut us up is throw Trump in there, destroy the economy, and then blame him like they did with COVID.
Whoa, that's huge. That's huge. Whoa. Okay, I mean, I kind of agree with that. I kind of agree with you because I'm in Washington, D.C., obviously, and I see how things are rigged. And it's like a big setup. And I feel like it's just shocking to me. So you think that we should take our retirement fund and actually put it into this insurance? That's what you're saying.
Yeah, both strategies have guaranteed floors. One's averaging 14% over the last 10 years in writing, and one's averaging 15% over the last 20 years, tax-free. So yeah, I mean, go find me another asset that has that with no downside protection.
That's huge. And then if you don't have a retirement fund, then you just take a certain amount of money a month and you put it into the insurance.
Absolutely. You build your own bank. If you would just ask simple questions, do you want your money taxable or tax-free? What do you think people are going to say? Do you want to have access to your money? You want to handcuff it for decades? What do you think people are going to say? If the market crashes, do you want to take a big loss or do you want your principal to be fine? What do you think they're going to say? If I get sued, do I want all my money to be eligible for stolen from me? Or would I like to have HIPAA laws, remember HIPAA from COVID, protect any creditor from knowing it even exists because it's inside of a life insurance policy? So when you ask those simple questions, you really get a very easy answer. The hard thing is saying, I'm investing in life insurance. This guy's crazy. You're not investing in life insurance. You're investing in the IRS code that's embedded in the life insurance.
Is that what O.J. Simpson had so that he didn't lose all of his money when he got sued?
Absolutely. So the Rockefeller strategy as well, because then you can get really fancy and not even talk about the 30 layers you can do with that asset. You can throw it in an irrevocable life insurance trust. Now it's out of your estate. Now you don't have to pay death tax on it if you're one of the lucky people that are wealthy, like most of my clients. So if you understand what the game is, right? You're playing chess, you're playing checkers, and the wealthy people are playing chess, and you wonder why you're not getting ahead. You wonder why you can't afford, the increase of inflation. Wealthy people, 10, 20%, they don't care. Their bills are $3 million a year, goes up $600,000. They're worth $1 billion. What the heck do they care? However, the average American who makes $50,000 a year goes up 10%. They're losing $5,000 on a $50,000 income. That hurts because they don't have the assets. They don't have the rental income from property. They don't have the business equity. They haven't taken the time in their 20s, 30s, 40s, and 50s while they were putting away money in their 401k and handcuffing it to utilize those money to buy real estate to have more income. Income is freedom. Assets are not. People think assets over income. It's like your income is your whole quality of life. It's whether you eat or not. It's whether your kids live go to a good school system. You live in a safe neighborhood. Assets don't do that. I have clients that have $22 million pieces of property in New York City with no property on them. It's costing them $400,000 a year in property tax. You're talking about a $22 million asset where its net return is minus $400,000. You want that asset? Well, yeah, if I could sell it. What if you can't find a seller? It's costing you $400,000 every 12 months just to keep it with the taxes. So asset isn't it. Income is where it's at. And using insurance companies with their riders or guaranteed lifetime income riders, different stuff like that, guarantees you an income for life that's legally tax-free, even if they change the laws because of grandfather clauses. So that's what the ultra wealthy do. And then they go, I can go deep and confuse the crud out of your viewers, but that's the first step they do. And then there's about 5 other steps. You can get real creative.
I mean, that's wild. So let's go deep. I mean, let's go really deep. So it's not gold, that's the key. Everybody says it's gold, but it's not gold. It's this kind of insurance that protects you. Because if the shit hits the fan with the economy, this insurance will protect you.
Tell me another asset that has survived the Civil War, World War I, the Great Depression, World War II, never lost any value, never needed outside money, bailouts. So name me another strategy that's done that. I've seen gold go up 80%. I've seen gold go down 80%. You don't have that type of risk in this. I've seen Bitcoin, go from 70 grand down to 15, down 70, 80, 90%. I've seen it go up 300%. That's a roller coaster. That doesn't get you where you want to go long term. That's fun, but it's not going to do what it needs to do, because when things are great, that's when you buy, and that's when you're supposed to sell. And when things are bad, that's when you sell, and that's when you're supposed to buy. And the average investor has an inverse reality with every other thing in their life and investing. What I mean by that? Well, you go to Kohl's, you'll buy something you don't need because it's 40% off. But you won't go to the retirement investment market when the market's down 40% and buy assets then, because you're still scared. So if you understand that, why not have downside protection where if you're wrong, you don't lose anything? And if you're right, they're going to pay you a bonus on what you're right about. That's what an option contract is, called a call. And that's what the average investor knows nothing about. They just think buy and hold. Nope. They think, oh, it's crypto. Nope. Gold and silver. You're not going to beat these hedge funds that are betting billions of dollars a day against gold and silver. And like I said, if it was so valuable and so great and going to save the world, wouldn't BlackRock just buy it all up and you wouldn't have any? And they don't care because they know it's not valuable. That gold you're holding in your safe, that's a pretty necklace. That's, burned into a little gold coin. Sure, I got a gold necklace on right now. I got gold watches. Look, I got gold diamonds. It's for show. But if you have it stored in in your basement, okay, cool. It's buried in your backyard. Great. If you need money, what are you going to do? Who are you going to trade it with? If it hits the fan, it's going to be I'm trading rice for milk. It's not going to be I'm getting milk because I'm shaving off a piece of my gold, or I'm taking one of my silver coins and offering it for 2 gallons of milk. That has never happened in history. Go find me a book, find me a passage, find me something in the Bible that says, oh, I had gold and silver, and because of that, I was totally fine.
So how do people reach you? They call, is there a number?
Yeah, so you just, you can go to ironhawkfinancial.com. That's iron like the metal, hawk like the bird, financial.com. Contact us, fill out your name, your cell phone number, and your email address, and I'll reach out to you. I'll also send you all 3 of my books I've written for free. I'll send you the articles I've been featured in International Business Times, Business Insider, Market Insider for free. I'll send you 2 Forbes articles on my strategy, one written by a certified financial planner, one written by a certified public accountant for free. You can do your own research. I'll even send you my Calendly link. So after you do your research, if you want to meet with me, you can hop right on my calendar for free, and I'll build you a plan. And you can start as low as a few $100s a month, a couple $100 a month. And, I have clients who do 50 million a year. It all depends on, where you're at in your life, what's your time horizon, your risk tolerance. Do you want to leave a legacy to the people you love? Do you want to protect the people you love? Some people do. I just talked to a client today. I had 15 meetings. One of them says, I just want to die with $1. All right. Came up with a strategy for him. He's got a wife and a daughter and a stepdaughter who's like 33. He doesn't like. I'm like, okay. I won't leave him nothing. So sure. Die with $1. That's the goal. So it's all different. It's not a one size fits all. It's just taking a look at what your personal goals are and then building you a custom plan. It only takes about 20 minutes to build you a custom plan, email it to you for review. And then if you like it, it's all done online. It's very easy.
And then what's your minimum?
A couple $100 a month. And then
That's
if you have
so
a rollover, yeah. And if you have an IRA or 401k, minimum's, $25,000. I have other companies where minimum's $10,000. It all depends on what it's in. You know, is it smart to cash it out, pay the taxes now, that whole Roth or not to Roth strategy? And, you know, it's good just to take a look at everything and see if it's going to make sense for you or not.
That is so fair because we really don't know what to do at this point. Everybody's giving you everybody's just saying do different stuff. And it does seem like we should do what OJ Simpson did because he just died a month ago and he died still having money after he was sued by everyone. Everyone sued him and he still had money because he had the insurance.
You don't buy the insurance for the insurance unless you want to. You buy the insurance for the codes. Those IRS codes are crucial. The codes are
the codes.
Yeah, section 7702 of the IRS.
Okay.
That's the whole reason why you purchase it, period. I have 19-year-olds with no mortgage, no kids, no wife that are dumping in thousands of dollars a month. And I have, 60-year-olds that are putting away $400 or $500 a month because they need the long-term care. It all depends on where you're at in life. What are you lacking, and what hole can I fill using this easy to understand strategy? That's all written in plain English because a life insurance policy is a contract. So you're basically buying like a trust, has an owner, has an insured, has a beneficiary, similar to a trust. And then you take that policy and you put it in a trust. It's a no-brainer if you really understood how it works and don't get caught up on, oh, I'm investing in life insurance. Sure, this is life insurance seller is going to sell me life insurance. No, it's a strategy. It's not a product. You're buying what the wealthy people are doing, and they're not buying gold and silver. I'm sorry. You wouldn't have 100 gold and silver companies begging you to buy gold and silver if it was so rare and so valuable. And it's if you really look into it, it's a joke. It infiltrated the Patriot scene, and echo chambers happened. And everybody had gold and silver. I have this eagle. I have this hawk. I have this picture of Trump on my gold coin. Look at this. It's not going to make you money historically long term. And the only people making money are the people selling it and the people buying it back from you, or the people charging you a fee to manage the gold or silver. I don't know how else to say it. I mean, tell me logically why BlackRock isn't buying it all up. It's so valuable. Tell me logically why you have 100 gold companies shoving it down your throat to sell it to you if it's so valuable and rare. So you really have to understand, take a look at what's going on and just follow what the winners do. And it's really that easy.
So people can reach you direct. I just want to make sure I wrote this down. They go to Ironhawk Financial.
Yep, .com. And there's a contact us button. Fill out your information. If you want the free books and you have no interest in talking to me, you just want the information, I have no problem giving it to you. Just write an email to Joe, Joe, at iron like the metal, hawk like the bird, financial.com. That's write an email to Joe at ironhawkfinancial.com. Just write free books. I mean, I'll send you my Calendly link, but I'm not going to hound you. I'm not going to put you on any type of mailing list. I'll send you the information, you review it, and if it's suitable, you book with me. If you're not interested, then we part as friends. But this is, in my opinion, I've been doing this for a long time. I have some clients that you won't believe are my clients, professional, players that you probably know them, saw them on TV, that I handle their money. So I do what the wealthy do. And to be honest, we don't like the wealthy. I get that. But at the end of the day, you want to do what the winners do. It's that simple.
And the winners put a couple $100 a month plus, or their whole retirement fund into the insurance, and they don't lose that way.
Yeah, because you're having option contracts inside both strategy, fixed index annuities or the index universal lives. And I sell millions a week across the country, millions. I'm licensed in all 50 states. You can look me up, check my Google rating, check my Better Business Bureau rating. Just Google Ironhawk, go to Rumble, type in Ironhawk. I've done 100 podcasts, and I've been on some of the biggest shows, including Kareen's. So, it's really, really, really important to look in and do. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, I would want to talk to you on the phone. I'm not the type of person who likes to fill out like websites and things like that. I think it's really important, especially with money, that people talk to you on the phone, because people can just start off with a couple $100 a month, $1,000 a month, whatever they want, and invest, and it grows. And that's really important for people to understand.
Well, it's not only that it grows tax-free. And it doesn't matter how old you are. It doesn't matter when you pull it. None of that matters. You're leading the money against your asset. You're doing what Elon Musk does when he needs $100 million for SpaceX. He just goes to the bank, says, I got billions in Tesla stock, cut me a check for 100 mil. He pays the bank 4 or 5% on the money instead of paying the government 40 to 60%. And it's tax-free. And then the asset goes up, which covers the cost of the loan. So he actually makes money on the loan. That's what people don't understand. It's like, if you understood how this strategy works, there's no doubt in my mind, dude, that are you freaking kidding me? Because that's usually what I get when the light bulb hits my prospects' heads and they go, are you effing kidding me? I'm like, here it is in writing. I can show it, build it, show you exactly how it works. And they're like, that's insane. And it's way better than any tangible asset you can buy because it's inside of a strategy. And you can't lose.
And then what bank do you put it in? What bank do you actually put the money in?
You are the bank. So if you need the money, you can put it in. I use credit unions. That's all I own. I have index universal life, fixed index annuities, and credit unions. I do not bank at all with the crooked banks that fail and have bank runs and lean out through fractional lending, $10 from $1. Where'd the other $9 come from? It's fairy dust, magic. So you got to understand how this works. You can do your own research, but I've done it for over 2 decades, and the best place to put your money, period. And do I make the most money selling it? No, I've been offered to sell gold and silver, and I would make 5 times more. I just have to sleep at night. I got kids, I have a conscience. I'm not going to tell you the world's falling, so buy all the gold. So when the currency goes away and everything collapses, you're going to be able to buy everything, because apparently people in farms will accept gold and silver for their goods. Don't buy it. Really don't. Because what's going to keep those farms alive are guns. That's going to keep alive.
Explain that. If you buy the gold, then you're going to need the guns to protect the gold, right?
An easy target. That's all I got to say.
What do you think about Bitcoin? What do you think about that? Cryptocurrency.
It's CIA. It's rooted. You can easily Google it, and there's a lot of factual information out there. Yes, I know there's a lot of misinformation, but you can find some factual information on it. If it was a threat to the U.S. currency or the global currency, they would have squashed it a long time ago.
That is so interesting, because we always think we know what's going on, but in the end, we really don't know anything. It's just shocking.
Well, most investing is speculation. My strategy is not speculation. It's an actual strategy. Instead of just blindfolding yourself and throwing darts at random stuff, hoping it hits, and then high-fiving somebody when it does, or complaining about it when you lose all your money, having a long-term strategy is the only way to build a solid, long financial foundation.
That's so important, because in the end, your customer service is impeccable and people can call you on the phone. And I think especially when investing money, people really need that customer service. It's very, everyone's very paranoid right now about what's about to happen in the economy. What would Donald Trump do?
Donald Trump invests in this strategy heavily into the hundreds of millions of dollars. He doesn't do it in gold and silver. I'm sorry.
Whoa, Donald Trump doesn't put money into his own gold dollar bills or whatever that is. He puts money into insurance. That's wild.
Every wealthy person, you're talking $1 trillion industry that the average person doesn't know exists. How is it $1 trillion industry? Explain that to me.
That's amazing.
I mean, every company, Northwestern, Mass Mutual, Guardian, New York Life, they're giving out tens of billions of dollars a year in dividends. Well, in order to do that, they have to have trillions of dollars to leverage out the 5-6% dividends. Where are the $1 trillion coming from if it's not from the average American? Because they don't know it even exists or what it is. Think about it.
I love this. Okay, Joe, well, I love this conversation. Let's have it again sometime really soon. And I want everyone to contact you direct at Ironhawk Financial. I think that's the key to everything.
I appreciate you having me on, Corrine.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love these conversations because I always talk about really hard, heavy news. But I think the real news now is, how do you protect your money when the shit's about to hit the fan with this next election cycle? especially like, let's say you get arrested. Let's say something happens to you. Half the people I interview have been arrested. You know, the insurance protects you. It protected O.J. Simpson. It could protect you, correct?
Absolutely.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much, Joe. Please come back. God bless you. Peace.
Thank you. Take care.
Have a beautiful evening.
You too.
Talking about getting arrested, I want to bring Trennis Evans on because Trennis called me a couple years ago and he was like, Corinne, what should we do? I mean, everyone is getting arrested for being at the U.S. Capitol on January 6th. How are you, Trennis?
Hi, Corinne. How are you?
I'm good. You know, I was just so
Far
into
away.
doing really hard and heavy news for so many years. And now I feel like it's time to figure out what you do to protect money, because when the feds arrest you, I was just with a couple from Virginia last week. They made me put my phone in a Faraday bag. They made me, you know, not talk in public about anything. But basically, they're too paranoid to come on the show. They got arrested by the feds, and the feds can attack your bank account. They can take whatever they want. So I like talking about how to protect your money. But at this point, you know, patriots like you have put all of your money into this fight. So
I always spell feds starting very carefully, like when the paint by numbers kind of thing. It starts with this finger. I've had enough of the feds. I've had enough of the federal government. I've had enough of the uniparty. I've had enough of the deep state. I've had enough of the DOJ. I've had enough of the corrupt courts. I've had enough of the do-nothing Congress, the weak-kneed, feckless fools that run this country. Once upon a time, Corinne, I used to believe that we sent our best and our brightest. I used to believe that we sent these great individuals that were going to get something done. And then I hear people sitting in Congress talking about Guam tipping over if too many people go to one side. And I'm like, holy crap. And I thought it was just the Democrats. And then I got to meet, you know, our United States congressmen, many of the ones from the Republican side of the aisle. And it's very disappointing. In most cases, it's disturbingly disappointing. That's why we have to have great people running for Congress. That's why we have to have America First agenda people involved. That's why we need people like you in DC with boots on the ground doing what you've done. Thank you, Corinne, for all the effort and all the ongoing effort that's gone on. The people down at Freedom Corner, the people at the David Summeralls of the world, and so many others, you know. And then we have, you know, the wonderful people out there that continue to capitalize off of the efforts of the people that have actually done all the work and ignore the effort of those works and then pretend like they broke the story sometime later, 6 months or a year and a half later. I don't want to name names, you know, I don't like to do that, but we all know who they are. And then we have the do-nothing attorneys that claim to be doing fantastic work for these people and touting victories when I don't care unless you've got your client all the way off on this stuff or you got a misdemeanor only of parading and picketing. You haven't done it. I mean, it's like, I'm sorry, but the reality is I don't see any of the quality attorneys that I know out doing ticker tape parades and, you know, housing their efforts of greatness when their guys are getting felony after felony and multiple felony convictions and ridiculous charges in corrupt DC courts. So we have some good people out there fighting, and I'm not going to say that anyone that I don't name here is not a good person out fighting, but thank God for the Roger Roots, and thank God for the Steve Metcalfs, and thank God for, you know, the George Palaces and the John Mosleys and all these wonderful people. And I've left out a lot of people there, but I mean, you know, Ed Tarpley's, and you know, there's just a great list of people that have come to the aid of this, and Norm Pattis and so on.
Caroline Stewart.
Carolyn Stewart's been fantastic. You know, there's been so many people that have poured their heart and soul into this. And it's not about getting innocence where innocence doesn't get, it's about justice. It's about using an equitable justice system and seeing reality as opposed to this contrived nonsense that we see in most January 6th cases. These judges should be ashamed of themselves. 300 years ago, they'd have been drawn and quartered for the crap they're pulling. And we don't live in a time like that. Thank God that we live in a civil time. We have methods for handling these people. And I expect that those methods and measures will be carried out. We will see impeachments. These people will be removed from the bench. They've already been embarrassed by their decisions, embarrassed by their sentences, embarrassed by the 8-point felony enhancements for terrorism, 8-point enhancements. I mean, get the hell out of here for terrorism. We know what terrorists are, and these people weren't it. These were protesters. They were demonstrators. Some people got out of hand, undisputable, undeniable. But the reality, Corinne, is really simple. This nonsensical crap of the 1512 in most cases doesn't apply. And I say most, because look, there's always exceptions to the rules. So I don't want to silo things into a place where they don't exist. But you've seen it. You've been front lines in the court. Corinne, you were there in the court when I was in court. You were there when I spoke up and spoke out and said what I had to say. And you've been present when there's been other courageous people to say the things that needed to be said because they were the truth. If we're going to have courts that are a place, and I want to respect our system of justice, I want to be able to respect our courts. I don't say this is a disrespect because of a certain outcome. I say this because this is absurd what we see happening to these people time and again. And you've lived it. You've talked to the Stuart Rhodes and you've talked to the Dominic Pizzolas, the Enrique Tarrios and the whole lot, and the people that most people have never heard of and probably never will, that sit behind prison bars over protesting, when in fact, most cases, the police were the culprit. And that, Corinne, I want to say I applaud you and I thank you for your efforts and ongoing efforts. It's been fantastic to have a journey to watch you. And I'm sorry, I owe you a huge apology. I missed your show a couple of weeks ago and I felt terrible. And there's so much going on. I'm glad to be here and I owe you that huge apology. Thank you for the coverage that you've given to this. And thank you for the attention you've given to J6 and being just a diehard truth seeker for this and sharing with the people.
I mean, I went down a rabbit's hole by accident in Washington, D.C. in March 2022. I had no idea what I was looking at when I started going to U.S. federal court. And then what I've seen since then, of course, I tell you and I tell David, but in the end, I'm down a rabbit's hole. And this is my repentance. We are seeing the poorest of poor, broke people go through the federal court system and have their whole lives destroyed and ruined, and no one's really reporting on it correctly. And that's what I'm really concerned about, is that, you know, there's really nobody explaining how much the federal government is attacking Christian American patriots like yourself.
Yeah, in the scheme of things, there's only really a few of you, you know. I mean, you're in a class of people that have had the courage to take this on and the courage to be truthful. I always wondered how those other journalists put their head on their pillow at night, knowing that they're shilling for the other side, that, you know, it's not the truth and they know it. And I've talked to some of these journalists in private and they're like, well, you know, but, you know, some people did some bad things. And I'm like, but you know, I mean, you know that other journalists that were there on the ground that day got home from there and said they had no idea what had happened. And they were shocked and amazed at what they saw on TV. How can you go on acting like that everyone lined up behind some people that were violent, charged in as soon as they opened the door or, you know, gained access to areas? That's not what happened. People were down at the Ellipse listening to a speech. They had no clue what they were walking into in so many cases. Signage gone. These are stories that are becoming age old, but it was what we were screaming back in 2021 when nobody wanted to listen. I mean, I remember, you know, being out on stages and sharing this information and trying to explain to people, and they're like, "Oh, I saw what I saw on TV. You know, I know what I know." And I'm like, you ask these same people. If I walked into a room of Democrats, if I walked into a room of Republicans, I walked into a room of centric Americans, whatever it may be, and I say, do you trust your government? The answer is resoundingly no. It's why Congress has a 28% approval rate, right? And then I go, okay, so I'm sure that we don't trust the government. If you ask them if they trust the three-letter agencies, it's like a joke, right? Everybody starts laughing. And then if you ask them if they believe in the elections that are happening, it doesn't matter which side of the aisle, whoever won, the other side claims that 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue has been stolen. So how do you build a foundation on that? How do you have a system of government? How do you have anything meaningful in the way of a constitutional republic that's going to work? You don't, is the answer. And Maxine Waters is out there shilling, talking about now that we're up in the hills training. Honey, we're not up in the hills training. We're already well trained and we're at home. We're happy to meet you on your terms to see this thing through. The reality is those terms are going to be in courts. They're going to be in our 2024 election. You're going down, sweetheart. Game over, game, set, match. And after that, they're running. They're scared and they're in fear. They know that we're going to get to the bottom of what happened in 2020. They know that we're going to get to the bottom of things. They know we're going to right the ship. They know we're going to do impeachments. And they know that people are going to be held criminally liable for their actions. And I can't wait till that day. I hope they look for volunteers to pull the lever because I'll be first in line.
I mean, that's huge. That's what these judges need to really see, is that really the judges are the problem, because they've been persecuting and prosecuting, but over sentencing J6ers, and like Jaleese and Mark Middleton are about to go to prison. Their sentencing is May 24th. My really good friend Luke Coffey is just sitting. His life has been destroyed by the federal government. He doesn't even know when his judge will make the decision. I mean, there's just endless cases. I just interviewed a new man. His name is a new man for us, but he's been arrested for the last 2 years. He's on an ankle monitor. He's in Georgia. His name is Bunky Crawford, and he's like the kindest, sweetest American patriot. And I was crying because I couldn't believe that actually throw him in prison when he's like the father I always wanted. So this is becoming a monumental problem because 2+ people a day have been getting arrested since January, and people think it's slowing down, and it's not. And now I'm the only
Marion, I'm
on
sorry.
our side
I'm
in
not
it.
laughing at Bunky Crawford. I was just, I mean, I
love
was
him.
always, I was wondering if you have daddy issues, and I was like,
I
oh
have
man.
daddy issues. I have daddy issues. But what I'm saying is that I definitely have daddy issues. But the bottom line is like the sweetest, nicest people like Mark and Jaleese Middleton should be my parents. It's like this shouldn't be happening in America.
Hey,
When I was 25
you're
years
right.
old, if you told me this would happen, I would have like stood up for us 20. It doesn't even matter if you're Republican or Democrat. We cannot let this many people go to federal prison. This is embarrassing at this point.
Look, if this many people deserve to go to federal prison, then they go to federal prison. The problem is, the reality is they know that these people don't deserve to go to federal prison. And I'm tired of hearing them say that they're going to treat all January 6 cases alike. That's not the way the law works. You treat all defendants from a set of crimes alike, whatever those are. And they're not. They're inconsistent with their sentences. And this is where the word duplicitous is, seemingly overused, but it's overly accurate. It's not overly used. Sadly, it's this accurate. And I want to say that Jaleese and Mark Middleton, they founded the organization American Patriot Relief, and I have so much respect for them and their organization. I've worked hand in hand with them, Condemned USA. We have done a lot of co-projects together, a lot of sharing. There's been a lot of money flow back and forth, helping each other, efforts and resources. This is what people have done. We have been working together as a community. I mean, it truly is the lifeblood of the American spirit for people to peacefully work together, solving issues and solving problems. And they all want to paint us into this corner that we're out here for some violent action. Honey, I want to tell you, if I came for violent action, just like I told the FBI, if I came for violence, there'd be a trail of bodies. Mine probably too, but fine. I promise you I'm going to get more of you than you're going to get of me if that's the way that goes. And I don't want anything to do with violence. Why would I want anything to do with violence? I believe that we have constitutionally correct paths to do this. It's why on January 6th, I was speaking out against violence. I was saying we absolutely had a right to protest and to demonstrate, and we had a right to go to jail for demonstrating, but it should have been equitable. I should have gone to jail overnight for demonstrating, or people should have gone to jail for, a few days or what have you. Okay, you got to go for, okay, you got 3 days in jail and time served. Most of these cases, and this, people that touched a riot shield, that's my opinion, and I'm entitled to it. I don't have to agree with the decisions of a judge. I don't have to agree with the decisions of a court. And guess what? Most of America now, that they've seen the truth and they're starting to wake up and see, wait a minute, this isn't what we were told. I keep wondering, when are the judges going to admit it? Like, when is one of them going to finally say, instead of this nonsensical rhetoric bullshit that keeps sluthering out of their mouth about insurrection, when one of them is going to say, wait a minute, I think the select committee lied to us. There's a problem. The Supreme Court just told these idiots at the district court that the select committee was nothing more than a hearsay body of evidence. Voila. It's what I stood in court and told the judge back in 2022. You witnessed it. You were there. I explained to them that, when they asked me about testifying, and I said, willing to testify. Was I willing? I begged those clowns. They wouldn't let me anywhere near that courtroom or supposed area, just the congressional hearing. I petitioned. I called every member of the House Judiciary, every member of the Senate. I called every member there. I was petitioning and sending letters demanding to testify before the select committee. Yet, guess what? Nobody wanted me there. Why not? Why didn't you want me anywhere near that? Well, because you might get some truth. And then what did they do? I think that they added me to that video. They altered the timestamp, and they went after me and then used me in the Colorado case as a lie. And this is what keeps happening. This whole thing is intertwined as a lie, and these deceitful, despicable people should be held accountable for the crimes they've committed. I read it to my judge on the courtroom floor Title 18, Section 242, he or she who deprives an individual of their constitutional rights can do up to life in prison and or death. You're going to gross a set of balls and read that one to your judge before you get sentenced, folks. Don't come to me talking to me about who you are and what kind of patriot you are. Stand up and tell the truth. Stand up for the Oath Keepers and tell the truth. Stand up for the Proud Boys and tell the truth. Stand up for the 3%ers and tell the truth. There's a lot of people that have gone in there. And look, I support anyone going in any way they want and saying what they need to say and being in the position they want to be in. If you want to grovel before the judge, if you want to beg for mercy, you're welcome to do all of those things. And I don't think you any less a patriot, a man, a woman, or an American. But be honest. Don't let them talk you into this crap where you go in there and say that Donald Trump made me do it or whatever. I mean, I don't know what kind of sissy you or your parents raised, but I'm not that kind of sissy that Donald Trump's going to tell me down here at the thing what to do, and I'm just going to run down there and do it. One man is going to direct my actions and efforts. I don't think so. You show me a lawful order under the Insurrection Act, and we'll suit up and come with you. But until then, it had to be a lawful order, and there was no lawful order given to do anything other than demonstrate what most people thought they were taking part in. And here we are. Intent should have mattered. That's what the law says. But here we are today. We're still going through this. We're still watching people arrested by a corrupt FBI while we see child predators running around the country and borders are wide open. If the FBI was really interested in catching criminals, they'd go stand inside the border and collect the names and information of the people, investigate those people, and they'd catch all kinds of criminals. Far worse individuals than grandma and grandpa that walked around inside the building, or in Mark and Jalise Middleton's case, were standing and praying at a railing when police violently attacked them. You have a right to defend yourself from abusive conduct by the police. That's absolutely true. Abuse of power under the color of authority has no authority. That's been clearly stated time and again within the law. And I keep asking people, how far are we going to go? How long are you going to listen to the corrupt courts? How long is this going to go on? If they order you to go outside and shoot the children in your neighborhood, are you going to listen to those orders from Congress and Joe Biden and the corrupt courts? If they tell you that you have to go outside and burn your neighbors' homes down, where do you draw the line? So right now they're telling you to turn in Americans, persecute Americans, and this is nothing more than the Antifa BLM little something sassafras and Yosemite salmon, no good cowards out there that had turned into something called the sedition hunters. And here's my sedition hunters for you, boys. I'm telling you what, I've had so much my fill of this. I'm getting angrier by the day. You want to talk about radicalized? The way people are radicalized is this kind of crap in their country. Go do yourselves a history lesson, judges. Go do yourself a history lesson, prosecutors. Go do your history lesson, DOJ. When you come down on people with jackbooted authority and they know that it's wrong, what you're doing, you levy heavy sentences, massive fines, taxes, all this nonsense, 3 years of probation on people. You get people angry and they don't forget it. When you destroy their lives, you drag them through the mud and call them terrorists and insurrectionists. That's how people get radicalized in this country. Thank God I'm a rational individual that can just get mad about it and yell about it. And I've taken my action to the courts. They wanted to say that, oh, you can't be doing this. Fine, you'll never see me. And I promised the judge this, and I promised everyone else. If shit hits the fan and they decide they're going to hang people outside those courthouses and they're going to hang people everywhere else, if that kind of nonsense ever starts to take place in the country, you can guarantee that Trennis Evans won't have his little blue megaphone out there telling people to be peaceful. I won't be any part of that. I'll be at home eating popcorn and watching the whole shit show burn down on a TV because I won't be there. So you've notified all the rational minds not to be present because that's big trouble. The people that walk around saying, don't harm the police, don't damage the building. Everybody else, they're supposed to go to prison for a long time. How do you think those guys feel when they sit through a 15-year prison sentence and they get out after you've destroyed them in their own country and they signed that ultimate check? They were willing to sign on and they were willing to pay the ultimate price, the veterans of our country. And you're saying, oh, you used your military training. What military training? Did you see these people crawling? Did you see these people taking up sniper positions? Did you see these people running supply lines to the Capitol? You're talking about pushing and shoving as military training. If those men and women decided to use their military training, you'd know it. That's not where we are. It's not where our heads are. That's not who we are as a people. We've been trying to do this legally and peaceful, but I keep telling people there are radicals out there. And one way or the other, this country's coming back from communism. We are not going to live through your woke ideology and communism. So either I win in the courts and the Congress, or other people probably going to get their way, and I'll be at home watching it on TV. I don't advocate for violence. I'm speaking out against it. I always have. I'm all for the peaceful solutions, and that's where my head is. But I am like the weatherman, and I'm telling you this. Get this through your thick heads, DOJ and courts and everyone else. And this goes for my judge and anyone else. I'm not advocating for the violence. I'm not taking part in the violence. What I'm telling you is coming is there's a storm on the damn horizon, and you better get your umbrella if you don't get your head out of your ass. That's where it's been, and people are tired of it. People are sick in the country. Every time I turn around, I've got some 78-year-old woman asking me what happened to the men in this country. Why is nobody standing up? Why are we putting up with this? Why is this continuing? Is this going to be the course and the path? That's why I wrote the book. There's, the weaponization and justice document and other documents that I have coming. And there's more legal actions coming. I'm going to give you a little drip drop here, Corinne. So because I love and respect you, and I think you're a fantastic individual. Stay tuned for massive federal action on the courts, and stay tuned for massive action in New York courts. I'm telling you now, they awaken something. The way that I'm going to fight these people is in the courts. The way I'm going to fight these people is with elections. The way I'm going to fight these people is in Congress. That's my method. And I'm here to the bitter end. You should have left me the hell alone, drunk at the lake and playing golf.
That's how I feel. They should have let me live my life. This shouldn't have happened. We're down a rabbit's hole, but now we're fighters. So now they better watch out.
Oh, you wanted it? Here I am. Now let's see how you like it. You've seen one of the action. You know that I'm going to strip those levers of control from DC out of this. You already saw what we did in the AJ Fisher case. It took how many judges to get the 15-12 before we finally got it there? And when we got it to the Supreme Court, what happened to that shit? The 15-12 is dying on the vine, and its lifespan is very short. Same thing's about to happen to the change of venue. That will happen. We are going to win change of venue. Just people go, oh, well, you lost. So one case. How many times did the 15-12, how many judges before it went up the ladder, went to the appellate, and what's the Supreme Court have to say about it? They weren't real happy, anyone that listened to the oral arguments. So we have we had an amicus on that as well, and I didn't choose to engage in that for personal reasons. We'll get into that another time after all is said and done. But, the immunity claim and the Colorado ballot case, I have not very many people in America that have 2 signed, received, stamped Supreme Court amicus briefs that, by the way, were correct. The only people that were right on the 9-0 Trump decision right here, Condemned USA. Nobody else was right. George Palace, me, John, that team was the team that was right. We're also right on the change of venue. We're also right on the immunity. And I'm going to be right, and I'm continuing to start stripping the powers, the levers of control. So enjoy it while it lasts, you shill screwballs. Your communism days are about to come crashing down. It's all almost over. I'm looking forward to the end of that. And I'm going to have a ticker tape parade down Main Street laughing at you as you're on your way to prison for what you've done.
What happens if Trump doesn't win? What do we do?
Well, shoot. I'm trying to think about that. What do we do? What is the solution to that problem? If American people allow them to steal yet another election and say nothing and go quietly into the night, don't worry about it. I know that you're worried. You don't want to wear the shackles that the J6ers wore for standing up and protesting and demonstrating. And I wish it would have been a more peaceful event. I wish people, the cops that let people into the Capitol, I wish there would have been a lot more of them, the courageous ones that just open the doors and let people in and walk around and do their protests, get it out of the. What's funny? It was interesting how the Democrats always want to let everybody get it out of their system. And in Wisconsin in 2011, they came in, they took the Capitol, held it for weeks. And Nancy Pelosi, first on the scene, says what? Oh, it's democracy in action. But when people go into the United States Capitol, it's an insurrection. And this was over a union vote in Wisconsin. So you think the presidential election isn't something that people have a right to protest? Screw you, Nancy. Shove it up, go get hammered with your husband. Anyway, the reality is that I'm looking forward to 2024. Rain or shine, it's going to be a beautiful year.
Okay, I love this. I love it. What else could I ask you? You just said everything we ever wanted to hear. We're all united and we're all going to stand up for righteousness.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not going to live through another one of your stolen elections. I have every right to protest. I won't be in DC, obviously, I guess, that's not where I'm allowed to go. I'm sure asking to go to DC for January 6th would probably be frowned upon by federal probation. I mean, that's a reality. Someone like me, it's a misdemeanor, sitting on 3 years of probation. 3 years. How many improper sentences are handed out? They already proved that in Little. And what do the courts do? The corrupt courts? Then one process is designed to prevent recidivism. The other process designed the punishment for the crime, right? Yet when they can't give you as much of what they want, they use the other process. That's not consistent with federal sentencing guidelines. I'm pretty sure that the judges that were part of that, like Friedrich, whom I judge, who was a part of the Federal Sentencing Commission, is well aware of the purposes of those, yet here we are. I don't understand why we're not properly sentencing people within the guideline. Why are we using things like upward departure and nonsense like this? Why are we abusing the legal system? Why would you say that if the 1512 doesn't get upheld, you're still going to give people the same sentence? What are you talking about? Well, let's remember that when you're on trial after your impeachments.
I mean, just waiting for November. We're waiting for
Yeah,
November.
let's just wait. Let's have fair. I want all the judges. I want all these people to have fair trials, just like the J6ers got. As a matter of fact, I think we should set a new precedent. We don't want them to have a terrible thing in DC. We're just going to bring them. We'll just try them here in Throckmorton, Texas, or Canyon Lake, Texas. Let's try them out here where it's a 93% red district, and let's try them on 18242 and see how they like it. You want to take a little swing at that? I'm tired of you creeps and cretins. I think the whole world's had enough. And I don't mind speaking out against you because you can just put this up your robe.
The 18242, when someone violates your U.S. Constitution,
it's a deprivation of constitutional rights. He or she who deprives one of their individual constitutional rights is subject to a penalty of up to life imprisonment and or death, depending on the action or harm that's given, and it's done under the color of authority.
That is the key to life. That's the key. I mean, that's why I tell everybody postpone. I keep telling everybody postpone. Just wait, because something's got to give.
Usually, yeah.
Something's got to give. Like all the people that have gotten arrested this year, I mean, something's going to give. This is just too many.
Corinne, I mean, there were 1,300 plus people now. I haven't gotten my latest count. I know we're 1,280 something a couple months ago. I know that I've seen dozens arrested since. And so I know we've got a 1,300 plus. I've kind of lost count. I remember the days when we were like, oh my gosh, it's 340. Oh my gosh, it's 370. Oh, it's 400. And then I remember when we were going 350 days. Oh my gosh, 800 days. And now you look at them like, you're like, you got to be kidding me. I can't believe we're, well over 1,000 days. You're sitting over 1,000 days. You're sitting into roundabout similar number. I think the number of arrests and the days. I mean, that's sad.
And the people getting arrested, when I see them in federal court, they're still getting totally intimidated. They don't want to talk to anybody. Their lawyers are telling them don't talk to anybody, and they're really good people.
Why? Because they take all this stuff. Anything I say, believe me, somebody's recording it. Somebody's running to my probation officer with it going, look what he said. And you know what they're going to say? It's the same thing he already told the judge.
Yes, so, you stood up. You stood up to your judge more than I've ever seen anyone stand up to a judge. I was so amazed with how well you did it. So let's just prepare for whatever is about to happen, because when I go to federal court every single week, it's just outrageous. Just this next week, it's not even J6ers, it's pro-life activists who are getting charged with conspiracy. Conspiracy is the charge that the feds like to throw now.
Well, this conspiracy nonsense. So think about this. The people that went in, and so you had a Supreme Court Justice Kavanaugh, right? And they're going to, he's in his confirmation hearings, the Kavanaugh confirmation hearings. And what did they do? They conspired to interrupt that process. They pre-planned it. So one person stood up and an outburst occurred, right? And then shortly thereafter, another person stands up and an outburst occurs. And as soon as the police are focused, they get that person out of the room, Another person stands up. That's conspiracy to obstruct the process. They conspired to do that, and they were charged with misdemeanor crimes. So forgive me for being pissed, but I'm not asking permission anymore. I'm not apologizing anymore. I did that. You know, it's kind of like when you do something wrong, you apologize for that, you atone for it, you go through your process. I've already been to federal prison. I already sat on probation way longer than anyone should be on for a 4-point misdemeanor first offense. Let me paint that picture. I'm not apologizing anymore. And you can shove the rest of your sentence straight where the sun doesn't shine, right up your corrupt ass robe. I don't care anymore. I don't want to hear it. I'm not listening. I have no respect for the court beyond this. I went to prison. I served my time, and I've been on probation longer than anyone should be. I'm going to do 6 years on federal probation. By the way, this sits on a misdemeanor charge of knowingly entering and remaining in a restricted building. Again, shove it straight up your corrupt ass under your robe. I'm so done with this bullshit process. I'll sit here. I'm going to abide by the rules. I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. I follow the rules. But you don't hold the FBI accountable when they come to me and try and entrap me. You don't hold them accountable when in March 23, they came to me and tried to force me to work for them, and I expose it to the court. What's the court do with that? Oh, don't worry. The DOJ opened an investigation. And what happened with that? That's been over a year. It's a 2-party investigation. I'm still asking. I can't wait to go back to court. I can't wait for some numbnuts to get me back in a court somewhere so we can cover all this ground. Let's bring it all out. And what I know now and what we're going to talk about then, you think we saw a shit show last time. It's going to be a double the shit show this time, because we're going to talk about all that's happened. We're going to talk about the FBI. We're going to answer those motions. We're going to want to know what happened. I want to demand evidentiary hearings on where we stand. I am done. I'm ready to play hardball. Let's play. And my hardball's in the courts, and I'm getting ready. I'm better all the time. I've been preparing for this now. So you think I'm not laying the bait for that? I tell them, this isn't a trap for you. You got drug into deep water and embarrassed last time, DOJ, in the courtroom. You think I'm not laying another trap? I'm this brave and bold and saying what I'm saying. I can't wait. Violate me, you pieces of shit, and I'll see you in court, because we're going to talk about it.
I mean,
Bring it.
you're like such a fireball now, Trennis. I love this.
Because I've got the goods. I can't wait. What I know now about the entrapment they put me through and what happened on the court, maybe we just need to go back through the whole process all over again. You and I know, the DOJ knows, they know that I know, and they know that I know that they know. There's a big problem coming for them, and it's coming one way or the other, whether it comes in civil cases or whatever. I'm just biding my time, because it's going to be a lot more favorable situation after Trump wins. We can go back now. I'm welcome it. Come on, drag me back on in there. Anytime you're ready, I'm ready. Let's go. Boom, it's on you.
I mean, I think this whole experience just changed all of us so much. So now we're all united, and yeah.
I know what the law is now. I know what the rules are now. I can contest a lot of things. We can bring all kinds of stuff out in the open. The DOJ violated all kinds of rules. The attorneys should be disbarred for what they did. I know so much more now, and I can't wait. I would love to be back at it. I'm going to sit here, do my law, be a law-abiding citizen, write out my probation, but I didn't sign over my free speech. I have every right to say what I say and think, and I'm going to continue saying it. I don't have to have any respect. I have nothing but contempt for where the court stands now. 3 years of probation. You want to give me my prison time, and I did my prison time, whatever. I have absolute contempt for the court for the 3 years of probation. I can't have a passport. I've got to ask to travel for a 4-point misdemeanor. Nobody in history's had that. Nobody in history. 6 years on federal probation. I did, by the time it's over, it's going to be 5 years and 9 months for me before I'm done. Shove that, like I said, shove that, wad it up with your robe and shove it up where the sun don't shine. I don't care anymore. I've had enough. You know, I'll do my stuff. Going to do it legally. Going to ride it out. But I don't have to be nice about it anymore. You issue improper sentences all the time. The DOJ does this stuff. I'm tired of watching my friends go to jail. I'm tired of watching good American people. I'm tired of watching wives lose everything. I'm tired of watching children suffer, losing their home. For what? For protesting? What is wrong with you people? 6-8 months in prison and people are losing their homes, losing their cars, losing everything they built, their businesses. So what? So they can go to jail because they protested and walked around in a building? You know, look at John Strand. I mean, the countless number of people People that touched a riot shield and said, "Stop, you're killing someone." They assaulted an officer. Bullshit. That's assault on an officer.
Is any congressperson helping you? Is there any senator? Is there any actual congressperson? Is there
Look,
anyone
most of
helping
those
you feel?
congressmen are lily-livered, sissy little men, weak-kneed, snot-nosed Mike Johnson types that I would love to have celebrity cage matches with. Can we do like one of those your charity, my charity cage match things? I'm all for it. Let's go. Like we'll give it to our favorite charity of choice. It'd be a nice charity match. I mean, I wish they'd bring back dueling at this point. It's just so ridiculous, right? I mean, with Nerf guns, of course, and what do they say? In Minecraft, of course. Anyway, it's so stupid where we are. And it's why people have lost respect for the system. It's why. I've watched so many of these cases. I've watched so much of this nonsense. I've watched so many lies. I'm watching a New York trial court shut down. President Trump is not able to talk about a case that's ongoing while Biden's running his head daily and Jack Smith and these other people and the prosecutors run to the media on a regular basis. And we're trying cases in the media while we shut down one side. Hi, where's that sound like? Oh my gosh, it sounds almost like social media during the masks and the mandates and the lockdowns and the shutdowns and what we did to the doctors. And what do we find out? That it was all wrong. And what are we doing now? We're all going to find out that it's all wrong. History will write itself. I'm looking forward to being at the Supreme Court. Trust me, I'm on my way there yet again for a third time. All right, mark my words. I will be back. And I'm looking forward to embarrassing federal district judges in Washington, D.C., and embarrassing the DOJ yet again. And if you can't take that, and if you think I need to be violated for saying words you don't like, that's the world you want to live in. You're supposed to listen to everything you say. I'm respecting and I'm following the rules. But if I don't say things you don't like, I'm supposed to go to prison? What kind of country are we running here? Prove my point. Shove it up your you-know-what.
I love it, Trennis. I appreciate this so much that you're speaking uncensored because that's the key to this. There's been too much censorship and too much intimidation.
I talk to people all the time and they keep telling me, oh, I can't say anything. I'm afraid, the DOJ. And I'm like, screw the DOJ. Screw the Department of Justice. I'm sorry. I didn't sign an agreement that had to say that, I'm going to all hail, praise them and everything they say and do and think is right. And the sentences are all just. I don't have to agree with you. Why do I have to agree? In what world does that happen? I don't have to agree with a damn thing. I can think you're jackbooted thugs. I can think whatever I want. As long as I'm not advocating for violence or taking up violent action, as long as I'm using my words and I'm fighting in the courts and in Congress, I can say whatever the hell I damn well please, as long as I'm not advocating for anyone to be harmed. If I think you're corrupt, you're corrupt. In my mind, I have a right to believe that. And if you're going to tell me that how are you dressed, or I have to believe that you're a woman if you're a man, or whatever, I have to subject myself to your science, but you don't have to subject yourself to my opinion. No. Welcome. It's a two-way street. It's called freedom of speech.
I mean, something's got to give because right now we have women like Rachel Powell, who has been in federal prison since January. She's in West Virginia. She's a mom. She's a grandma. She has like 4 more years and she's getting molested by Black men who identify as women. Oh, look at that. Because of the West Virginia. What does that say? Because of the West Virginia prison. What does that say? That says J6.
Oh.
They're cut.
It's free the J6ers, arrest the mules. Those are our Condemned USA tumblers that I'm shamelessly advertising on your show.
Okay, good. If Trump doesn't get in, you're not going to quit. You're going to continue. Yeah.
Oh, well, number one, Trump is going to get in.
Okay.
Stay tuned.
Okay.
Look, there's always the best stories have a great twist to them, right? Stay tuned. Our old friend 18242 is coming around again. Stay tuned. And New York won't see a verdict. And there's great things coming.
Okay, good. That's amazing. Okay, tell us how to find you. Condemned.
Yeah, you can find me on Twitter at Condemned USA. You can find me at the website, condemnedusa.com, CONDEMNEDUSA.com. And you can find me down at the FBI because I'm a Fed, according to some people.
People have been telling me that you're a Fed. I'm like, this is so ridiculous.
Yeah, I know.
No, I
Well,
know. Where is that coming from? It's so weird.
I don't know, because I have balls and they think that there's no way possible anyone would say all that I'm saying without being a Fed. They think there's no way. You're trying to get other people to say, no. I always tell people, do not do what I do. First of all, you're probably not equipped to fight the way I'm equipped to fight with the law. Right? You've already witnessed it once, Corinne.
I witnessed you in court. You're the best ever with the judge. You can handle yourself.
So I believe me, I don't need representation to walk back in that courtroom. Steve Metcalf's a great guy, great attorney, fantastic individual, and a friend. These guys that, attorneys are valuable and they're good people in most cases. And, they have your best interest in mind and they're there to walk you through a process. But unfortunately, walking you through a process doesn't necessarily mean getting justice. Not in DC. You're not going to get justice there. I don't believe people are getting justice there. Like I said, in my case, right? Like I broke the law. Okay. I've got to be held accountable. I broke the law. I know it. Just like if you say, okay, I went jaywalking or I did this law, whatever that is, but it should be equitable and you should be held accountable that way, which is what I explained to the judge. My intent was to demonstrate. If you don't want to believe it, I can't help that. You chose, I would love to, have another crack at that because the judge said she didn't believe that I didn't see violence. Oh, I think we have more than enough proof now to show that that was an incorrect decision. So you didn't believe it based on what? Why didn't you believe that I didn't see violence? I'm just curious. What in your mind, what evidence was presented to you to make you think that? You think I have X-ray vision and could see through the tarps over at the by the inauguration stage or into the building, 3 layers deep into the building where there were violent actions that went on? I mean, we have to be honest. We have to own the fact that people on our side took part in violence. Some of it was not warranted. And that's, kind of things you have to be accountable for, just like I'm accountable for going in. Okay, I broke the law, hold me accountable, but I don't think we saw equity. I don't think people were treated the same. I don't think that we've seen people with the Hamas situation or whatever else. And the judges like to say, well, but that's different. Really? Why? Well, because all these people didn't do it and all the police officers weren't injured, whatever. The buffoon police officers injured themselves in most cases. Over 100 of the officers injured themselves. And the other ones lied in congressional testimony. Those were lies. We saw Fanone's lies. We saw Ganell's lies. I keep waiting for Dunn, Ganell, Fanone, any one of these clowns to sue me. I challenge you. I dare you. I can't wait for discovery in that case. So shove that up your, duplicitous, no good, nasty, perjuring ass, right? That's where I'm at. Fanone, Ganell, Dunn, any of these guys, they all lied on the stand. They all lied in their congressional testimony. We all know what happened. We all saw it. Who's there holding them accountable? Where's that information? I mean, Tommy Tatum's done a great job exposing that, and so have others. Even douchebag people that call me a Fed have done a great job exposing some of that. And douchebag attorneys that call me a grifter, So there's all kinds of people out there. And what's interesting is, I've put near $200,000 of my own money into Condemned USA, into helping other people. That's not my case. That's other people's cases. Not to mention managed to lose millions of dollars in revenue while I've been busy at home 3 years helping other people for J6. I would like to ask any of these attorneys that have such things to say, or the people who call me, I'll tell you what, I'll show you my bank account prior to January 6th. We'll look at what I spent on my individual case, which was under $50,000, total travel and everything, right? And then let's look at what I have now, what I was worth before and what I'm worth now. And what have I done with myself for 3 years? And then let's look at what you were worth before and what you're worth now. And let's find out who the grifter is.
Exactly. That's the key to all of this.
Yeah, my organization, I don't get a salary. The organization's been able to reimburse me some near $20,000 of my hard-earned money that I put in. And they've been able to do it through travel and one of their situations over this time. Over the course of 2 years, the organization has been here. Wow. I've made $20,000 for 2 years. I'm really raking it in, considering that my worst year on a tax return was $250,000 for 20 years. So you really think that I was interested in making 20 grand in 2 years? Give me a break. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
It's really dumb because our side needs to stick together and there's too much infighting and it has to stop.
It's
But
why I
we
don't take
do
part
need-
in it. It's why I'm a big boy and I don't name their names. Hopefully this gets through to you. Hopefully they get this message and there's a little bit of embarrassment. Maybe there's a little sheepishness and we go, gee, gosh, if that's true, I can't wait. Let's roll out the bank accounts, boys. Let's take a look at net worth. Let's take a look at what I was making before and what I've made for 20 straight years versus what I make now. I made $150,000 less than I made in the years in my 20s last year. I haven't batted an eye. I'm still here doing this. Do these people make less money or more money with J6? That's what I want to know.
I mean, everything is going to become apparent, right? We're going to have this election. Trump's going to get back in, and then we're going to set things right. I mean, do you think that Stuart Rhodes will ever get out of prison?
Yeah, Stuart Rhodes is going to get out of prison. His appeal is going to be great. These appeals are going to be very destructive in nature. Just look. So the 1512 is a fallen angel, right? That's done. Of course, the district court's all mad, and Maddie moved. Woo, we didn't get our way. Well, you went the wrong way. You should have charged on the 1504, right? Which was the 5-year felony. And you had a legitimate charge if you wanted to use a felony charge, really. If you wanted to go that far, you had a legitimate charge. But you were so interested in shock and awe and the 20-year felony that your shit's falling apart now. Those 1512Ks are all going to be gone. Those are top charges for most of these guys. 231s, the interfering. I mean, essentially, I could leave my trash dumpster out in the street and an officer could be impeded on the way to emergency, and that would be fit the context of the 231 charge. The 111 assault charges were not designed for when people touch the shield and say, stop, you're killing someone. That is not an assault on an officer. Or for the Victoria Whites, where they're viciously beaten in the head and they raise their hand to block a blow. Sorry, life-threatening offense, abuse of power under the color of authority, improper usage of your use of force to hit someone in the head with the baton, and you did it anyway, and that person suddenly charged with an assault. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane what's happening here. In addition, so your 1512 is a fallen angel. That means the 1512C2 and the 1512K will fall. That's going to go away for the conspiracy side of that. Then you have the 1752. Oh, knowingly entering and remaining in restricted building or grounds. We're finding that there's problems with that charge now. They had to know that the vice president was there and know that the grounds were restricted. And I've argued that all along. I've been trying to tell people when it says knowingly in the charge, you can claim ignorance of the law when it says knowingly. There's when you add the specific terminology knowingly, that's when that law changes from ignorance of the law is not an excuse to ignorance of the law is an excuse because it's stating that you absolutely knew. So there's another charge that was more applicable, but they didn't want to use that one either. The 5104 was recently sent back down. It was so funny. I called the defendant. Oh gosh, who is that? Golly, why can't I say his name right now? It's such a great guy.
There's so many.
I know. It's Russell Alford. I called Russell Alford. I was like, "Hey, congratulations on the 5104. That's the way to go, buddy." And he was like, "What?" He didn't even know yet. His attorney hadn't called him yet. I was watching the decision come out, and he was like, "No." So he calls me the next day. He's like, "Hey, thanks." He's like, "I didn't even know what you were talking about, man." I was like, "Yep, there you go." So, there's good news happening here for a lot of people. There's a lot of good things happening, a lot of great things going on. And I want to be able to respect the courts. I just wish they would respect themselves and respect justice, respect the law, because it's sad. I mean, I could never imagine myself in a time before witnessing all of this, saying such terrible things about a judge or the Justice Department. You would really think that these would be institutions that one should be able to have faith in. And the reason I chastise them so harshly is because they have undermined the faith of the American people. They have stolen something I used to believe in. I used to believe in our courts. I used to believe in our system of justice. I used to have utmost respect for those institutions, thinking, thank God for them. They keep us safe from the real boogeymen out there, the terrorists, the people that are doing the wrong, the people that are really destroying the country, the child traffickers and the child porn people and the rapists and you know, the murders and the arsonists and the people that committed those crimes of moral turpitude and so many other things. And that was really what I saw, Corinne. I mean, I really believed that I could believe in those people. And they have stripped something from me that I really felt strongly about. And now, I will say, there's a silver lining. I've come to realize, you know, I've actually talked to some people. One of the leaders of BLM, this gentleman, Mark, that I've been speaking to, said, you know, we tried to tell you guys, no one would listen to us either. And I felt really bad because I wasn't listening to them. They're, you know, they've been experiencing this. And I understood that there was a lot of problems in our law and a lot of people were disparaged prior to. I'm not ignorant about what the history of the country is, right? But I thought in recent times, Corinne, I really thought in recent times that we had really straightened that out. And it wasn't just that, but they were talking about how their protests were infiltrated, their demonstrations. They planned a peaceful march somewhere. They wanted to have a Black Lives Matter march. And I don't care if you want to have a Black Lives Matter march. I don't agree with, you know, some of the ideology of it, but I agree that Black lives do matter. I agree that Black lives matter just as much as white lives and Hispanic lives and yellow lives and brown lives and whatever color you want to label colors or whatever. I'm fine with that. And if you want to have special recognition and talk about something, that's fine. Do your thing, right? If I want to have a White Lives Matter march, I would be called a white nationalist. I would be called a racist. I would be called a bigot. I'd be called all kinds of things. Suddenly you can't do those things. That, you know, there's a double-sided deal. But the point of what I'm making is these people had events and they were infiltrated. They were infiltrated by all kinds of bad people. And typically these little communists that take advantage of this kind of stuff, the Antifa type, those little cowards, little sissy, wussy, mama's boy, basement dwelling, soy latte punks, right? That can only fight when it's 20 guys to 5 or, you know, 5 guys to 1. You're never going to show up and take on a man one-on-one. You're going to run around and, you know, drinking your soy latte and your Birkenstocks with your socks on, running around like little fags that you are. And I don't say that to be disparate to the gay community. I don't give a shit who you sleep with, never have. Don't care how you dress. Don't care who you marry. Don't care what kind of sex you want to have at home, as long as it's with a consenting adult. Knock yourself out. You've always had my vote, you know, knock yourself out. Don't care. But I draw the line when you mess with the kids, leave the kids out of it. No one should be sexualizing children. But we're getting so off topic. Sorry, I'm rambling now, Corinne. You know what happens when I get on a show. You've probably been warned. Anyway, back to what I was saying. BLM's people, their protests were infiltrated. I mean, some of these kids that are feckless fools that have been misguided by these universities that are out here doing this protesting at the universities now and getting themselves in a lot of trouble and ruining graduation. And it's sad because a lot of these kids didn't get to graduate in 2020. They didn't walk because of COVID, thanks again to our government, you know. But these institutions, and I think these judges know. I don't think they're stupid. I think surely they're more educated on these issues than I was. I was new to this after 2020. And you knew this. You knew this was going on. And you knew what the score was with January 6th. You weren't fooled. You didn't think they laid Brian Sicknick in state and had an impeachment on a man that was supposedly beaten to death, bludgeoned with a fire extinguisher, and then come to find out all the backtrack back, walk it back to somebody bear sprayed him, walk it back to something else, walk it back to a stroke. You knew. You're on the inside of DC at the, you know, somewhere near the higher levels of things. You have a pretty good insight and tracks as judges, and you have coffee and drinks with FISA court judges. You knew what you did here. And that's why I'm pissed. You can't deny it. You can't claim, I didn't know. I had no idea. I thought it was really an insurrection. You came down on the conservative community. You allowed this DOJ. You acted in tandem. You were party to this. And that I contend. If you communicated in any way about this, we get the cocktail napkin you wrote on. We get the James O'Keefe style video. Somebody comes forward and the whistleblowers come out. You committed conspiracy. You're guilty of far worse than what you've done, because you have to combine that with the 18242. When all these truths come out and the rats start climbing I just want to know where these judges are. Do you really think your immunity is going to save you? Your immunity is not going to save you on this. Those crimes stand before your immunity. You better go back and read your law books and look into it. And what are you going to do when a real solution starts coming forward and the American people have had enough? The vote, the pendulum swings, and now all of a sudden the American people are empowered again by people that truly represent them in those buildings. Or do you really think that you're going to, turn us into bug-eating fools long before that are listening to go to Drag Time Story Hour and take our kids there? I don't think so. I think you're making a grave error in judgment. And I think you should stop now. I think you should reverse course. And I think there's time to bail yourself out and say, I didn't know, but I know now. If you wait till after 2024, judicial immunity is not going to be your savior. We are going to find out.
That is so brave of you to even say. You're the most brave, Trennis.
It's facts. If I don't get any answers in the courts and we can't ever get to those things, then I guess we'll never have any accountability. But I do contend we will. And if you're scared or offended, or you think of somehow violating something because of my free speech that says I want to find you accountable and hold you accountable in courts of law, maybe we should think about why you're upset by that.
I mean, I can name so many judges because I've been there witnessing it. So this is going to be incredible when this all turns around. But right now, just this month, we have incredible American patriots going to prison. People like Hank Munzer, people like Mark and Jaleese Middleton, people like Luke Coffey. I mean, it's a mess. It's a bloodbath.
Thank God you have the people outside there at Freedom Corner that are standing out there and keeping the light on for those guys, that they're keeping that they know they're not alone, that they know the American people have not forgotten them. I assure you we haven't, just because we're not at Freedom Corner. We're there with them in spirit. The J6ers that have attended Freedom Corner have not fared well for being there. I was sad that I couldn't be there when I was there. I had spoken to my attorney and probation, a number of people about going. They were like, I would not
persecute you.
Do not go anywhere near Freedom Corner. Like, when you go out there, stay the hell away. That is a bad idea for you. Well, the other thing is Steve dealt with the Antifa situation that we dealt with in Virginia. We were just in a bar having a drink. And I told him, I was like, we got to go. And Steve said, no, what are you talking about? I was like, nope, that's Antifa rolling in right now. They're coming in numbers. We got to go. And we dealt with that. So, because they would, they don't operate in the way of, if I have a problem with you, I'll come say hi and knock on your door. We can have a man-to-man discussion about it. And that's how the kind of men that I know handle things. But the way these people do it is, this is this new jumping and gang thing. And, they somehow think that's cool. I don't know. I'm, like I said, I have been against violence. I've stood up against violence in DC. I've stood up against violence in a lot of places. But sometimes you got to get your hands dirty to stand up against violence.
Well said. This is going to be so interesting now. We just have 6 more months to go through this. So thank you, Trennis.
I think somebody called me the other day and told me it was 200 and something days.
Yeah. We're counting the days because Ashley Babbitt's mom has had her vigil at Freedom Corner every night at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time since August of 2022. That's the longest running vigil I've ever heard of in American history. And so people need to realize that our side is strong.
Knowing Mickey and Nicole, and I don't know them, just incredibly well, but we've been talking for years. And I'll never forget standing with them after court. And I'll never forget what Nicole Reffitt said to me that day. And it will always resonate with me for probably all of my life about injecting more truth into the court than had been done previously at that time. And standing there with Mickey, and I was with Mickey. The last place she was, I think we were in Virginia Beach, and I was with her, and I'll never forget the conversation we had at breakfast when she said she knew what she had to do, and she was going to go to DC and start this vigil, and she had to go and be where Ashley would be, and she had her purpose. I'll never forget that conversation. That listening, I was thinking, God, what if that was my mom?
But if that was your daughter, you'd do the same thing.
Or my daughter. Yeah, I mean, I was just thinking, if Mickey was my mom and going through this, or if Ashley was my daughter, and you put yourself in all these, you project yourself into these places, and you just can't. And then Nicole, to go through what she's been through with her family ripped apart, and what the DOJ did to her family.
The FBI ripped her family apart, and her husband's in prison.
7 years. Yeah.
Yep.
It was 87 months? Was there 78 months or?
Yeah, 7 years. So it's been like, what, 2 years? 5 more years.
Yeah. Guy Reffitt, the first guy's sentence. And I just,
Yes.
and I'm so glad that Mickey and Nicole have each other, and they've been through it. And there's other great women out there, and, Jen Baker's consistently with it. But hey, I want to close on a good note, Corinne. I mean, I'm not, like I said, I'm not for the ticker tape parades. I'm not here trying to have celebrations, but Chris Burgard and Nick Searcy have their new movie coming out, The War on Truth. And I don't know if you've had Chris or Nick on, or you haven't. I'm going to put a link up to that this probably tomorrow.
Okay.
So Condemned USA is going to be raising money for that, selling the link there. That's coming up around the corner. We have the premiere in Dallas, May 17th. Once again, for your viewers, May 17th, big premiere in Dallas. Not all, but almost, I think 70% of the cast is already confirmed. You're talking like, the Louis Gomertz and Cara Castronova, and myself, Nick Searcy. I mean, it's a pretty good sized cast of this thing. It's a long list of people, and we're all going to be there. There's theater, so reach out to me on Twitter. Follow me on Twitter and grab a link there to that premiere. There's tickets available. It's called The War on Truth. It is covering the events in the aftermath of January 6th. There's been enough. I mean, look, I'm not opposed to people bringing out J6 documentaries and Truth and Evidence. I think a lot of people have seen many of them. One of the first ones, David Summerall was putting stuff out. David and I did Bloody Hill together, which is still available on bloodyhill.com. David and I did that documentary back in 22 in Fairhope, Alabama. But with 107 and Andrew Mullinex really produced that film so much, and Sean Witzman was a big part of that. JD Garcia. And Daniel Goodwin, I think about the people, so many more people. Gosh, I'm going to be in trouble because I may forget somebody. It's not for forgetting somebody. I'm just thinking about the people that really worked on that. But we spent so much time on that film. There was so much done there with me and David and Juan, and such friendships were forged, long-term stuff. And the kind of people are really going to fight for the country and keep fighting, and they just keep showing up, fighting every day. Gosh, I forgot Gary McBride. Gary had his part in the hand in that in the beginning. But anyway, there's so many good films out there, but this film is a little different in the sense that it talks about what are the people doing about this since. What do we know now that we didn't know then? And what are we doing as a community? How are we fighting back? So it's really dedicated to the efforts that have gone in to bring the truth to the people. So May 17th, big premiere in Dallas, and then it will be released not live that night, streaming. And you'll be able to pick up a link on my site, condemnedusa.com, or you can pick up a link on my Twitter page, and it'll be on our Rumble channel and Getter and Truth Social and all the goodies. Even Facebook, probably for as long as they'll leave it up there. But anyway.
We've got to get you to get this phone. It's not the Eric Prince phone. That's cool. It's the 620 phone for decentralization, because you communicate with so many people. It's really important to get you on out of the iPhone, out of the Android, and get onto a decentralized, de-Googled phone, the 620.
Really? You got to tell me. I don't even know what it is. What is it?
Yes, this is the
Is this a
newest,
sat
coolest
phone
phone.
deal or?
No, this is a normal
on,
phone.
Let me get
You
this
can
thing.
put your apps on it. It's $800, $100 off with my code Corinne USA. And basically, this is how I make money, Trennis. I have to sell phones like this because obviously nobody pays for the real news. But you buy this phone and then you hook it up to phone 123, and then you are totally decentralized and you don't have to worry about the feds torturing us again and again and again. But I'm going to introduce you to the owner of this phone company because I think this is really important for us to really, all of us together, switch over to this. To this phone, it's 800 minus 100, it's like 700. And Candace Owen has been selling these phones and making a lot. So this is a really good thing for us to sell. And then you put phone 123 on it because I know the owner of that company and she won't let us get spied on. So we've got to really switch because the iPhone is a nightmare.
Wow. Yeah.
It's a
All right.
gorgeous phone. Yeah. So I'll text you this later. I'll tell you about this later. It's a gorgeous phone.
All right. Tell her to send me one and I'll start schlepping those phones.
I love it. Okay, I will. Okay, God
And
bless
we'll
you,
use
Trennis.
we'll use your link, Corinne. I'll use your link for a limited
Use
time.
my link. I mean, I like just have to figure out how to make money at this point because it's so much censorship. The biggest mega churches are totally censoring the J6 situation. The biggest people in the news
Because they're
censors-
cowards.
Yeah, the J6 situation. I could name, I don't need any more enemies, but I'm saying like I'm the only one in the courtroom now on our side, and I get attacked by Antifa and all these psycho people. It's so crazy. So I have to find products to sell to make money now to support my journalism. So I'm grateful to have you.
Just use this on them, Corinne. Just
Oh, okay. Okay,
just
well.
pull up one of those or a cross or something. I'm pretty sure that that'll get them. Use a cross on them or something.
Well, I have really good pastors now.
Look at my symbols of white Christian nationalism.
That's so beautiful. I love it. I love it. Gorgeous.
I'm clearly a threat to democracy. And yes, DOJ, put this in my permanent record. I'm absolutely a threat to democracy. I will continue to be a threat to democracy. And any treasonous, traitorous, no good piece of shit that tries to install a democracy in my constitutional republic, devoiding the Constitution and Bill of Rights, yeah, you're an enemy of the state, and you'll always be an enemy of mine.
Okay, Trennis, I love it. Thank you. We don't censor it. America happens. That's why I founded this company. We don't censor. Vem Miller founded it, but I own part of it because we don't censor here. Go for it. I love it.
That's good. I like
Thank
it.
you.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. Okay. God bless you. God bless
Thanks.
you. See you soon. I'm gonna get you a clear phone. You gotta help. We've gotta get to phones that don't
I kind of like the DOJ hearing everything I have to say. If you haven't noticed, it's like I'm right here. I'm not hiding anything. I say it all right here.
Yes. Perfect. Okay.
All right.
Real men are here at the America Happens News. God bless you. Thank you, Trennis. Condemned USA. Thank you. Peace. That was Trennis Evans from Condemned USA. He is a real man. We have had all real men on this program. I'm going to bring a woman in right now. Her name is Sherry. Sherry, you've got an incredible story. I'm going to bring Michael on too for this story because I think that this story needs to be heard by many people. Michael, this is Sherry. Sherry, this is Michael. Sherry has been traumatized. So I'm going to give you the floor, Sherry. What's going on with you?
Well, I appreciate you having me on, and by having Trennis on before me kind of gave me a lot of courage because it's so interesting how God works, how the things that he was saying kind of coincided with what my story is and is still. In fact, the part where they were accusing him of being a Fed was interesting because obviously that's who I had in my life forever. My story is the true story is it's stranger than fiction. So, and it is definitely a long story, and it has a lot of twists and turns and a lot of rabbit holes, lots and lots of rabbit holes. One of the things that he was saying was about the J6ers, and I'm so happy that the J6ers has actually exposed the attack that the government has had on us, and is and what they're willing to do to attack us with, like prison and it just you know as well as I do. There's no that they just make it up as they go, kind of thing, just to put you where they want you. And this is happening, and this is really happening to us. And last January, I was it came to my attention that the man that was placed in my life, that I had for 7 years, and I've known since high school. And he walked out the door, not taking anything with him. And come to find out several weeks later is that the main plot was that I was supposed to not be here anymore. They were gonna kill me, and I actually caught the people in my home that were actually poisoning me, and eventually finding an explosive device in my home that I was actually became aware of the explosive device due to clues that he had left in my storeroom, and I was digging out the different things that he had left, and it was like I was like my own Columbo. It was the most incredible thing that anyone would ever have to go through. But when I eventually found it, which was about a month later, I went to the police, and I couldn't go to the police because I was actually residing in Mississippi. I had moved from Georgia, born and raised in Atlanta, North Atlanta. So a lot of the people that I had worked with were connected to politicians, BLM, and NWACP, and those are the type of people that I worked with for years and years.
What did you do? What was your job?
I had worked for a marketing company that I believed because I started working for them at an early age due to my half siblings who worked for who was top secret for Lockheed Martin, placing me into this marketing company to coincide to be in my life, and that was really just it was mafia. So
Mafia.
Yeah.
Okay.
Part of it.
The mafia and the CIA are always the problem.
And see, in this week, and what was really good was the oh my goodness, James O'Keefe, through his breaking story of basically what he was exposing is that Lockheed Martin was the CIA.
Okay.
That's what I got out of it.
Okay.
Because
so what's your bottom line?
Did you watch that video? Did you watch the video that he did with the whistleblower? Or was it a whistleblower? It was, I guess, the undercover.
I mean, I do watch it, but I haven't watched it recently.
Anyhow, so that was a really good one because that helped support what I'm saying is true. There's a lot of things that this story would go on and on and on. I've done X spaces on for the MK Ultra for like 3 hours long, and people interviewing me and stuff, and it
But what's your bottom line? Like, what happened to you? Why are you so traumatized? What happened?
Well, the reason I'm traumatized is because people were after me to kill me.
Okay, so why do people want to kill you?
Well, because they did it for insurance purposes. I mean, there's no other reason why anybody would want to kill anyone unless they had some type of insurance money. And my half sister, disgruntled Lockheed Martin, putting me in this program since I was very, very young. It's a deep, dark type of Lifetime movie network type of crazy story, really, to be honest with you. But yes, so there's many reasons why.
Well, how are you safe now? What are you doing?
Oh, I had to leave from my paid for home and go and stay with my cousin who lives in North Carolina, and I'm staying where my mother was raised. So I've been here a year, and I don't leave that. I don't go anywhere. I mean, I have people stalking me. I mean, it's very evident that everyone that had been in my life was aviation connected, as well as other deep dark operations.
Okay, well, be specific because you asked to come on the show, so I just want to know what you're really concerned about, like very specifically, like what's going on.
Well, I was wanting to see if you wanted to. I was introducing myself to see if you wanted to introduce me or let me have my story.
Yeah, let's hear your story.
Okay, well, I mean, I was hoping that you would interview me and you would be asking me questions. I'm telling you that my guy that I've known for 7 years was, like Trinus was saying, they were trying to make him look like he was a Fed, and he actually was a Fed.
Okay, so you were
Which
dating a guy who was a
he
Fed.
actually he actually became a Fed back when he was actually in the mafia in Tampa with Gregor.
Okay.
And so I think that because he had put me in a meeting in July 18th of 2018, he took me to Boca to meet the mafia.
Okay.
And I have
Is
evidence
there
of all
still
this.
mafia?
Well, yeah, I'm sure there is, but actually he just got put in prison.
Okay.
And so and I didn't know any of this. So when he left, I believe that was the explosive device type thing. I think that was supposed to make it look like it was a mafia hit, and not that I was murdered.
Okay. Well, are they still trying to kill you?
Well, I'm sure they are, especially now that I'm on the show.
Okay. I want Michael to ask you a question. Let's have Michael get involved.
Sure.
Sherry, it's nice to meet you. I can tell that
too.
you've had a life full of ups and downs and surprises, and this sounds like this whole topic has been a massive surprise to you and probably left you with a life change that has either been bumpy or it could be a good compelling event for you to change and move and start over. Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's kind of hard when as Trent was saying, he was making $250,000 a year. I was making $300,000 a year. I had my own business called Buildings and Carports. I still have it, but you know, he left me hacked on all my devices. He took all the numbers that I had and accumulated for 12 years, and so he pretty much left me
Numbers like cell phone numbers.
Yes. No, business numbers. I mean, this is my business was Buildings and Carports. I was actually in the tiny home business as well. Sorry.
So he took your phone numbers that are attached to your business and your personal life and feel like you've kind of been held hostage with that.
Well, in the beginning, he was actually controlling everything I did online. But then when I started being able to, control what I was doing, and I went to the police and they didn't do anything. I've got to rewind. So he had placed something on my phones and all my devices. He had completely taken control over because he had friends that were majorly in the tech. So anyway, now that I'm still around, the only thing that I can't get back control over is my Winter Tiny Home, as well as my phone numbers that I had, because he took all those. And the reason he took all those is because that's how he was communicating with he and his, people.
Yeah, so there's a couple things that you can do. There's actually some beautiful services specifically for women in situations like this where you can kind of just disappear. You can actually get a new name and a new social security number and a new phone, and you can literally just disappear. So if there's an interest level there, I can kind of open some doors there. They're on the East Coast, the West Coast, as well as the South, kind of in the Atlanta area. But you've got to, it sounds like you've had hardship times 10, it sounds like. But yeah, it's interesting how phone numbers can also become such a core part of your life that if you don't have them, you can't validate or log in or get access. And so there's
everything. You're right, exactly.
There's ways for you to be able to navigate around that and really be able to get control of it, depending on what cellular provider you're with. That's one of the reasons, Corrine talks about certain cellular providers, whether it's satellite phones or cellular phones, phone 123, where you can actually get, well, that's the side of it that I'm on, is on the phone, but the phone service where you get your phone number from is really, really important.
That phone 123.
Yeah, phone 123. You need to be able to make sure that you can retain your phone number And sometimes putting it in a third party's hands, like phone 123, where you can actually validate the billing and all of that stuff. But a third party like I don't know if he was your husband or your man or whatever, but he can't just come in and take it from you. So, and I would also see if you could go back and actually get those phone numbers, because those phone numbers, they can impact you from the business standpoint, from the personal standpoint, from the asset standpoint. And I can only imagine how difficult that can be. But
well, actually, his girlfriend that he had the whole time that we were together, her brother was an executive for AT&T in Lafayette, Louisiana. So, there you go on that one.
Yeah. So I thought you were his woman. I'm confused.
I was. I just didn't know he had another one.
Oh. Yeah. So was the issue around him having another one, or was the issue around him trying to kill you because of insurance?
Well, now I don't. She asked me why would they try to kill you, and I said that one of the reasons was because of insurance. The other was the business that was about to make millions of dollars online, and there's several reasons. There was a lot of reasons.
Yeah. What were the other ones?
Well, I mean, lots of reasons.
How long were you with this guy?
7 years.
What was a compelling event for you to say, enough is enough, I'm going, goodbye?
There wasn't. He walked out the door.
Oh, so he walked out the door to this other lady?
No, he just walked out the door on January the 2nd. I'm assuming just to give me after the 1st, because, there's that. The 2nd of January, he just decides to walk out the door, hop on a bicycle, and take off.
2024, so this year?
23.
23. Where is it you were living when this happened?
In Mississippi, in South Mississippi.
Okay, so it was still, weather wasn't crazy bad. So he just rode off on a bike. Has your life been free since then? You feel like it's a weightlifter, or you miss him?
No, he placed people, after he left, he placed people there to actually, they were poisoning me.
Mm. And you've left.
There's that.
You've left there, though. You're safe now, right?
Well, I mean, how safe is safe when you're dealing with, the corruption that I've seen and that I know of?
Like what?
Yeah, what? What's the corruption you've seen?
Well, there's loads of it. There's boxes and boxes of it. There's where he directly works for the FBI, and he has plenty of people that have federal charges. There's been murders. There's been all kinds of stuff.
Sounds like it'd probably be good for you just to disappear and start over, yeah?
Or get the assistance that I really need.
Okay, what do you need?
I would love to get somebody that's not corrupt.
Somebody like as in law enforcement type person?
Yeah, that'd be great.
A man in your life, or what are you talking about?
No, I don't need him.
Is you talking about law enforcement?
Yeah, law enforcement.
To do what? To arrest him?
Well, to investigate the claims that I'm making that I have evidence of proving.
Okay, well, I could get you a sheriff. What state or county are you in?
I'm in North Carolina.
Okay, so we just have to find you a sheriff. We get you to
don't find me the one that's here. I can promise you that.
Well, I'll get you.
You're not understanding. My other half sister, she was the head consultant for the whole state of Florida for the Department of Agriculture, as well as when she retired, she went back and she became the head consultant for the whole Department of Education. Donna Honsell, you can Google her.
Okay.
And these are the people that constructed and that did all this to me.
Right, but before we go through and on live TV talk about public names,
she was the one that asked me if I wanted to come up and bring names, and I thought that's what she was wanting me to do.
I know, but before we do, we should probably just make sure. Have you actually gone through a process with your law enforcement that you can find that you can trust, or you just don't trust them to be able to have a conversation with them?
This is deeper than what you guys are thinking. This is much deeper.
Okay, go deep. Let's go deep.
No, I mean, I don't want to do that now because now I'm not feeling secure being here trying to tell you what I'm doing. And he's telling me, he just told me not to disclose something. And this is my life. I'm not going to sit here and try to convince someone that's not going through it. And then the smirks and all that. I'm not going to put up with that because I've been through it. I have everything that I'm saying. I have evidence of it. And everybody that knows of these programs, all I have to say is Lockheed Martin, NASA, and all this stuff that's in my direct environment, and I'm automatically believed. So I don't want to come on somewhere that I'm having to like.
Right, Sherry.
You know, I told you when I first came on here that I was very. This is a huge story. It's not very little. It's not very. It's not just this happened and that's it. No, it was. It's a whole criminal organization full of stuff. And I'm putting my life at risk doing this.
Yeah.
So of course I'm going to be scared. I'm very scared right now, but you know, I was even scarier before I was listening to Trent because he actually gave me a little bit of strength. Because I'm going to tell you something. Either you're going to be scared now or you're going to be real scared later. Because this whole operation that they got going on in America, it's deeper and darker, and they've infiltrated every agency, every department, anything that we in our life, they've infiltrated it. Believe me, they've had years that they could.
So the last 5 paragraphs that you mentioned, I emphatically believe you 100%. And the things that you're talking about are real. The corruption, the secret combinations, the violations, the dishonesty, the different departments and secret combinations that have, like, not just legal and law enforcement ecosystems, but commerce and business and finance and health and media. You're absolutely right. All I'm trying to say is, how do we get you to a place where you can feel safe, where you can be safe, and where you can actually start making a difference so that this is not a reality for you personally?
Well, I wasn't coming on here to like find a advocate. I was actually coming on here to tell people that this stuff's for real. I mean, it's happening to me today, but it could happen to you tomorrow. It will happen to you tomorrow. I mean, these people they're not playing. They don't want God in this country. That's their main goal. They don't want God, period.
So how bad is it going to get?
Very bad. If we don't start believing people and quit smirking and trying to figure out how people are nuts, because 98% of them aren't nuts. They're trying to tell you the nuts of the events that are going on, and they count on it. They count that the stuff that they do to you is so nuts that no one will believe you. They do. They count on that.
Yeah, I can see that.
If we don't all wake up as Americans and believe people that this is happening, everybody's gonna see that it's not a joke. They're gonna kill you. And they want to kill you. They want depopulation in America. And it starts with the Christians and the people that have good hearts. And the people and they want to take what you worked all your life for to make it theirs. Because they want you to have nothing. You're going to eat bugs and you're going to like it.
How can we add value for you? How can we help you?
We better start helping America. The J6ers are a perfect example of it. You've been to court. You've seen it.
Mm-hmm.
You've seen the corruption. You've seen the lies that they just invent. To put people in prison over lies, people better wake up. It's coming. And I approve of it.
Maybe that's one of the things that we could dig into is some of the proof, but do it in such a way that it is intelligently being disclosed so that it doesn't put you at risk. And it's,
I mean, it is what it is. I mean, you don't run from this stuff. They know exactly where you are at all times. They know everything. You're not going to run from them. They know where you are.
So that's some of the systems that I believe, if we actually deploy them in the right way, it's not a matter of hiding. It's a matter of hiding in plain sight, but being able to be who you are. For instance, you and I just met. You see my first name, but you don't know me. But because you have your full name and your tag, I can track you, I can trace you. But if we can operate in an ecosystem where we actually can just have our first name and we can validate who we are and we can have a reputation of who we are, then we can navigate around in such an environment like this. That's all public, that's all streaming, it's all recorded, it's all tagged, it's meta tagged. But if we can actually operate and be free, imagine the peace that you could have. Imagine if you could just go and you had finances, you had communications, you had the ability to actually make comments like these live, but people didn't know who you are. You were hiding in plain sight, per se. Imagine if that could actually be reality.
If I actually thought that could be a reality, I'd be jumping on it.
But that's what Michael's working towards with the companies that he's building and things like that.
You need to.
We're trying to help.
But what are you going to do about the people that they put microchips in? What are you going to do about that?
Okay, so did they put a microchip in you?
Well, I haven't had that confirmed yet, but I do have a where I'm going to be getting scanned pretty soon here.
Have you gotten vaccinated?
No.
Good girl. Good girl. So that's a form of, well, there's a whole.
It is a form. You're right. Yes, it is.
So you're right from a standpoint of, being free. And all we're trying to do is provide choice for humanity. And it goes back to your point that we have to all come together and actually work together, or, those that just lay down, it's going to be the reality. But,
well, I've been working with a group of targeted victims as well for about 8 months, and I work with some of the smartest people that you can ever imagine. Some of these women that I work with, they can dig into any type of device, they can literally find the people that are actually targeting you in their devices. One of the things that they have done is they've been fighting for neuro rights. And that's the big thing that Colorado just passed the neuro rights bill.
Mm-hmm.
And that is a big, huge thing to have all of our senators, all of our governor, that's like the biggest thing besides 702 that needs to be passed. I mean, and when they pass it, they also need to include your DNA rights as well as your intellectual property rights, because that is the goal.
Okay, so you think that you got a microchip implanted on you with your permission or without your permission?
No, without my permission when I was like very, very young.
Okay, so as a child, you think they put something in your body. So that's the mark of the beast. So in obviously the Bible, that's what we're all here to stop, the mark of the beast. So how do we stop the mark of the beast?
Neuro rights bill. You got to have your neuro rights. You have to have your neuro rights.
So how do we get a neuro rights bill?
Colorado just passed one.
Okay. So no one can put anything in you.
Well, they can't do it in order to control your brain, and that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to control your brain.
Michael, what do you think? I want to hear Michael. Michael knows a lot about this. What do you think? Are they trying to control our brain?
I'm looking it up. You said Colorado just passed the neuro rights bill? Yeah, you're right. Yep, you're right.
Thank you. I'm not crazy.
I'm finding a site that they're doing it. So
right. So we're actually one of my friends that I just did an interview with today on Savage. She's a Colorado delegate. She's taken this bill and she's adding on the neuro rights. Well, on the neuro rights bill, she's adding on the DNA rights as well as the intellectual property rights. Those are the only.
I actually think you're spot on with this. I think the physical world, the digital world, and the biological world. The biological is the neural stuff you're talking about. All of it's going to tie together. And when I say neurological, I'm talking about DNA sequencing, DNA scanning. You're spot on. And that's actually what the COVID tests were. They were mRNA tests, which are basically PCR scans. Like when they went and put a little swab on your cheek, they're literally taking your genomes and they're taking PCR scans. So full on, you're
I'm glad that you know that. But are you familiar with the body area network?
No.
Okay, so your body is energy. Your heart pumps. Your body has an aura of energy.
Yep.
They can actually tap into that energy and get your DNA sequence from that energy, and it's called your body area network. And
Yeah,
they
no,
and then that energy actually has a MAC address to it.
well, that's what they say through the actual.
No, there's patents on it. You will
There's
see it. You just got to
I've
research it.
I've read the patents, young lady. I understand what you're saying. They're saying that the actual some of the vaccine elements actually enable the MAC address, which enables the ability for 5G to communicate with the human body through certain energy patterns. But I personally am not convinced that there's a linkage per se there, but you're right. Technology for 20 years has been under development with this, and
You're right.
they're fully issued patents, and the numbers behind the patents are even crazier. And the people that own them are all tied to the secret combinations that we're talking about. So the key is, how do we operate in a world where we keep our physical bodies, because these are sacred, natural bodies that are untainted from our creator, and
That's
we
right.
act in such a way where we can actually keep our own thoughts. This is one of the reasons I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't do anything that's addictive.
That's what
I literally want to keep my own mind clear so I can have choice and feel guidance, the spirit, so I
Well,
can.
listen, it's a real good thing that you think that way, because the people that don't think that way, they're going to be in big trouble.
Well, that's what they're trying to do, is they're trying to take that ability for us to think on our own and dumb us down so
That's
that
right.
we literally follow these realities.
That's right.
What I'd love to get back to is the basis for how this show can actually help you, Sherry, how it can help you to find peace and the circumstances that you're in, because this is very real for you. And these relations that you've had with these folks, especially if they work for a 3-letter acronym organization.
Well, that's all that's all there was, obviously.
So how
it was actually like waking up to a twilight zone, and then to know that your life was just like not controlled.
But so like I told you about some of these services when we first came on, where if you can get into these services, you don't have to pay for anything. You literally get a new ID, you get a new name, you get a new location, you get a new phone, you get a new social security number, and you basically are enabled to disappear for a while. So if I'm trying to see where we can actually add value to you other than just doing an interview. Is it just you actually want to just get your story out? You want to be heard.
I really want to. I mean, our time is. I'm living on borrowed time. Obviously.
No.
I'm telling you, I am. I have evidence of that.
Okay.
But I really want the world to know that everybody better wake up, because these people that are out there, even the ones that you think that are there to protect you and help you, they're not there to protect you. They're there to do the same thing that it's just like the people that you think that are there in Washington that's helping you, and all of a sudden after the 702, they all suddenly start exposing themselves, because why in their world would they want to continue to have the FBI that's actually attacking American citizens? I mean, why would you vote yes for that? That to me is very demeaning and demeaning. It just exposes them for who they are.
I think we're all trying to get to safe locations so that we can actually stand on our own in communities that are like-minded and decentralized.
And I believe and I understand what you're saying, and I don't know where that is, because everybody that I know that is being targeted, they're looking for the same thing.
Where is it, Michael? Michael might know. Where is it? The Pacific Islands.
Russia. Everybody is running to Russia. I don't know.
No, I believe that this amazing earth that we all have the opportunity to live on, we just have to figure out, and it says it in the Bible many times, from our sweat from our brows. So we have to figure out how to use the simple things that God's given us, our bodies, our minds, our choice, the things that we have stewardship over, from the seeds to the animals. We have to figure out how to live from this earth. We can create not that we're the creator, we can actually co-create gardens. There's a reason why gardens are very sacred places. The Garden of Gethsemane, the Garden of Eden. We can grow gardens. And in North Carolina, I know your growing cycle is like maybe 4 months out of the year, but still there are places, and this may sound really crazy, but even in North Carolina, you could walk for a bunch of days and you would be into a season where you could grow 8, 9 months out of the year. And it's that type of paradigm that we got it. And I'm not saying we have to walk anywhere, but what I'm saying is we have to think a little bit differently. There's actually a book from Cleon Skousen's grandson, Joel Skousen, called Strategic Relocation. And it is an amazing book. It goes through all places. It looks at population density to food growing to terrorist targets to even immigration paths / what's happened with the 13, 14 million people who have come across the borders. And, I have to say that, if my family were born in an environment, let's say Colombia, I probably would stick them on my shoulders and walk up too. But what's happening is wrong on multiple levels, primarily because of how it's being facilitated. It's being facilitated by design to actually take down America. And America will never be the same. The beautiful decade that we just came off of, life will never be like the last decade. But that's not to say that we have to have fear. And that's not to say that, like even earlier on in this call, you looked at both Corrine and myself and thought, those schmirks, they're not believing me. And then by the end of the call, it could be, maybe these people didn't even listen to me. They didn't understand me. They just are blind. But one thing I want to really make sure that you heard, or that we heard, at least I heard, we must unite together. All of humanity that wants to actually love one another, care about one another, enable choice, enable freedom, enable sovereignty. We must come together. And this is the simple way, and this is the answer that you guys have both been asking. If we create products that are local, usually products that we can consume, because food is going to become a very, very important thing really quick.
How many months do we have?
In my opinion, we are 3 to 6 months away from serious issues, if not sooner. And this is not something where it's just pulling it out of a hat because I read some news.
Can I tell you something else that's going to be in big need?
Okay.
Is a lot of people are going to be losing their homes, and even and most likely even having to flee for their home. They need to have it to where we can easily put up tiny homes or shelters, something that they're going to need shelter.
Why? Why do you think that's going to happen?
I believe a lot of people are mortgaged to the max on their home. For one, how many people in America don't own their home? And this is a real estate type of thing too. This attack on America, it's a whole umbrella of human trafficking. And there's little bitty things that are feeding that one thing, which is the human trafficking of children. But they're also human trafficking of real estate, insurance. They can get life insurance policy and you don't even know it. I mean, it's called dead peasants insurance. And one of the biggest persons that has that on their employees, well, there's tons. So you could just Google dead peasants.
I know people that are funded those. I totally agree with you. You're right on.
And so, I mean, it just continuously feeds what they're their agenda.
There's a point where it really comes down to this is just as simple. We create products that are local. Maybe it's the tiny homes. We buy products that are local, and we use a local currency that really is a currency. If we do those 3 things, the power of the centralized secret combinations go away. They don't control our currency. They don't control the policy behind it. They don't control taxation. They don't regulate how we actually want to build, if we want to build. The other thing you got it, and this is how we can actually really impact, we have to work at the county level. The founding forefathers of America decentralized authority to the county level. And if your county is run by corrupt folks, go to a new county now. Go to a new county now. Earlier today, I actually met.
Well, I guess the easiest job would be where's the non-corrupt counties?
Okay, so I can name counties. There's counties. There's a sheriff named Sheriff Darleaf who's in Michigan and Berry County. We can get you counties if you need to know where those are. There are sheriffs. There's a sheriff in New Mexico. The sheriffs are the key, and that's what you need to be in a
The
county.
constitutional sheriffs. I've looked into
Right.
it. I mean, believe me, when you have to go to the point where you're looking for sheriffs around the country, there's a problem. We have an issue.
Well, yeah, we've got an issue, and we're trying to help you with solutions because these issues you're talking about, to be honest with you, with health, that was a decade ago. These issues you're talking about with security and 3-letter acronym organizations, that was a decade ago. The country being taken over in these secret combinations, that was 3 elections ago, 12 years ago. You know, this last one with this the Trump ecosystem and Biden, we know there was a selection and non-election there.
Oh yes.
It wasn't the first one. It happened way before that.
Oh, I know. I understand. I know.
So what we're trying to help you, at least I really am trying to underscore, if we can, and this is going to be kind of weird, because what you said about BlackRock and about weaponizing financial systems and the housing, there's a reason why they're keeping mortgage rates so high. There's a reason why they're basically buying and funding, and corporations are buying and funding, and Airbnb and VRBO, all these different ecosystems. They're literally taking over the housing infrastructure, and they're pushing people into smart cities and into cities so they can be controlled. They can be tracked. They can be surveilled. But we need to stop talking about all these terrible problems and focus in on some simple solutions.
That's right.
Like what you're doing with tiny homes is spot on. Like you can live in convenience and luxury. We have solar power that's amazing. We have water purifiers that are amazing. You could literally buy, and this is going to sound crazy, you could buy an RV that actually has all the comforts of heaters and air conditioners and coolers and water hook, all these different systems. And you can actually get financing for mortgages on these things, and they can literally be $200-300 a month. And what you're used to as far as luxuries and convenience is actually stop being such a chain and ball, because you're actually the slave to it. You're a slave to property management. You're a slave to the taxes. You're a slave to, police showing up. And next thing you know, what you've been working your life on to create this special safe place, the law enforcement are actually a part of the terrorists that don't want you to be there. So, but if you could actually be free, because we live on one earth, right? We're one people, one family on one beautiful earth. And just like you've come on here to say, I need to be heard and I need to be understood, we're in this with you, Sherry. We're together. We're one. I know that may be hard for you to believe from so many. You just popped on and you feel like there was a smirk, but if we don't do what you said and come together, we will be divided, and that's how they win us. But if we can be united, it's just kind of like a fist. It's easy to take a finger and break it, but when it's together, when they're together, it's really, really hard, right? And even when it's solid. So what you're saying is not far-fetched. It's not at all. The circumstances that you're in, I think, need to be understood. I'd question if this is the right medium for it, unless you want it to be. But when we start mentioning names, I'm just worried about protection of individuals, your protection, the others, especially if there's law enforcement that you don't trust that's local to you. I grew up in foster homes in LA County, and my foster father was LA County Sheriff. Not the sheriff, but he was a sheriff officer. And I can tell you, he went and got his foster license to care for me and to love me unconditionally. He had his own 6 kids before he took me, from age 9 to 16. And I can tell you that this man that was law enforcement, I owe my life to him. I love him. And he continued to go on to teach other people how to do law enforcement, how to serve and truly serve. Not all law enforcement's bad. These law enforcement that Kareen's talking about, that's where Kareen and I actually met, was at these constitutional sheriff events. These people are good people, and they'll stand up for right until they're dead. And, they're not going to be stupid so they die over this stuff, at least hopefully not. but there are good law enforcement out there, even though you see what's happening with, I won't be specifics with certain names, but DOJ, FBI, you see what's happening. And
Oh yeah.
it's not that every 100% of them are corrupt. The sad thing is
Over half are, right?
yeah. So that's sad, isn't it? That our confidence in being able to rely on people that we should be able to respect and call on in time of need is just not there.
You know, before all this, came down on me, I should say, I was living in a world where, I'm working all the time. I hear, I follow what's going on in the news. I follow what's happening. And it really never, it doesn't sink in until it actually happens to you. And if we can wake people up to where we can get them to think that it will happen to them, then that's when you'll have success, because you'll actually have people motivated to get off the couch and do something.
I've been put in front of those federal grand juries to do certain things because of some of these certain acronyms. And I can tell you that I totally concur with what you're saying. But what if I told you this was over a decade ago? And there's nothing, like, literally this stuff has been going on. And it's not that we have to be afraid, but we do need to be united. So you're spot on.
Mm-hmm.
But I would urge you to continue to do your work with these tiny homes and building local, and understand what shopping local. And we can turn this into a party. Imagine if we actually celebrated buying local once a month. We all come together on the first Friday of the month or first Saturday of the month, and we actually buy local. We buy products that were made local with a local currency that actually has some structure to it, some consistency to it. It's transparent. People are private, but they can actually support local business. Then we can actually be free, especially if it's, food and shelter and the basic things that humanity needs.
Right. Well, and that's really where we all should be. Even the J6ers, they should all be like, look what they're doing. I mean, that's just a one example of how many people have they put in jail before J6ers that we've never, it didn't even dawn on us.
I personally have some very good friends that they were literally kidnapped and put in for 3+ years. They've been out for almost 3+ years, still not one trial. Now you tell me, how is that the country that these founding forefathers actually wanted people to have a speedy trial to?
And I'm wondering, where are the lawyers that's gonna be screaming about this? That doesn't make any sense.
There are a lot of human rights attorneys. I don't know if you've ever heard of Lee Dundas. She's amazing. Like, she literally, but because there's so much noise going on right now, not noise, but reality of all of these atrocious acts, she's as busy as I reached out to her just 48 hours ago, actually probably 72 hours ago. And so she's just super busy. So she's like picking and choosing the biggest ones. And she's still dealing with a lot of the aftermath of just COVID violations of what's happened there, with people dying and pilots dying and laws that were fictitiously deployed. But in my opinion, we got to stop the current noise and looking at all of the past, and we need to understand where the future is going to go. And the future is going to be digital. The future, you talked about this neuro stuff. You're so spot on, Sherry. Neuro/biological. So when you spit in a cup, or when you swab, or when you stick those PCR tests up your nose, not only can they actually implant stuff in you there, but they can actually take your genomes, and then they link your genomes with the test results. So what do you put in the test results? You put your name, you put your phone number, and you put an address and your date of birth.
I won't even go to a doctor anymore. I only go to Dr. Sherwood. I'm not seeing doctors.
No.
What about dentists? Dentists are the biggest ones.
I don't go to dentists. I don't go to anyone.
If
you're saying we need to be worried about the dentists.
So think about this. 20+ years ago, maybe even 30+ years ago, I told my better half, my wife, that the dentist should not poke our teeth, because in time, when they poke your teeth, you're going to get a cavity. They're creating their own business. And people thought I was crazy until I was in New Zealand, and I said this to a dentist, and he says, "How did you know this? This is actually right. They're starting to teach us that over prodding is wrong. You should not be getting, because they literally take these high density steel
They're like,
and just poke them in your skin.
Right.
So I always say, don't poke my teeth, don't poke my kids' teeth. You know,
Right.
let things happen as they're going to happen. And
mhm.
so, anyways, so people thought I was nuts. Come to find out, it's a real problem, it's a real issue, and they shouldn't be doing it. And
Wow.
I really wish that this COVID nightmare it didn't have the permanent damage that it does with the vaccines, not with COVID, with the vaccines. And I wish that wasn't the reality, but I can sit here and tell you, Sherry, that it's going to be okay. You know why?
Oh, yeah.
Have you
Already
ever?
written.
Yeah, exactly. Have you ever heard of prayer?
Oh, much so. Look, I'm gonna tell you something. I am like a walking, talking miracle because I should not be here. I promise you. I've had my head ran into a bridge and didn't even knock me out. A bridge. It didn't even knock me out. And then right after, I had the MRIs and the CT scans. I had nothing, not even concussion, nothing, zero.
Wow.
I'm telling you, and that's just one thing.
Do you know what? Do you have kids?
Yes, they just graduated, or they graduated high school. The last one just graduated.
You know what mother's intuition is? Your ability to sense what's going on in their lives, and you can feel it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know that? Do you have that connection with your kids?
Oh, for my kids, yes.
Yeah.
For other people, I didn't.
No, I'm talking just with your kids. These beautiful things that do inside of you, and they're, you know, so we've got this prayer thing, we've got mother's intuition thing, and then you know about this neuro stuff, and you would probably know about quantum entanglement. Do you know about quantum entanglement?
I do.
So imagine if we use the same type of thing that's in mothers with mother's intuition, and that's with prayer in this quantum entanglement as a form of like, and you understand energy as well. Right. So what if I said, Sherry, let's say you got vaccinated. Okay. Sherry, send in your fingernail clippings. We're actually going to put it inside of a special field that actually can do certain things based upon your request. So maybe one day you say, you know what, I want something to do things that would maybe cause anti-aging, or maybe something around anti-inflammatory, or maybe something around weight loss, or maybe something around, you know, instead of doing radiation treatment, I actually want to kill these types of tumors that I have. And through one, your belief, two, quantum entanglement, which is actually a true science.
Yes.
It really, and you tell me, do you believe that you sending in your fingernails and saying, I actually want anti-inflammatory type things to happen to me from what the fields are doing? Now the fields have to be accurate. So I don't know if you've heard of Rife machines and things like that. Have you heard of that?
It's the body area network is all tied in.
Yeah. So Rife is the one that invented the microscope. So the people behind him actually funded the ability to try frequencies on certain types of cells, and the microscope is how he could see if it was effective or not. And so, and that's the same type of thing that we could actually do within these different ecosystems. And so my point is a lot of these people, some of them say, I wish I would have never gotten vaccinated. Some of them people say, I just don't feel the same since I did. Mm-mm. Other people are just straight dead. I personally know, I'm sure you know many people that have passed on. But
well, I do know people that have gotten it that act like they're dead, even though they're walking.
Yeah. Well,
it's like it's like they're not even there anymore. It's so strange. It's so strange. It's like they don't feel anything anymore.
But how is it that we that haven't been injected, that have our heads about us, that are seeing reality for what it is, how can we actually have fear, or not have fear, but have faith? How can we move forward in faith, not worrying, being at peace, not worrying about a missed meal, or not worrying about a missed dollar amount? Or how can we actually live in a life that our Creator intended, instead of us just running around with anxiety and concerns and paranoia and schizophrenia and all of these other things.
Well, I don't even think that stuff. I mean, yeah, the heads of psychiatry needs to be addressed as well because, no, I'm very serious.
I agree. Totally agree.
Their main goal is to make you look completely crazy, so people won't believe you.
Or drug you up so that you
There
actually.
you go. That way too. Yes.
Yeah. Well, how do we add value in your world? How do we get your story out there? How do we get this thing told? How do we add value for you?
Well, I mean, the main thing is this the whistleblower. I'm doing a whistleblower type of affidavits, and that will prioritize and outline. You know, that's the problem with this story. It's just so just enormous that it sounds.
Well, why don't we do this? Why don't we have another time where you come on, but when you come on, you don't put your @ targeting you and your last name.
Okay. Well, you can erase that then.
Well, I know you
No,
can.
she likes it. It's okay. That's her like symbol.
But that's my
Okay.
point. Are we driving a brand and a symbol, or are we telling a story to drive transparency in the world? And that's what I'm trying to.
Whatever you guys think, because I mean, I want to stay safe. I thought this is what Kareem wanted, so I was doing it. But and if you feel like that this is not the way to go, then I won't go this way, and we'll do this another time.
Well, what I'm saying is,
I mean, this is live, right?
Yeah,
We are
Okay.
live. We cannot erase this. But you
Right.
guys, I have to go to the bathroom for 1 second. Keep talking.
Funny.
if you've got a story that needs to be told and it's as crazy as what you're talking about, then we should probably take some steps to protect you and your identity, and then go ahead and go forward with it, especially if we're going to use other people's names within it. And that's what I was driving at earlier. Does that make sense to you, Sherry?
Right, and I wanted to let you know that when she contacted me, it was like she said, you know, are you wanting to give names or can you give names? And I said, yeah, I can if you want me to.
Yeah. Well, that's probably where we're on a different page, so to speak. So.
Well, I mean, you know, and like I said, it's all going to come out in the wash. Like the Bible says, everything hidden is going to be known.
Yeah.
Even your secrets.
Amen.
Even my secrets.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Amen.
what that means. Everything that you've hidden from people, and you have the skeleton in the closet thing, it's coming out.
And what's interesting is, in the end, we're not our brothers or sisters' keeper. We are our own judge. And that's what's beautiful about all this opportunity to learn and to grow, because we all have our own realities and our own perceptions and our own choices. Go ahead. You're going to say something. Go for it.
But there was I would love for you guys to interview Bobby, but there's a guy that she talks about that he said that AI is going to be so advanced that in a few years that it's going to be so smart that it's going to make itself so smart that it's going to be able to solve crimes within seconds. Every crime.
Yeah.
And that's probably, maybe that's what it means. Like every secret will be known. You know, who knows what that means, but it could be.
I think the most important thing is just to make this really concise so that we could talk about it, you know, really like within 10 minutes, 20 minutes, because people have to know fast and furious what's going on. Like I usually only go 30 minutes.
And you see, you've already been 30 minutes.
No, I know. I'm just saying that's because I really care about you and I care about what you want to say, but we got to do it. And like, you know, we got to do it like a little bit more concise and just get to the point. Like, what's your bottom line point?
Well, I think
And
you guys, I guess you guys thought I was coming on here asking you guys to help me in some way.
No, I didn't at all. What do you want to expose? Yeah. What do you want to expose? Like in a couple sentences, what's going on here? What's your bottom line?
Got it. Okay. We'll do this another time.
Yeah, I think coming on another time and masking your identity and then having you spill things, I think we'll get a long ways with that.
I mean, I could give you a whole show where you don't even put your identity on and we can change your voice.
Okay, perfect.
We can change your voice. But I don't understand right now what you really want to expose.
Long story.
You should probably get some of the real data. Like Mr. Snowden, when he came out, he shared data in certain ways so that it didn't matter if they killed him, the data was still out there. So if the things you're talking about are to that level, you should do a lot of planning. It's kind of like what you learned in school. Your uncle or your dad or your grandpa, you measure twice and cut once. Let's do that.
Okay.
Okay.
And now, if you guys were to ask me one thing that I would like to have, it would be I would like to find someone, not a sheriff per se, but definitely is some type of investigator.
No. I'm telling you, these sheriffs that she's talking about,
They will investigate.
you can trust them.
Yeah.
You can absolutely. These are good men.
Will they come to North Carolina?
No, he's going to have to go to them. That's the
You
problem.
have to go to their territory.
Well, I could, but I could use them to come here.
No, they won't. The whole point is the sheriff has his county, and you
Yeah.
have to be in that county. Like, you need to move to a county
I'd
with
like
a good
to
sheriff.
move.
Yeah, you should move to New Mexico. I'll tell you where. There's very few of them. There's about 10. You have to move to a county with a sheriff that will protect you.
So, is there anyone in like Colorado that you can think of?
No, Colorado's not good. Why do you want Colorado? It's New Mexico, it's Michigan, it's Washington. The best one is in Washington State.
Get the book, The Strategic Relocations. It's amazing.
The what location?
Strategic Relocations by Skousen.
No, but I'll tell you which sheriffs. There's like 10 of them. There's not that many, and you have to go to their territory. But what's your biggest fear? Like, okay, what's the number one thing you want to expose? So far, I don't get it. What do you want to expose that you think is so corrupt?
Well, the Antifa movement that's in the government right now.
Yeah, so they attack me every day.
Yeah, no.
Okay. So
That's
what
all
do we
that.
need to know about
That's
that?
all that. Well, that's
Yeah.
just one of many. But let's do that. Why don't we do that with my identity thing? Because there are several things I'd like to expose that I think that I'd feel better not doing this way.
Yeah. I mean, you don't have to expose your identity at all, but
It makes sense to you, doesn't it, Sherry?
Thank you. Yes, Mark. I'm Michael.
You can say different things and you can be honest and bold if you pop up and just speak truth.
Thank you. I
Right?
appreciate that.
So I'd say, and you have invested a lot in your knowledge and your spirit to be able to get to this point. And I would say, let's do this the right way. So
Perfect. Thank y'all so much. I appreciate it.
but I think that you should move to a location with a sheriff that will protect you.
Okay. Would you like to email me the list?
Yeah, I can text it to you.
Perfect.
Yeah.
hey, folks, I'm going to bounce. Much love.
Thank you,
God
Michael.
bless you.
Appreciate
Please,
it.
thank you, Michael. Stay
Nice to
on
meet
for a
you,
second, Sherry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. God bless you. Okay, so what's your bottom line here? What are you really worried about?
Well, I just would like to, it kind of didn't go the way I was thinking it was going to go, but anyway, I think what we'll do is we'll wait until we have this handled, because I also have a court date coming up too that is needing to be exposed, as well as I have other things that I have some lawyers helping me with some stuff.
What's the court date about? What's the topic of the court date?
Oh, well, I was telling you that I went to go to Atlanta to a congressman's office to get help with the explosive that I had found in my home.
Okay. And then why is there a court date?
Because they arrested me.
Okay, so when you were exposing the corruption, they arrested you. Okay, and what did they arrest you for?
It's called a hoax device as well as a false report.
Okay, so they said you're the person that did it to yourself. Right, so they're trying to imprison you.
Kind of. But really, no, because they charged me with, they actually did, I think, but the police officer, I think, caught on to it. And they initially had me set up for a felony, but on the way to the police station, I was like, now how can that be? And I started like grilling him like a lawyer. And when we got to the police station, he only I think something just happened with my camera.
Whoa, the internet just died on us. This is so bizarre. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
That is so bizarre. Are you there? Your camera just went out.
Let's see. Okay. Oh, I'll do the other one then. Sorry. If I do
It's okay.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting.
Okay, so you've been targeted by the 3-letter agencies. They're trying to make you look like you're insane. But the bottom line is you want us all to know that this could happen to any of us.
Yes.
And you want everyone to be careful.
Are you familiar with the fusion centers?
No, what's a fusion center?
They are funded by the FBI. They are, if you can Google fusion centers, FBI, they are basically people that have gotten out of jail. They pay them about $40 an hour to stalk your tail.
To stalk you.
To stalk you too.
Right. Okay, so that's what Antifa does. They're people who've been arrested. I
Yeah,
always
but it's not
track
just
them.
Antifa. These are called fusion
Okay.
centers. And
Okay,
there's
and what is-
thousands. There's even a couple of them in every state. And they have
Okay.
thousands of people. It's like you saw the movie 2000 Mules, right?
I did see it.
And you
But what
saw
you're
the
saying
people
is
that
that
were
we have to be really careful who we have personal interactions with, because there could be people who are sent into our lives to set us up.
exactly. That's what
Got
happened.
it. Okay.
And
So-
be very careful of that.
So they target you,
That's right.
and then they're used intentionally to set you up.
That's right.
That's huge. Okay,
And sometimes murder you.
Okay, sometimes
And-
they're
and
sent
most-
to murder you.
Yeah, I have several people that have been murdered around me.
Okay. And so why are the feds, why are the 3-letter agencies so intimidated by you?
But it's not about me. It's not about me or anything else. I was set up in a program, and when I was placed to work with someone that has connections deep into BLM, Antifa, Obama, the whole thing.
So who funds BLM, Antifa, Obama? Who funds them?
We do.
Our U.S. taxpayer dollars.
That's
are
right.
being-
Yeah, there you go. Exactly.
Yeah,
Yes.
so our U.S. taxpayer dollars are being used to fund these lunatics. And so,
That are targeting to kill us.
right, so if Trump doesn't get in, what do we do?
Trump knows that they're targeting us. You know why? You know how you can tell? Because if you go to his website, you will see the first thing on his homepage says, "They're not after me, they're after you, and I'm just standing in their way." So he already knows they're targeting us. And I feel like he's going to get them all. And what I mean by all, I think he's going to want all of them. He just don't want a few of them. He wants all of them. And they've been exposing themselves. See, that's the thing about where we are right now in our world. I believe that like the 702, I think that was to expose who was real and who wasn't, and for us and who was against us more. And I believe that right now in our world, people are exposing themselves to who they really are because they can't hide behind it anymore.
Okay, so you're saying something's accelerating, so things are becoming more apparent and truthful.
Yes, correct.
And is it a God thing? The
Yes.
energy?
Yes, we're living in
Okay.
it right now. It says in the end time, every hidden secret will be known.
Okay, so you think we're in end times?
Well, I mean, I think that everybody thinks that. I don't think that just me. I think that the signs are all here, but because the love of humanity it's just gone out the door. I think. I mean, there's people out there that doesn't really. I mean, I can see a total difference. Can't you?
People are so evil.
I hear you.
Hmm.
And
People are really
you have to be
evil.
very careful in this environment that I've seen. Once they put you as a target, it's easy though. For one, if you start exposing them, if you look at a website called fightgangstalking.com.
Well,
and
give me some people to expose. Tell me, who should I expose?
no, I'm talking about on you. If you find someone that's targeting you and you expose them, it's a
Okay.
lot better, because
Yeah, you
it's
shouldn't stay silent. If someone's targeting you, like I have this Antifa girl who stalks me. Her
I
name is
saw that.
Brienne Chapman. Yeah, so I just expose her. She makes up crazy stories about my
Yes.
private parts. She says that I lose custody of children that I don't even have. She says psycho stuff. She writes bad words and evil signs on the sidewalk in front of the federal court. It's just never ending. But listen, I'm in DC, so I'm ready. I'm totally prepared for this. But people on our side and people close to Trump are really going to be more of a problem because there's so much fighting. There's so much infighting. There's so many people fighting on our side. We've got to stay united.
Well, from what I
And we've got to
understand,
really help each other.
from what I understand, is Trump already knows how. I believe that he's not a stupid man. He's obviously a very brilliant man to have a company worth billions of dollars. I think that he's exposing them. By them going after him is exposing them.
Well, let me explain to you what I mean, okay? For example, I've been in DC standing up for Trump, really exposing the corruption here, and so much since 2021 that many times I give my stories to other journalists because I can't handle the fallback from the stories. But in the end, when Trump comes back into Washington, DC, if God lets him back in Washington, DC, what if they don't give me the press pass into the White House? Because some of his advisors or someone around him is disrespectful and rude. That's what I'm worried about after we work so hard and I don't get my press pass into the White House. Things like that are really going to become problems because Trump can't keep track of everyone that's around him. And there's a lot of really selfish, egomaniac, nasty people around him right now. And we
Well, let me
can't
tell
let
you,
that
there's a
happen.
lot of these people that I've seen that I know that are evil as can be. They're literally like, I believe, demons in human clothing. They hide behind Trump even. I've
Yes.
seen it. I have seen them. I'm like, you can go sex traffic children. You have 4 or 5 planes. You have 4 or 5 planes and a airstrip, and you are a molecular biologist. How is
Because
that?
why didn't Trump free Julian Assange? Like this time around, no mistakes made. We have to make sure we don't let Dr. Fauci take over. We have to free Julian Assange. We have to do all the things that we stood up for and fought for the last 4 years. He's got to free the J6ers. He's got to let independent journalists like me into the White House so I have access, which is what I've been fighting, which really is the reason why I'm on the front line in DC. So we have to be really vigilant. And if he doesn't get in, then we have to go to the county where the sheriff will watch over us and protect us because there is a complete hit on us. Anyone who's a freedom fighter has to be careful. So
They're coming after you. I think it's gone above it. They know their time's about up. They're running scared now. They're frightened that all their secrets are gonna be known. Well, it's all coming out. It's all coming out, and it has everything to do with our children.
So the way they come after me is they try to say, oh, Corinne is dumb and stupid. She's not a real journalist. They call me a porno star, which I don't do porno. It's ridiculous. Then they say you're a drug addict. Then they say that, then they cut off your money. Like, do you have any accounts? I'm banned on PayPal. I'm banned at Hertz Car Rental. I'm banned at Wells Fargo. It's just never ending. So
Well,
the bottom line,
the first thing they do in their playbook, they have an actual playbook out there, by the way. It's
okay,
a training manual for these
okay.
these fusion centers. And the first thing they do is to discredit you to all your friends, all your family, and they dig deep. They go to your friends, they go to your family, and they will turn on you in a heartbeat. And it's very scary. It's a scary thing that they do. But if you can just keep your head up and know what you're doing is right, don't worry about what they say, because the people that are real fighters, they know those are the only people that you want to be your friends anyway. I mean, because you don't want people out there that's going to try to kill you as
But
soon
our
as you.
side has to be more united. Like when I see the Antifa side, like at George Washington University 2 days ago when I was there, They had $10,000 of food and water. They're giving everybody tents. They're helping everybody. You know, that's what our side has to be like. Our side cannot be so competitive. We can't be so me first. You know what I mean? We have to share with each other. We have to care about each other. We can't be so self-centered. Our side's really self-centered, and our side is really obsessed with looks, and our side is really obsessed with money and power. And that's got to change
until
because we are
until
fighting
they
for our
figure out
freedom.
that until they really figure out that they're being a target. And what I mean by that is all this materialistic stuff is going to go away if you're a true God-fearing person who is only trying to, you know, make the best of it, and you have a great idea and you're going to make millions of dollars. We're not going to have that, because you have the one thing that they're trying to do is they're trying to erase God, period. They want no God in this country or anywhere. They want to get rid of God, period. And they're going to, and that's what their goal is. Their goal is to get rid of God. And if you believe
And
in God, that's it.
so then, do you have a church you go to? Do you have a group of people that you like to hang out
Yes,
with?
I
Okay.
am an advocate. I have my own call on tiadvents.org on Wednesdays and Fridays. I can't. We have an advocate night where we talk about, you know, legislation and action committees, and we try to put our own little groups together to, like I was saying, with the delegate of Colorado. She's a new delegate. You know, we're trying to have our communities step up and be, because now they're being more believed. Before, you know, if you named them targeted individuals, for one targeted individual, the name itself is now is on the terrorist list by design, of course. And so you see where that all goes. So they have the heads of psychiatry needs to be addressed, because they are taught, and they're the one of the biggest I guess organizations in this thing, because they're paying these people to go to, you know, to be a psychiatrist to discredit these people. And and there's more and more and more. There's 10 million people right now that are targeted individuals. They have now Targeted Justice itself just had a lawsuit in the 5th District Court, a federal lawsuit against the DOJ and the FBI and all that stuff, because they have them on the terrorist list. Well, they shouldn't have really, to me, they shouldn't have went after the DOJ and the FBI and all them, because they really should be going after research centers and universities that are doing this technology that's trying to, and that's the key. That's what they're really trying to do, is they're trying to be able to control us. And the very few that have actually awoken to the fact that this is actually happening are the ones that I believe that are the chosen people that are supposed to be out there warning the general population that this is actually happening. You're not going to be able to, you're going to have to choose one side or the other. And that's where I believe we are right now, is either you choose bad or you choose good. No, there's no in between anymore.
I totally get it. And I just cannot believe that this could even happen. How many more years do you think we have before World War III starts?
I truly, I think that we're on the brink, but I believe that if we can wake the general populace up to say, look, you're either going to have pain now by, you know, walking out the door and doing something, and maybe even leaving your house, cars, whatever. I'm not kidding. That's where we are. And saying you're going to have pain now, or you're going to really have pain later.
So do you think it's time to go back to farming, to go back to having your own water source, to go back to small communities? What are you saying exactly?
I think that, you know, they're in the position right now where they can control most of anything that we try to do. We need to fight. I mean, we got to fight. And what I mean by fight is we have to stand strong, because once you confront them, it's like what happened with you with the Antifa girl. Has she been bothering you anymore?
Recently, no, but I haven't hung out. I haven't. She probably will continue to bother me, but we'll find out why.
I do. When you stand up and you call them out, I think they don't want to be exposed. If they're exposed, then you have the upper hand. And I believe that all these people now are exposing themselves because it's at that point now. It's either you got to choose good or you got to choose evil. It's like when the 702 bill hit. A lot of people don't realize that that 702 bill was very important to us. And why in the world would we reinstate a bill that gave the right to the organizations, the three-letter alphabet organizations that were actually attacking its own citizens, and then give them carte blanche to go ahead and continue without warrants? That doesn't make any sense. So the people that voted for that, to me, actually exposed themselves to being not on the right side.
I mean, there were only like 20 people who didn't vote for that, correct?
That's terrible, right?
Yep. That's why I'm really, really just very, very just shocked that
I am
Congress
too.
gets nothing done. It's shocking. When you realize Congress gets nothing done, it's really shocking.
And is
So
it about
now,
money? Is it about money or is it about bribery?
no,
You know,
I
do
think
they
they
have
get blackmailed. It's just not right. Like I expose congressmen who don't even have, like, they shouldn't even be in Congress. Like they have nothing to say, they do nothing, they're doing nothing, and they're violating my First Amendment by not standing up for, free press and free speech. But, that's my purpose in DC. But if Trump doesn't come back to Washington, DC, DC is over. And you've got to go to a county where you have a sheriff and a posse. See, if you move to a county, then you can join the posse of the sheriff and then they protect you. That's where we're going to go. We're going to go back to those times when you're protected by local. The federal government is failing because they got way too greedy, and the three-letter agencies obviously have taken over, and it's run by one of my guests just said it, the SES runs everything, and these are bureaucrats who we just cannot get rid of. And it was the Senior Executive Services. That's who really runs the United States of America, the Senior Executive Services. And they're based in Virginia. And they are all the bureaucrats who we just can't get rid of. They've just somehow latched on to these jobs in Senior Executive Services, and we can't vote them out. And they're way too powerful. So that's not what the federal government was for. So if we can't get Trump back in, then we all move out to areas where the sheriff in the county will protect you, and you join the sheriff's posse and you work together as a community and a team. That's what we're really missing.
Well, I mean, if you really want Trump to get back in, we're gonna have to do what they do. We're gonna have to, while they're cheating, we're gonna have to be there catching.
So that's where this is really going to boil down to, is the 2024 election cycle, which is why there's a lot of people out there. And I'm on Mike Lindell's team, but I'm just saying that there's a lot of people out there who are going to pick which team they're on to expose the election corruption. But in the end, the only safety is to live in a community where you have a sheriff and you're part of the sheriff's posse. So you take care of each other. So I'm going to tell you, like, the 10 communities that I know of. The best sheriff that I've met just in the last couple months, one's in New Mexico, one's in Washington State, one's in Michigan. They're different parts of America. You have to live where a sheriff will watch over you and be in the posse.
Do you think you'll be going into Washington?
I'm going to go wherever I can join the posse, wherever God takes me. I mean, I don't know what I'm going to do. I just have to watch.
I guess you have to really go somewhere where you could actually grow food and be able to, where you can grow it year round.
Yeah, it's safe to go to a place where you can have a water source, where you can have food. But for me, the way that I make money is I have sponsors who sponsor my news shows. And so my sponsors, all care about the fact that I'm in DC watching over the federal court and watching over Congress, just to figure out, is there anybody who's not corrupt there? Because at this point, DC is a wash. Nothing good is coming out of DC at all.
Now, I actually not spoke, but I was listening to a space that was telling me about a guy that was, I think he was the sheriff of New Mexico. What's his name?
There's a really good sheriff in New Mexico.
What is his name? Do you remember his name?
Hamilton, Sheriff Hamilton.
I believe so. Yes. And I listened to him for a while, and he has this constitutional website where you go in and you learn how to make yourself a straw man again?
Yeah,
Do you
so
know?
it's called the CSPOA,
That's
and
it.
that's Sheriff Mac. CSPOA. So go on that website and then look at all the sheriffs there, and they can point you in the right directions of where the sheriffs are, because you've got to get to a safe location where where you won't get turned on. I mean,
Mhm.
that's how serious this is.
It's very serious. I'm telling you, it's more than serious. And the guy that they set me up to work for, I was going to Senator Max Cleland's inauguration when Obama was president, and that sort
In
of
what
thing.
state? In what state?
Georgia,
Okay.
Georgia. I'm
Okay.
from Georgia. I'm originally from Atlanta,
Okay.
North Atlanta, and so yeah, and so I've met Jesse Jackson. I've been in talks with a bunch of them because of the guy that I worked for. Very connected, very connected.
Okay.
So that's where it all kind of boils down to. And
So our own taxpayer dollars are used to persecute, prosecute, and basically torture American mothers, American patriots, women like you, people who
that's
believe
right.
in the US Constitution. They figure it out how to take the money out of the federal government taxpayer dollars and out of the state, local government taxpayer dollars. They're not helping the homeless. They're not helping the people. They're pocketing the money.
That's right.
Yeah.
I mean, I watched the thing with Fulton County, the commission or whatever. They had the commission on a guy's podcast last night, and they were sitting there, him hauling around, going, "Well, I didn't know that the law said that I had to have that Fannie Willis had to have it approved that she was going to have to, well, in order for her to have hired her special prosecutor, she had to have it approved, but she didn't." And the committee was like, "So that was just an oversight on your behalf, right?" I'm like, "He broke the law." I mean, he's been doing this how long? 30 years? He doesn't know this? It's insane. It's just
It's
insane.
insane. It's insane. So we each have to get to safe locations where you're in a county. There's also a county in Missouri. It's called Franklin County. There's specific counties that are safe for American patriots.
And that's probably where, because we talk about it all the time on, where can we go that's safe, and where can we like get a group together to hub, and some of us think about where we can go where there's no 5G towers, because the 5G towers right now are killing us with the direct
Killing me. I
Yes,
get so tired I could barely walk. I get exhausted. They're killing us.
yes, they are.
The G5, 5G are just killing us. Like, I just get exhausted. People get really agitated, really angry. So we're going to have to go back to living without phones, without computers, without all this technology. I mean, it's just going to be really interesting to see what happens next.
But you're right. I mean, I'm so glad that you like reiterated to the fact that we definitely need to be somewhere where there's a constitutional sheriff, because he's above every law of the land.
Mm-hmm. You can only live in a county, and there's maybe 10. There's not that many, maybe 12 at the most, with a constitutional sheriff that will watch over you, and you join the sheriff's posse. You don't have to be a sheriff. As a woman, you can just join the posse, and you watch over each other.
Well, that sounds like something I would like to do.
Yeah, so like
I really like
Washington
that
State.
Mac guy in New Mexico, but it's a little
Sheriff
further.
Hamilton's in New Mexico. Sheriff Mack is in Arizona. But the sheriff I'm thinking about for you is one I interviewed last show, and he's in upstate Washington, and he's just a great man. And you could join his posse now.
And who's the guy that was on here? That Trescent? What was his name?
Oh, Trennis Evans got arrested for being inside the U.S. Capitol on January 6th. And so he's been fighting the feds. He's been fighting the federal government for like years now. And so he's just someone that I have developed a really good friendship with, because I've been watching him. He's the best with the judges. And so since he's had to fight so hard, he started his own group called Condemned USA, and they raise money to try to do more lawfare, so that we have the right to actually not see. It's illegal for the FBI to arrest you in your state unless they tell the sheriff. They're not allowed to extradite you from a state and take you to Washington, D.C. without telling your sheriff. So there's a lot of things that were done that are not proper. The FBI doesn't have the right to arrest you in another state. That's the bottom
Right.
line. And the way the FBI is arresting people is so intimidating and so nasty and so disgusting. So there's just so many issues. So we're praying that Trump gets back into the White House. If he does get back in and his team doesn't give me a White House press pass, then they're compromised. And so there's going to be a lot of issues. Just because Trump gets back in doesn't mean everything's going to be perfect. It's still going to take a lot of work. But the most important thing is that everyone choose which county they want to live in, and you get secure in your county.
I think you have the best plan. I really do, even for the J6ers, because it's hard to target people that are protected. So
Yeah, so you have to join a posse, and you have to make sure that you have a really strong sheriff that will stand up for you. Yes.
well, if I would love for an introduction, because I can.
Yes.
Yes, and maybe that's the smartest thing for me
Well,
to do right now is
yeah.
to do
What
the
state, you
exposure and
got to
then
decide what state you want to live in, and then text me, and then I'll tell you who the
okay,
sheriff is.
perfect. Yes, definitely. Um, and if you could, can you name me the 10 states or
Yeah.
the people that you know?
Washington State, Michigan. I mean, if I were you, I'd go be with Darleaf in Berry County, Michigan. But
Really?
it's Washington State. Yeah, it's Washington State, it's Michigan, it's New Mexico. Let me think. There's about 10. There's not too many. There's one in Arizona, one New Mexico, one Arizona, Washington State. There's a group of people in Nevada City, California.
I don't know
So
about
you have to
California.
decide.
Do you?
You have to decide like which area you want to live in.
It would
Like
probably
if
be
you're
more like
really in danger,
Missouri. It would probably be more like Missouri.
if you're really in danger, if you're
Yes.
really, really in danger and you need to
Yes.
just leave where you are, we can get you a place to be. And I would put you with Jacob Lang's dad, Ned, and then you can just work in his restaurant and just chill your life out for a while. And they'll give you a place to live, and you just work in his restaurant and you just chill for a while. He's in upstate New York, but you just chill for a while till you decide what you want to do.
Is that a safe place for me?
Yeah,
Y'all
totally.
know. Yeah, I have the big ties in New York here.
Yeah,
Well,
he has a county in New York,
and
upstate New York.
what do you know what that is?
No, I don't want to dox it, but you can text
Okay.
me. Yeah.
Great. Yes, that's the reason I say that is because that would be a really good place because my daughters are there,
Yeah.
and I was
So if you need a job, if you need a place where you can just chill, then it's upstate New York.
yeah.
Yeah, and if you just want to be waitress for a little while and just chill,
Yeah, I could do anything.
yeah.
But
And just
I
get
was
that
actually going to
together.
talk to you. I have 12 years experience in tiny homes and in selling buildings, and we may want to do that on your show and build you some income. And that, I mean, it would be great income. To be honest with you, it would build it would make a lot of money for your network. And
Yeah, so we'll sell tiny homes. How do you want to sell them?
we could do. Do you want to talk on without the live show?
Yeah, just text me. Just text
Okay.
me. But
Okay.
tiny homes, obviously, people care about, whatever people need, I'm here for it.
Well, people are going to need places to live. That's for sure.
When do you think? What
when
month?
if I were to guess, I mean, just from how quickly things are happening, and look at our children and the universities and the petition and all the picketing and all that stuff. I mean, it's just going nuts. I mean, you're out there on the front line. You see it. How long do you think?
I think November.
After the election?
Mm-hmm.
Because regardless of who gets in, there's probably going to be an uproar.
Yeah.
But whoever votes for the guy that's in there already, I mean, there's somebody that you've got to have your head examined. I've heard a lot of even Democrats are not even going to vote for him again.
Yeah, I mean that's inconsequential. It's like we're not in control of our voting. The voting's rigged.
Do you think Lindell's going to help stop that?
Of course, he's number one person on the front line. He spent the most personal money you could possibly spend to expose election corruption. Of
I
course.
know he's such an awesome man.
He is such a good person. Mike
I mean-
Lindell's one of the greatest men alive. He's risked his life, his liberty, his pursuit of happiness to expose the election corruption.
And many
But it's-
others, and many
it's-
others, because I mean, the people that work for him is suffering, you know, because they're wanting to do it too. They're wanting to fight for us too.
Yeah, I mean, we all work for him. He's amazing. And I sell my pillow. So if you want to buy my pillow, all you have to do is go to My Pillow and use my code
Okay.
Corinne USA, and you can buy My Pillow and you get 60% off of any Mike Lindell product.
Wow. Okay.
My Pillow, and then use my code Corinne USA. And this is incredible product and incredible stuff that he has. And we
Okay.
all sell it, and he gives us a commission from this.
That's wonderful.
So we
Have
sell
you-
My Pillow.
I love Mike Lindell is just one of the best. I mean, he makes a good product. He really cares. You know, why can't we all be like him, kind of thing?
He's one of the best. But listen, Mike Lindell is surrounded by a lot of feds. So that's all I'm going to say. But I mean, I love Mike Lindell and he's real, but he's had a lot of like bad guidance and there's feds involved. And so now the people who care about him, you know, are just watching over that because we don't want any feds involved with Mike Lindell. He is such a good person.
I mean, are we really at the point where we can say there's really no good feds anymore?
No, there's probably good feds, but I'm saying that, you know, feds are always in good shape. Okay. I've never seen a fed that was overweight or fat or not attractive. Okay. Feds always have like muscles and they're always like, you know, pushy, aggressive men. I'll tell you about, I mean, I don't really
They're
care.
narcissistic, right?
I'll say, yeah. And they don't care about women like me. Like they're very dismissive. They're like, oh, she's dumb. She's stupid. She's unimportant. You know, feds are just really like, they don't really care.
They don't like
Feds-
strong women. They don't like women that can.
Well, they want the money. They only want to be around people who have the money and they think that the money is the power, the influence. So there's a lot of feds that have infiltrated our side and we're all noticing that. For every 10 J6ers, there's at least one fed. And I always ask the J6ers, was there someone around you that didn't get arrested, that encouraged you to do stuff, that got you arrested? And they always say yes. So the key is don't do anything that could get you arrested. This is ridiculous at this point. Just stay really calm. You know, we're here to brave the course and
Right.
be more like Martin LutherKing.
Well, if
You know,
I
it's
would
gotta
have,
be.
if I would have known that this was the situation that I was in, I would have never gone where I went. Especially, I went to a congressman to help me, and in Georgia, ex-congressman Bob Barr, and he was like, "Well, we'll call the head of the GBI for you," and he didn't get him. He was in session, so
What's
then
the GBI?
the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
Okay.
Yeah, and so when he called him, then he was like, "Well, we just need to call the 911 and have them investigate it." And when they didn't even talk to me, they never sat down. I never made a report. I made nothing. So I worked it out with a lawyer that you know, I should be having a dismissal this month. So when that happens, it's just it's all out on the table. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, and you know what? My chat really likes you. I want to say hi to M. Lou Chero. Great interview, Corinne. We love your show. May God continue to may God continue to richly bless you. I love that. May God bless America once again. So that's what we're really doing. We're freedom fighters to really usher in the goodness of Jesus Christ to bless America again.
I truly believe that we're in a season of restoration.
Beautiful.
I kept hearing it was very strange because I was literally like in finishing touches of all my websites and it was just going to be implosive. And when I kept hearing God, you know, it wasn't audible at all, but you know, when God talks to you, he said, I remove to restore. Remove to restore. And after like the fourth time I like heard this in my spirit, I said, oh, I stopped and I was like, okay, Lord, what are you going to remove? Because that was the scary part. You know, I was like, are you going to remove my children? Because I couldn't I wouldn't have been able to handle that. And sure enough, he removed everything, but he promised restoration.
We have all lost so much.
Yes. And look, if your happiness is on the material things in this world, you're going to be a really unhappy person because that's not what fulfills you, but helping others is. And if we can help others and help people wake up, because I think I including myself, I was definitely in a slumber as well. I was like living this la la land life. Like I knew that evil was out there. I knew that it existed. I knew that, it was happening to other people, but it's not happening in my world. Unknowingly, it really was, and I didn't even see it. So if I would have been, the Christian that I proclaimed to be, when I was, when you read the Bible, it says that Satan is constantly around you to devour you, to trip you up, to take you, to be, to try to get you. But we don't, if we don't see it, it's not happening. For some reason, if we're not seeing the evil that's right in our inner circles, it's not happening. It's so strange. But once it becomes clear to you that it is out there and it's always there and it always has been, then I think that's when people are going to wake up and go, we can't have this fake sense of security and I think that's what we're living in. We're living in a fake sense of security, but we don't want to address the dragon in the room kind of thing.
It's beautiful. That is beautiful. I'm getting really tired.
Okay.
Just did a 7-hour show, Sherry.
Oh, but I'm so glad you're doing it, and God will bless you because you're helping and you're exposing, and you have the heart for this. So don't worry about those people that are out there trying to. You just keep your head high. Don't be fearful, and know God's in control because He really is. He still is.
Yes. Okay. So text me and I'll tell you about the counties because it's really beautiful. And we are all here to support you and to support each other. So God bless you. Thank you.
God bless you too. God bless you too.
God bless you. Thank you. Thank you.
Good night. Okay. Good night.
I love it when people reach out and really want to share their personal life experience like Sherry did tonight. I think that that's just the most important thing is to just really make connections with people and really know that we're in a place in history where we have to decide which side you want to be on. Do you want to be on the side of God or do you want to be on the side of Satan? It's pretty clear now. And in the middle of all that, I just want to thank the founder of the America Happens Network, Them Miller, for giving me an uncensored platform to speak truth to power. I just did a 7-hour show. And I really want to remind you guys, the way that we support ourselves at America Happens is we sell products. So this is Sherwood.tv/Corinne USA. These are the products that keep you healthy as we're about to face the November 2024 election cycle. These are really important products. The other product that I really, really love is the satellite phone. I mean, if you don't have a satellite phone, then you're just in denial about what's happening in the world. This is SAT123, sat123.com. You have to have a satellite phone at this point in life, and it's sat123.com. And then I'm really into this right now. This is Curativa Bay, okay? So Curativa Bay makes products that are totally natural that solve your acne problems, your hydration problems. Curativa Bay, Curativa Bay.com. The phone number is 727-742. Oh my gosh. Can I read that? 727-742-6636. And the man who founded these products is phenomenal. His name is Bill, and he'll probably answer the phone. But you use these products to make sure that wherever you're going, you don't get germs that could get you toxically sick. Now, listen, this is really serious. This is John Richardson. His father was actually put in jail for a little while for founding the fact that the apricot seed can really help you stay healthy. So I want you to go to rncstore.com/Corinne, Corinne, USA. Woohoo! I'm going to drink my water. This is good. It's really powerful. Woo! The way to really live is with the apricot seed. Here it is. I think I'm suffering from G5, 5G radiation just right now tonight. Look, when you are around too much internet usage, it can definitely affect you. But you eat the apricot seeds, and it takes all of your craving for sugar away. So you go to rncstore.com/Corinne, Corinne, USA. These are so good. Okay, and then I have to show you this. This is Corinne USA beef. Okay, this lasts until 2049. This will probably last longer than I will. CorinneUSABeef.com. And this is how you buy this. This is 12 servings of beef at Corinne USA Beef. CorinneUSABeef.com. It's so easy. This is real survival food. You put this with hot water and you can eat the meat. And this is all meat that's not vaccinated. This is all meat that's healthy and super good for you. So it's CorinneUSABeef.com. You got that? And then you can go to Corinne USA Gold. If you want to get into the gold thing with Genesis, that's really good too. Woo! My satellite phone is falling and it's totally fine because the satellite phone is basically indestructible. And then I want you to go to prep123.com. Prep123.com is just as important as everything else that I tell you about, because prep123.com will give you all the prep gear that you need, like the backpack, like everything that you need to be ready. Oh my gosh, and then you go to beready123.com. Beready123.com is where you can buy everything that you need to be ready. And of course, General Flynn is one of my favorite people on planet Earth, and his movie is happening across America. If you want to see if the movie's happening in your town, your city, or county, just go to flynnmovie.com. This movie is incredible. It made the founder of our company, Vem Miller, cry. So the Flynn movie is great. And then, what else can I tell you? Of course, mypillow.com, Corinne USA. mypillow.com, Corinne, Corinne, USA. Buy whatever you can buy here and prepare. It's wonderful products. And then, are you ready? Oh my gosh, I'm ready. I love my Kingdom Cup coffee and my Kingdom Fuel. Of course, that is Sherwood.tv, Corinne USA. And what else do I really, really, really love? My satellite phone, we got it. We pretty much got everything. Those are all the things I really, really love. And that's the way that you support independent journalists like me. Go and buy a satellite phone right now at Sat123. And then honestly, it's time to get rid of the iPhone 100% because it spies on you. And get the Clear phone. So you go to clear.store. And then use my code Corinne USA and you'll get $100 off. My code is Corinne, Corinne, USA, and you get this at the Clear store. It's called the Clear Phone 620. Clear Phone 620. This is an incredible phone, but it won't work unless you hook it up to my favorite phone service, phone123.com. So now you have everything you need right now to really make your life just 100% better. Look how gorgeous the Clear phone is. You go to the Clear phone. If you have any questions, all you have to do is DM me and I'll explain everything to you. But this is the Clear phone. It comes in 2 sizes. And then you go to phone 123 and you hook up the Clear phone to get service. And then of course you have my water machine that I love from Dr. Sherwood, and you drink this and you feel so much better. Be prepared because America's getting wild. I want to thank you all for being part of this episode of the America Happens News on the America Happens channel. I am watching the chat and I'm saying thank you for everything. And if you need me, you know how to find me. You can text me, 917-287-1314. 917-287-1314. Watch the show again and again and again until you really understand the purpose of this news show. And then, of course, share it. Share this news show with everyone you think of that would benefit from listening to it, because stuff's getting serious now. And mainstream media is not telling you what's really happening on the federal level, and they're not telling you what's really happening in your town, in your city, and in your county. But we do at the America Happens Network. So may the goodness bless your life. I'm going to close this May 6th, 2024 episode of America Happens News. Find me on my X channel, Corinne Clifford. I do many news shows, and I want you to follow all of the work that I do, because my shows go 5 to 7 hours. I'm going to have to figure out a way to cut that down, because that's just too much, right? God bless you. Peace. Until next Monday.
Not free. If the corrupt corporations run the media, then all we get is a pile of lies. So please support truth in the media by donating to americahappens.com by simply going to americahappens.com, clicking on the support tab, and entering a generous donation. Thank you so much.